Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning, my friends. Thank you so much for coming to spend part of your day with me. Today's Monday, August 25th, 2025, and today we're going to Florida, and happy Wendi Day. Happy Wendi Day to those who celebrate. This judge is no joke, huh? He's no joke. I mean, court already started. Doesn't he know that I'm not ready and I have jet lag? Apparently not. Let's get into court because it is day 2 of the Donna Adelson trial. This is season 5 of the Adelson saga. And we're here for it because today's Wendi Day. And as much as I said that I just couldn't get into it, I think today's going to be the day that we should watch together. So here we are, everyone. And there's Mama Donna. Prima Donna, if you will.
Yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jason Newland, Jasonnewlin.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
Were you asked to assist in assembling the notebook that's known as State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 60 contain each of the divorce filings that we were able to directly link to Donna Adelson, meaning show that through some other means that she had knowledge of those pleadings?
Yes.
And is the book organized such that each tab has the pleading, and then right behind that tab will be the supporting documentation associated with that tab?
That's correct.
All right, I want to draw your attention to tab JJ, which specifically contains page 441 through 456 of Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson's divorce pleadings. This is a pleading entitled what?
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that we have referred to throughout preparation for this trial as the grandma motion?
Yes.
Is that because this is
The grandma motion. Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Okay. Just as a matter of curiosity, since this is on TV, we can pause. We can give people a second to come in. And here I am, an Adelson virgin. I'm an Adelson virgin. I'm popping the proverbial, you know what, this morning on my first Adelson trial ever. So I've never seen Wendi testify ever in any of the other 4 trials before this. This is season 5. Can't wait to see Jimmy, Auntie Deb in the crowd. I'm excited for this. And when I was kind of like, this is not the Karen Reed trial. It's not going to be as fun. I can't really get into it. Somebody explained it to me like this. I said, I can't understand what the obsession is with this. And somebody explained it to me like this. And they said, imagine Higgy is in jail. He's already been convicted. And Brian Albert has already been convicted for his role in what may or may not have happened, allegedly, supposedly at 34 Fairview that night. And imagine that this is the trial of Jennifer McCabe. That's how exciting this is for those of us who have followed the 4 previous trials. Get it? I already started the playlist. We have a trial playlist, I think, in song lyrics. For those of you who are newer, hi, I'm Melanie Little. I'm a New York attorney with over 30 years experience in state and federal courts. And boy, do we have fun here. My chat is called the Snark Tank for a reason, because they try and outdo each other with the jokes, because we have to keep it light. We have to keep it funny. Otherwise, we're just going to cry all day because this stuff is heavy. However, I think this is going to be fun today. Wendi is supposed to take the stand, and for the love of the travel. Oh, I got a new one. Remember, for the love of the traveling Mary, that came from the Maya Kowalski trial, because they brought the traveling Mary to visit Maya Kowalski in the hospital in Florida, coincidentally, and they would not allow the traveling Mary to visit Maya, and it was very upsetting. Well, let's just call this one the case of the traveling periodontist. How do you like that? Because I found out that Charlie Adelson was a traveling periodontist, and I don't think I've ever heard anything as funny as that. I've never heard of a traveling periodontist. Is anybody out there in the dental field? Is there such a thing as the traveling periodontist? And then I was listening to Kathy this morning from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, and she's hilarious. Maybe we can play some of her stuff later, because she has a way of condensing this into digestible, hilarious half-hour chunks that are very, very fun and give us a little catch up. I did not find the openings to be compelling or really like masterful in any way. No shade to the attorneys involved, but they did not capture me like, Karen Reed was framed, John O'Keefe there was no collision. And of course, in the Karen Reed case, John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. And so there was a woman who was tried twice for being framed. She was being framed because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. So that season 3 of that will be coming up, I'm sure, at some point, and we will be there for that. I just take a little poll in the chat. Anybody who is like me, an Adelson virgin, put a 1 in the chat. You've never watched any Adelson trial before, and you're new to this. Put a 2 in the chat if you're somewhat familiar. You're paid attention here and there, and you know about it. Maybe you watched one of the prior trials. And put a 3 in the chat if you were like Adelson expert. I'm just curious to know. Oh, a lot of Adelson virgins here. Oh my gosh, we're going to pop it together. This is so exciting. This judge is no joke, by the way. This judge is no Bev Canoni. This judge is having none of it. Donna Adelson was reprimanded. Grandma Donna. Got to think of a good nickname for her. Grandma Donna was crying last week. He was having none of it. He's like, you put those tears away. Put those tears away. I'm not going to listen to you, watch you cry. When she was looking, I think, at autopsy photos and such as stuff like that. I will always have the name of the witness scrolling below for your viewing pleasure, and so that if you tune in, you will not be confused. There are 1,414 people right now. I got to look up the angel number 14, because that's going to be an important part of the day. And we're on pause right now. So if you're coming in, you have not been, you haven't missed anything, because just started. Anybody who's like fully familiar with the case, anybody who puts a 3 in the chat and you know all about it and you want to educate the rest of us and give us like some tea as we go through this, that'll be fun. But I did not go back and watch any of Wendi's testimony, because I wanted to go into this and give you like a fresh reaction to Wendi, because I got my own thoughts about Wendi. I knew a lot of girls like her growing up, and I got thoughts. I have thoughts about it. So the trial playlist has already started. Number 1 on the playlist is Mamma Mia, for obvious reasons. Mamma Mia. Number 2 is Getaway Car by Taylor Swift. So we are up to 2 songs. Song number 3, I thought maybe it should be Danny Boy. I just would like you to pick the best version of Danny Boy. Who do you like, Danny, singing Danny Boy? Because that is obviously classic, and we want to give it its proper due. For Mamma Mia, I picked the version from the movie because my kids have watched that movie 400 times, and I'm a fan. Oh, Emily C is here. Oh, leaving on a jet plane, girl, I am so happy to see Emily. If you do not follow Emily C on the cesspool of Twitter, you are missing out. Emily, are you doing diaries for this trial? Emily C did a diary entry for every single day of the Karen Reed trial. She did Hank Brennan's journal entries, some of Adam Lally's journal entries, and boy, do we have fun reading those, Emily. That was like one of the most fun days that we had, was the day that we read through. I don't think it was a trial day, but we read through all Hank Brennan's journal entries, and boy, was that fun. I can't tell you that I'm going to cover the whole entire Adelson trial. I don't know. After today, I might get really into it and we might just do it. But it's Wendi Day. It's Wendi Day. How do we not do Wendi Day, right? So because I was, getting ready in my jet lagged way, I don't even have my coffee yet. I'm gonna have to pop off and get my coffee while I play this for you guys. Is the jury in the room? Is the jury in the room? Is this a witness or is this a voir dire, or are we doing some sort of offer of proof here? Does anybody know? This is Jason Newland. He's an investigator. He's talking about the grandma motion. I don't think it's going to be a one-off. We're gonna see how this goes today. Just the thing is that my twins are going back to college, and so I didn't stream day one because I was in Boulder, moving one of my girls into her off-campus housing. I was in IKEA hell. I had to go to Home Depot and get a hammer. They were out of hammers. We went over that last week. Very sad. And then I found myself going from Denver to LA because my boyfriend, Dave Matthews, played at the Forum. I was there 5 feet away, 10 feet away. No jury yet? Okay, good. So we got time. We got time. I always feel better after a letter-o. It's a competition of who's got the best name here. And so far, you're winning. Winning. Leaving on a jet plane for Emily C. Coming in third. Although we didn't pick the version of Danny Boy. So if anybody wants to tell me what version you want. Irish tenors. There's an Elvis version. What's the classic version, though? Mount Judge Everest. Look at Kelly. PCG, thanks for your 5. Mount Judge Everest. He's the best. Georgia is masterful. I think you'll love her. But is she an Ashley Merchant? The Adelson saga. FYI, people are saying that Auntie Deb is in the courtroom today. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I watched the show. I was on the plane last night when Glare did a show with Auntie Kim. With Nurse Kim and Auntie Deb, and they were cracking me up on the plane. And I couldn't decide which was more painful. Will the Glare's new opening that was about 5 hours long, or all of the screaming children on the plane? They screamed for the entire 5-hour and 50-minute flight because we had to reroute around New York City because there was thunderstorms, blah, 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 blah. And then on my way out, I said to the Delta agent or air secretary or air waitress or stewardess, no shade to stewardesses. I said, it'd be a great idea for you guys to sell, in addition to your pillows and blankets, it was JetBlue, and your headphones, is pacifiers. Maybe you could sell pacifiers. Maybe you get a brand deal with the Binky company, because apparently these parents nowadays don't believe in Binkies. Hello, your kid is screaming, and then they don't even pay attention to the kid. They ignore the kid. Comfort your child, please, for the love of the traveling periodontist. Okay, rant over. This is gonna be fun. All right, this is outside the presence of the jury. Is this an evidentiary situation where they're trying to decide whether or not these divorce records are going to come into? They've been paying a little bit of attention. A Binky and a Whoopie don't play. Yeah, I know. Look, oh, you're a nurse, Mac RN. Is there is there a problem with like using Binkies? Is it bad for the kids? Because when I'm a mother of 5, as you know, I'm not naked. This is a pink dress. The Binkies that they give you at the pacifier. Any nurses in the chat? Any NICU nurses? They give you when you have a baby the fully rubber one. It's fully rubber. It's I don't even know the brand name. I would plug them. There's a pun, if I could think of it. But that thing was like a savior, and you couldn't buy them anywhere at the time because my kids are old. A lot of my kids are old, and I remember traveling one night in the middle of the night to the hospital to beg them to give me one of the hospital Binkies because my child would not sleep without it. And apparently it wasn't the first time that they had seen that. They happily gave me the Binkies. She puts multiple banks. See, you are very, very Nook and UK. Are those the ones from the hospital? They're fully rubber. I remember exactly what it looks like. And I traveled there in the middle of the night to beg for them to give me some Binkies. And they did. And apparently I thought that they thought that I was crazy, but apparently it happens all the time. Middle of the night, mom's running in for the Binkies. They should give them out on what was I on? JetBlue, Delta. Sell them, give them away. it would just make everyone's flight more pleasurable. And it was a cross country flight. Okay. So I wasn't coming from Orlando. Listen, you fly out of Orlando, you're getting ready. There's going to be a lot of screaming kids, but, I don't understand. Yeah. Past a year old isn't necessary. I agree. But you got an infant in a bucket, and the infant is very uncomfortable because listen, there's an ear situation going on. I get it. Yeah, I know it's live, but it's outside the presence of the jury. Thank you. Thanks for coming, Willow. And we're getting started. I just wanted to take the poll, but here we go. We're getting back to the voir dire, the offer of proof regarding the divorce records. We have a little time, and then we have time to zoom through. All right, here we go. We're going to take it back to the beginning, right when he got on the stand, because we don't want to miss a thing. But look, we're going to have a lunch period. We had a lot. Don't worry. Just don't worry. Danny Boy, John McCormick, or Johnny Cash, or Celtic Woman. John McCormick, is he the original? Thank you, Justice is my bias. Nook. I have twins as well. I have twin girls too, to the sea. Oh, I love that. Okay. Nook is the one. I can't wait for Wendi on the stand. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing it for ourselves. All right. Back to the beginning of this voir dire. Should we go back and see why the judge is putting him on the stand? Let's do that, because I don't like to not know what's happening here. But this judge is no joke. This ain't no Bev. This ain't no 10 to 3, 10 to 2 Taco Tuesdays. Here we go. Let's get an idea of what we're doing. This is Judge Everett, Mount Everett, as somebody just called him. All right. Don't stress. Everybody take a deep breath. Yeah. There's watching, and then there's watching with Melanie. Thanks, little cupcake. Love you, girl. Your twin mothers of twins are the best. All right. For those of you who are impatient, that's not going to serve you here. Don't be impatient. I like to pause. I like to discuss things in real time, because what sense does it make for me to wait until the very end of the day and then recap for another 4 hours? Okay. Moving on. Here's Judge Mount Everett, and we're in tally. Let's go. Happy Wendi Day for those who celebrate.
Also, as well, for the witnesses, no cell phones out, or while we're either having the hearings out of the presence of the jury, or once the jury is in the room. Again, we're going to need the cell phones out. You need to silence your cell phones, or go ahead and turn them off entirely. Also, as well, for the witnesses, no cell phones pointed at the witnesses or the members of the jury. If you need to step out while the witness is testifying today, please remain outside until that witness has finished with their testimony. Do we have any questions at all concerning conduct at the gallery while the trial is going on? This is pretty simple and self-evident, but there are no bad questions. If you have a question, please let us know. All right. If there being no questions, also as well, if you need to speak with each other, please step outside into the hallway, so that way there's no disruption or disturbances for the jury. Also, while the testimony is going on, there's not to be any head nodding or any gesturing or any motion that would indicate you're either agreeing with or disagreeing with what the witnesses are saying. If you have an issue with controlling your ability to do this, please step outside as well. We have all of our parties present this morning, including the defendant who is present with counsel. Ms. Adelson, do you have your device to assist your hearing? All right, it's working properly.
She wears headphones because she has ear canal issues. Somebody can explain to me what her issue is with her ear canals.
Issue that we need to work through concerning the foundation. Do you have the witness available to do this proper?
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, you have a copy, that is actually the copy of State's Exhibit 60 on the bench. I provided a copy to the defense as well. This contains all of the divorce documents that the defense objected to last week with Detective Isom. It includes one additional pleading, the grandma motion, as it's been referenced previously. That's tab JJ in your book there. So each tab represents a divorce filing, And behind the divorce filing in each tab is the supporting documentation for that document to show that Donna Adelson was aware of that particular pleading. So the state is going to be seeking to introduce this exhibit. My understanding is the only issue in contention at this time is the JJ tab. So we will call investigator.
I was trying to make the captions a little bit bigger. Hang a sec.
Adelson was aware of that particular pleading. So the state is going to find book there. So each
Okay, grandma motion. That's where we go. I think they're gonna adjust the volume. If not, I will lower mine.
tab represents a divorce filing, and behind the divorce filing in each tab is the supporting documentation for that document to show that Donna Adelson was aware of that particular pleading. So the state is going to be seeking to introduce this exhibit. My understanding is the only issue in contention at this time is the JJ tab. So we will call Investigator Newland at this time to address that issue.
Investigator Newland, if you can come up and take the stand. Please raise your right hand to be sworn to the Crawford. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth? I swear. You may take your seat. You may inquire, Ms. Compliment, when you are ready.
Thank you, Judge. I just need about 30 seconds.
Deputies, if we've run out of seating room, is there an overflow area?
There's no more room. Did Jimmy get a seat? Just built up. Oh, somebody's phone just went off.
Phones off, please.
Be Jimmy. Better not be Jimmy.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jason Newland, JASON NEWLIN.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
Were you asked to assist in assembling the notebook that's known as State's Exhibit 60?
Yes,
And does State's Exhibit 60 contain each of the divorce filings that we were able to directly link to Donna Adelson, meaning show that through some other means that she had knowledge of those pleadings?
yes,
And is the book organized such that each tab has the pleading, and then right behind that tab will be the supporting documentation associated with that tab?
that's correct.
All right, I want to draw your attention to tab JJ, which specifically contains page 441 through 456 of Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson's divorce pleadings. This is a pleading entitled what?
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that we have referred to throughout preparation for this trial as the grandma motion?
Yes,
Is that because this is the motion in which Dan Markel is seeking to limit or restrict Donna Adelson's contact with his children?
yes, it is.
Okay, so the language, grandma says that the kids are reporting to him, grandma says, you're stupid, that sort of thing, that's what's in this motion.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
2014.
Okay, and is there an email predating that filing in which Dan Markel sends Wendi Adelson the content of what ends up in this motion, the allegations that end up in this motion, and outlines them for her.
Yes.
And was that email forwarded to Donna Adelson?
Yes, it was.
On what date was that email forwarded to Donna Adelson?
December 17th, 2013.
And is that email contained in State's Exhibit 60JJ.2?
Yes, it is.
All right. And was there a response to Wendi forwarding this stuff to Donna?
Yes, there was.
What was the response?
Wow.
All right. And is there another email the next day in which Wendi forwards the parenting coordinator's response to Dan's allegations of grandparental alienation?
Yes, there was.
All right. And is that what the email that's marked as JJ.3?
Yes.
And this is the one that for some reason when we print it out comes out in a big weird formatting block?
Yes.
Okay. But this email was sent from Wendi to her mother?
Dear Mom and Dad. Yes.
Okay. And on what date?
December 18th, 2013.
Okay. And that's addressed Dear Mom and Dad.
That's correct.
And that contains the same allegations that are later contained in State's Exhibit JJ.
Yes.
Okay. And when the motion was actually filed on 3/26/14, do you have any evidence as to where Donna Adelson was located at that time?
Traveling to Orlando on her way to Tallahassee, Florida.
All right. So she wasn't forwarded the actual motion.
Not that we
Right.
can tell.
Okay. And is that
One
consistent?
moment. Turn off the phone.
Oh, admonition. Somebody else's phone went off.
Please continue.
And is her presence in Tallahassee when the motion was actually filed, or actually she was on her way at the time it was filed, consistent with why she might not have been forwarded that exact pleading when she was forwarded other pleadings?
Correct.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Tell me if this volume is better. This is a law and crime.
Good morning.
Morning.
Better?
The email JJ2 that is dated December 18th of 2013, that was sent to an email address shared by Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who responded wow, do you?
I do not.
And with respect to Donna Adelson driving from Orlando to Tallahassee at the time that the motion was filed on March 26, 2014, you don't have any evidence that that motion was shared with Donna, do you?
No.
Going
Nothing further?
to redirect for investigative mode.
In the research you did on all the filings preceding JJ, were many of those sent to the shared email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. And in many of those, does Donna respond in a way that we can confirm that it's Donna Adelson responding as opposed to Harvey Adelson?
Wow was a common response from many emails signed Love Mom.
Right. But my question is, in a lot of them, do we have a pattern of Donna responding to those emails?
Yes.
And we have a pattern of her doing so such that we can say this one is Donna, not potentially Harvey.
That's correct.
Objection calls for speculation. Overruled, but if he is aware of the pattern for his investigation, he may testify confidently on this point.
Meaning they're signed mom,
Yes.
or they say dad and I, whatever, with context indicating Donna's the author as opposed to Harvey.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
You may step down, investigator. Any other witnesses or evidence to offer concerning the issue of cross?
No, Your Honor, not all of them. That is that tab.
Selvin, you may make any final argument concerning JJ of State 60.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's the defense position that the state's argument is entirely speculative. In Investigator Newland's testimony, he indicated that the pattern indicated that when Donna was responding to these emails with pleadings, she would sign it with her name, or she would indicate Dad and I. This response, JJ2, just says, wow, exclamation point. As a result, Your Honor, it's our position that the state cannot establish a foundation for admission of JJ1, which is the March 26, 2014 counter motion that the state has nicknamed the grandmother motion.
Appellant, you may briefly respond.
Judge, the email was sent to a joint email that we can prove was routinely checked and responded to by Donna Adelson.
This is Harvey, Donna's husband, right? For those of you who are new, there he is. That's Harvey. I don't know if Auntie Deb / Jimmy made it in there today. I heard the line was really long. We'll see. I don't know if the grandparents, if Dan Markel's parents have seen the children in a very, very long time, but somebody just said they were the grandparents. Parental alienation law was enacted after this case, because that is a real thing. Grandparent alienation.
She routinely checked and responded to emails specifically in reference to this divorce, and the pattern and totality of the testimony will show that she was the one that was primarily engaged in receiving pleadings, giving feedback on pleadings, even drafting and editing pleadings on Wendy's behalf. So I think the fact that the email was shared, and if the defense wants to point that out and argue that maybe it was Harvey that responded to this particular email, then they're free to do that. I think that goes to weight, not admissibility. I think it's important that the second time the email was shared, it was directed to Mom and Dad, and it was specifically directed to Donna and Harvey, so not just to Harvey.
The foundation for this item will need to be established. It sounds through multiple witnesses, both Investigator Newland and also for the testimony of Wendi Adelson. However, once the pattern has been demonstrated, I will find based on this can be admitted if the pattern in fact does show that both either Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson would both respond from this email concerning matters of the divorce, and the communications do in fact match other communications that were made specifically by the defendant. Concerning the limiting instruction that was discussed on Friday, if the defense is still seeking this, the court would provide the instruction. This evidence may be considered for demonstrating state of mind, motive, or intent, unless you're seeking some other form of limiting instruction, specifically as the 60 JJ.
The jury is not present. We're a tiny bit behind, but we'll have room to Zoom FF. We'll have room to FF.
This evidence may be considered for demonstrating the defendant's state of mind, motive, or intent as far as any arguments that Donna Adelson is in fact not the person who sent the wow response because it was shared. Certainly the defense is free to cross-examine on that point and present any evidence or argument in support of that position. But I am going to find that these matters being argued go to weight, not admissibility, if the pattern can be demonstrated by both the investigator and Wendi Adelson and their knowledge of these communications or investigation.
That's, the defense appreciates that and agrees with the language.
Very well. Ms. Kappelman, do you wish for State 60 to remain at the bench, or will you need it back for the moment?
I have a copy, Judge, so if you'd like to keep it for your use, that's fine, or I can retrieve it.
Right. I will just keep it up here then next to my trial notebook. Are there any other matters that we need to address before the jurors are brought in for this morning?
No, Your Honor.
I believe, as previously discussed before last week on Friday, as it relates to Wendi Adelson, if the defense is still seeking to take a proffer as to matters that would be both relevant and would not, at least in their review of the evidence, go to Mrs. Adelson's Fifth Amendment privilege, I will allow you to take a proffer out of the presence of the jury concerning that matter. Is Mr. Loro present so he understands what will take place?
I don't think he's present, Judge. I think I told them 10 o'clock.
All right. When it's time for her to take the stand, she will be testifying pursuant to the state subpoena and any immunity that would attach under the state subpoena. After that examination has concluded, the jurors will be taken out of the room so the proffer can take place. I believe Mr. Loro's position on this matter has been clear throughout as to anything but a state subpoena which confers immunity. He or his client intends to invoke her privilege against self-incrimination. As to that, he will be informed of the defense being able to take a proffer, since the proffer was not possible at the time the motion was argued. Again, depending on what the questions are and whether she will still intend to invoke the privilege at that time, the court will make a ruling. I did, though, want to make sure both parties are aware as it relates to the cases on the invocation of the privilege under federal law and both state law. The defense is going to have a high hurdle to clear with this. I believe cases go to the lines of the privilege not only protects the answers that would in themselves support a conviction under a federal or state criminal statute, but likewise embraces those which would furnish a link in the chain of evidence. And to that point, I believe that is where Mr. Loro's argument lies. But Mr. Zellman, again, you'll have your opportunity to make your proffer to determine whether in fact there is something that is relevant and does not go to the proper invocation of the privilege. All right. While we're awaiting the jurors, I believe we told them to report at 9:15. If there are any needs that the parties need to attend to, please do so now. If anyone needs to use the restroom, please do so now. Once the jurors arrive, we will bring them in and we'll get started with our first witness for the day. Does either party need to be heard about this any further?
No, Your Honor. You'd like to start at 9:15?
9:15, I believe that's when the jurors were told to report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Still no going out and doing testimony.
Okay, is the sound better on long crime?
The restroom or move around, please do so now. This is the time.
Okay, it sounds like Wendi might decide to take the fifth. They're going to, I guess, address that on a question by question basis when she comes in. She's been told not to report until 10. And we heard a proffer from the investigator, the state investigator, Jeff, his name Jeff Newland. Yeah, what did I say? Jason Newland, about the grandparent motion. And that's going to come in and it's going to go to the weight, not admissibility of the evidence. Emails going back and forth. Grandparents, parents of Dan Markel have been alienated from their two children, who I think were 3 and 4 at the time of Dan's murder, all the way back in 2014. And they are now something like 15 and 16. You can correct me, as always, if I'm wrong, as you often do. And we're very collaborative here. Collaborative, but you know, that's a Hank Brennanism. And look, now we get to FF through all of this. Break. And here we go.
You need to stay.
If you're ever coming in later, you're lost, look at the bottom of your screen, and I have what's happening scrolling at the bottom for you. He said if Wendi does decide to take the fifth with regard to some of the questioning, they will do it outside the presence of the jury. It's called a proffer. But she was told not to get there until 10, so it is now 9:20 on the East Coast. Do not know if Jimmy / Auntie Deb made it into the courtroom. I heard the line was very, very long this morning. And I heard it's wicked hot there too. I don't think he likes the heat so much.
It's just investigator Newland, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, spoke too soon. The parade to the bathroom continues.
Thank you, Scriptuit, for suggesting another song for
Yes,
the
sir.
playlist. Karma Chameleon for Wendi. We thinking song lyrics
That's
here.
right.
Just me says it's crazy that Wendi Witch has this immunity, but it's not immunity for everything, though. It's immunity with regard to what she testifies to. There are other ways of getting her in the end.
Jury entering courtroom.
Comes the jury. A little room to FF now. For those of you who remember the old-fashioned boom
By a
boxes.
show of hands, I just want to confirm that everyone has in fact complied with the instruction not to seek out any information about this case, and also you've not spoken with anyone concerning this case. If this is true, please raise your hands. And for the record, all 14 jurors have raised their hands. At this time, we are going to continue with the state's case. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Investigator Newland.
Investigator, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this trial will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jason Newland, JASONNEWLIN.
How are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
What are your duties at the state attorney's office?
Primarily assist the prosecutors with preparation for trial.
Okay, so that can include quite a long laundry list of tasks.
It can.
In this case, have you had an opportunity to review state's demonstrative A?
Yes.
What does state's demonstrative A contain?
It's going to be the entire divorce filing of Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson.
Okay, and what were you asked to do in reference to state's demonstrative A?
Review it, find items of value for this case, but also review documentation that can corroborate this information was shared.
All right, so were you asked to look for the foundation to support the fact that each of the filings in that document were known to or seen by Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And what type of evidence did you find in regards to the divorce filings to indicate the defendant has seen these things?
Emails primarily. There was a couple daily planner, documented daily planner agendas that we were able to use as well.
And when you say emails, where were those emails collected from?
A 2014 search warrant on multiple emails, but primarily Wendi Adelson's emails, and then a 2024 search warrant on Donna Harvey at Gmail.
Okay. And based on the research that you conducted for these divorce filings, did you find foundation to support the fact that she had seen or was aware of quite a few of those documents?
Yes, I did.
And based on that, did you create a new exhibit, State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
And how is State's Exhibit 60 organized?
So each filing that we could validate would have been provided to Ms. Adelson is going to have a letter associated with it. And for example, A1 A2 would be a document validating the information passed along, whether that be an email or a planner.
All right, so
Page.
each filing in state 60 now has a letter, and then behind it, the jury can find the foundation to support that filing.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to take demo A away from you, Stace.
Why is this important?
You have a copy of states.
Why is this important that Donna Adelson knew about the divorce filing and saw what was in the file? It goes to motive. It all goes to motive
60 in front of you.
and state of mind.
I do.
Let's go to first page. And Judge, may I make use of a PowerPoint?
You may.
Did you assist with creating a PowerPoint to assist the jurors in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
How is the PowerPoint set up?
So on the left is going to be the divorce filing pages and excerpts from specific pages. And on the right will be the documentation saying the information was passed along to the defendant.
Okay, so if we click, will we see this divorce filing? What was the first divorce filing?
The first divorce filing was a petition for dissolution of marriage.
Who filed that?
Wendi Adelson.
When was that filed?
It was filed September 10th, 2012.
All right, any evidence that Mrs. Donna Adelson was aware of this filing?
Yes, there was a preceding email and an email following. So an email sent on September 9th, 2012, indicating Ms. Adelson would be filing for a divorce, and an email on September 19th indicating Ms. Adelson had filed for divorce.
Excuse me, Judge, can I ask the witness to speak to that, please?
That's the microphone, investigator.
Thank you, Mac, for your
All right,
sticker.
so she knew her daughter was getting divorced.
She did.
All right, let's go, if you would please, to tab B of Exhibit 60. What is the filing in tab B?
Joint stipulation for substitution of counsel.
Okay, and what is a substitution of counsel?
It's generally when an attorney that's assigned to a case is getting off of the case, and a new attorney will be assigned.
All right, and Wendi was switching lawyers?
Yes,
Who was she switching from and who was she switching to?
she was switching from Shannon Novy, switching to Kristen Adamson.
And was Donna aware that Novi had represented Wendi prior to this substitution?
Yes, she was.
All right, and for that, I would direct you to 60B.2. Did she send an email 7 days before this lawyer change?
Yes,
All right,
Well-
that's the defendant sent an email indicating that Wendy's lawyer was Shannon Novi. Is that right?
correct. Currently, her attorney is Shannon Novy of the Novy Law Firm.
Okay, and then was there a second email directing you to 60.B3 sent on July 10th of 2013?
Yes,
Okay, that's after the changeover of lawyers, right?
that is correct.
And what does she say in that email?
This is going to be the July 10th B3. Gary Cohen told Wendi tonight that he thinks the offer should be made her attorney Kristen at mediation on the 18th of this month.
Okay, and what about in the paragraph above that? Does she talk about why Wendi left the Novi law firm?
She does.
Okay, so acknowledging that the new lawyer is Kristen.
Yes,
Do you know who Kristen is?
Kristen Adamson.
Okay. And 660B.4, did she actually draft an email, and by she, I mean the defendant, draft an email including a portion in Wendy's voice for her to send to Kristen Adamson?
Yes,
And that email is dated what?
October 18th, 2012.
And what is the email entitled?
Review of post relocation info for your attorney.
One more click, please. One more click. All right, and in that pleading, she says, I have been upset about this move since it happened in 2005, referring to having to live in Tallahassee, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the I in that sentence is Wendi, right?
Correct.
Okay, next. There are, however, 16 Christian, Catholic, and Baptist schools in Tallahassee with over 3,600 students attending them. If I remain in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending a Hebrew day school, nor be brought up kosher or religious in any way. That's not a threat, just a reality. Is that contained in that email?
It is.
All right, next slide. All right, so the boys stay with me, the mom, during the week and spend every other weekend, Friday evening through school, Monday morning with their dad. Okay, so this is arguments for relocation that are being outlined by Donna for Wendi to send to her lawyer, correct?
Yes, that's
Next
correct.
slide, please. All right, so let's move on to tab C. What is the pleading addressed in tab C?
Wife's answer to husband's counter petition for dissolution of marriage.
Okay, and so now on what date?
That was filed on December 5th, 2012.
Okay, so we have Wendi filing another response, yes?
Yes.
And what is she asking for? Next slide, please. She's asking for, I'm sorry, bad question. Strike that. Was there any proof that the defendant saw this filing?
Yes.
The wife's answer. Okay.
Yes.
So we've got an email in here dated July 19th of 2013. It's marked as state 60.C2. What is that email?
The subject is please forward 5 items, and there are 5 attachments to this email. It was on July 17th, Donna Adelson replied to an email, and then Wendi replied back.
All right. So sometimes Wendi would just file a group of actual divorce filings and forward them to her mother.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, she addresses the email, hi guys. Does that indicate she's sending it to both Harvey and Donna?
Yes.
Okay. Next. So that's where Donna is asking for the items and then Wendi responds and sends them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Next slide. All right, let's go to tab D. What is tab D?
Amended petition for dissolution of marriage and request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children.
All right, what does this indicate, this petition? Does it indicate where she plans to go?
It does. This is Wendi Adelson attempting to move the children to another part of the state.
To Coral Springs, right?
That is correct.
To live with her parents.
Correct.
Okay. And States Exhibit 60D.2. Can you tell us about that email?
This motion was forwarded to Donna Adelson with the terms, here it is, let's edit.
All right, so who sent it to Donna Adelson?
Wendi Adelson,
On what date did she send this to her mom?
December 10th, 2012.
Okay, so that's 3 months before the document ends up getting filed, right?
A month.
Okay. So before she files her motion for relocation, she being Wendi sends it to the defendant for edits.
Yes.
And does the defendant reply with some edits?
Yes.
All right, and that's this email that starts honey on page 3, number 3. number 13, sorry, says that you and Danny have assets that are deemed non-marital assets, which are either titled in both or in each individual name, which will be kept separate. What non-marital assets are these? Does this refer to your 401k, his 401ks? If so, his 401ks, one for $75,000 and one for $25,000, if not set aside in a prenup, are deemed marital assets. So this is, am I correct? This is Donna responding to each, she kind of goes paragraph by paragraph and offers edits and questions for Wendi.
That's correct.
All right, and how do we know this is Donna and not Harvey?
Signed, love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom. No, this is live today. He told the jury to be there at 9:15 today. Just so there's no confusion. This is goes to show whether or not Donna, Mama Donna, knew about all the divorce filings of Wendi. It has also come to my attention, since I'm an Adelson virgin, that at the time of Dan Markel's murder, the Adelsons had a little over $8 million collectively in the bank and in their safes, I guess, in cash, not including all of their other assets. So they were quite a wealthy family. I guess the $100,000 it took to have Dan Markel offed wasn't really, it was like lunch money to them, let's just say.
All right, and then are Donna's questions and feedback forwarded by Wendi to Wendi's attorney?
Yes, they are.
And does Wendi cut and paste Mom's questions and then send them to the attorney as her own questions?
She does.
Okay. And then does she, upon getting a response from the lawyer, does Wendi send the lawyer's answer on to her mother?
She does.
Let's go to tab E, please. What is tab E?
Motion for leave to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation.
We're going.
Yeah, for those of you who have never been through a divorce involving child custody, the court rarely allows the primary custodial parent to move outside a certain radius with the children without leave or approval from the court. And so that's what this was all about. This all goes to motive. And yes, Lori Thompson says they offered Dan $1 million. They offered Dan $1 million to allow Wendi to move the two children, the boys, down to Coral Springs.
And through everything we just talked about. Hold on. All right, so E, motion to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation. All right, so this is Wendi seeking to add the relocation issue to her initial petition.
Correct.
Okay, and was there any discussion from the defendant regarding the arguments for relocation in the context of the divorce?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And is that 60.E2?
It is.
What's the date on that email?
It's going to be 5 days prior to the filing, so January 9th.
Okay. And that is for your meeting tomorrow with Kristen.
Correct.
And Kristen Adamson, Wendi's lawyer.
Yes.
Okay. And how is this one?
And for those of you who are not familiar with the geography of Florida, Tallahassee to Coral Springs, Florida is a 6.5-hour drive. It's not like she just wanted to move outside the county, you know, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes away, 6.5 hours away, 449 miles.
Signed. Well, let me back up for just a moment. Some of the contents include, obviously, at some point, whenever Kristen thinks it's a good idea, since this is a major bargaining chip for you. What was the major bargaining chip?
Her employment. I
That
believe.
she had better employment opportunities in
Correct.
South Florida.
Yes.
All right. He needs to know that there is no way in hell you're going to stay at FSU and that he's the reason you're leaving. Is that what she said?
Yes.
And that's Donna's the author of that.
Correct.
Okay. go to tab G, please.
Wait, she just skipped over one. The one that she skipped over says
Tab
this,
G,
and it's
please.
highlighted. Let him know that he will always be treated with warmth and respect by Dad and I. But apparently she didn't want that one up on the screen unless she's going to go back to it.
What is tab G?
The husband's answer to wife's amended petition for dissolution of marriage and request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children, and husband's objection to wife's request to relocate with minor children with prayer for relief.
So he didn't want her to move to South Florida with his kids.
He did not.
And what did he say was the sole reason that she really wanted to move to South Florida with the kids?
So she can be closer to her parents.
Right. And did he say that she was misusing access to the children as pawns?
Yes,
Meaning Wendi was doing that.
correct.
Okay. And did he make some other allegations against Wendi in this particular filing? For example, the wife alleges that the husband wants to move from FSU, but that is false. So he's saying that Wendi is misstating his intentions in the pleadings. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Does he also say something about, here's the pawns, we can skip that.
right.
The wife has on various occasions failed to allow the children to Skype with the husband. So as part of his allegation here, that the communication is lacking,
Yes,
and specifically that Wendi is failing to comport with the agreement that they've made about Skyping with the children.
yes,
Unfortunately, the broken promises, communication withdrawal, and deceitful behavior indicate that the wife really cannot be trusted to consider the children's best interest. Did Dan Markel put this in his filing?
he did.
Because there are numerous false statements in the petition to relocate, and because the wife's behavior reveals deception, lack of integrity, and other instances of bad faith, this court should look at the wife as having unclean hands. Did he put that?
He did.
And this was sent to Donna Adelson,
Correct.
the wife who unilaterally helped herself to $400,000 of assets she barely contributed to. And then it goes on, this court should award decision-making authority over education, medical, and religious matters solely to the husband. He didn't even want to consult Wendi on those matters.
He did not.
And he was asking the court to grant him sole decision-making over those three areas of his kids' lives, right?
That's correct.
More motive.
Okay, so do we have the defendant's response here? And I'm referencing 60G.2.
Yes, we have an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson.
And she replies the same day indicating she read everything that Markel wrote, right?
I read it. It said, I read it.
And how do we know it's her and not Harvey reading these documents? Or
Signed,
this
I love
particular
you.
one?
Signed, I love you, Mom.
And does she send any emails at this point indicating that she's working on Wendi's response to this filing that Markel, that we just went through in detail?
Yes, she did.
Tell us about that.
On February 27th of 2013, she sent an email to a friend, Ronnie. Literally says, I'm sitting here at the kitchen table in Wendi's house working on her response to Danny's response to her relocation petition.
All right, let's skip to tab M, please. What is tab M?
Husband's memorandum of law in support of his answer to wife's amended petition for dissolution of marriage and objection to request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children, and husband's motion to dismiss wife's petition to relocate.
All right, so we have a second filing, the gist of which is an objection of Dan Markel to these kids being relocated.
Correct.
You can speak up, but
That's correct.
All right, let's go to M2. Was this filing that Dan Markel did forwarded from Wendi to her mother?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And it was forwarded on what date?
May 2nd, 2013.
The same day it was filed by Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the next day, does the defendant offer a response to the email?
She does.
And what is that response entitled?
Info regarding his memorandum of law email.
And how does she refer to his memorandum of law? It was 23 pages
His
long,
23-page
right?
rant. Yeah, okay. Obviously, his 23-page rant was insufficient. So he's trying to push the court to deny hearing your petition.
Okay, what does she say about the efforts that Mr. Markel is putting into this divorce?
Gibbers has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he's always gotten, his way.
And what does she say is the most important part of Wendi's divorce?
The most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is your non-negotiable. Lots of things are negotiable. That's one thing that you cannot let her think, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children and close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job with hours much more flexible than your current job.
Okay, and does she say anything to disparage Dan Markel in this email?
She says, Danny thinks he's a very important person, and as always, he and his needs come first.
Does she call him a narcissist?
She does.
Okay, I might have gotten ahead of you, but if you'll read what's up there, please.
Only an idiot like him would write that. He should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding the health, education, and religion of his children.
Okay, keep going.
Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years since the birth of our first son. Skip forward. This is also to show the congregation what an attentive father he is.
And attentive is in quotes, right?
Yes, it
But
is.
she doesn't think he's an attentive father, does she?
No.
Okay, what does she say about the schooling opportunities for the boys in South Florida?
He's indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about religious school for them, then clearly one of the 37 Hebrew day schools in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County would be a better choice for our boys.
All right, next, please. Okay. Does she say the word bribe? Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Okay, what does she say about a bribe in this email?
Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets, since he does have family that would allow him to use their homes to stay in.
Okay, next, please. What does she say about the legal fees?
And isn't he also supposed to pay some of your regular legal fees? This bastard has not paid 1 cent toward your bridge gap alimony.
Loving, caring father that he is.
Yes.
She doesn't think he's loving.
No.
Your Honor.
What is the objection?
Counsel's testifying.
I'll withdraw.
Stay, please.
Tab O, please. Next slide. Okay. Okay, so here we've done something with the exhibit to avoid duplication. Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Okay, so several of the emails that were preceding this, they all correspond back to this. The filings, everything was kind of an ongoing process. So there were multiple emails that covered multiple filings throughout the court document. So some of these files will say refer back to the emails in C or refer back to the emails in B. And this is one of those that says refer back to the emails in C. And this was a motion, father's motion for enforcement of parental agreement and for electronic access to minor children pursuant to Florida statute.
All right, so if they get to a filing in their exhibit 60 and they can't find the supporting documentation, they should look on the first page and there might be a note referring them to one of the other tabs.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, they're going to refer back if they want to see the supporting documentation for O, they'll have to go to C.2. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. and
All right, I
what-
just
how
want
does
to point out
C.2?
that these are all very, very common divorce filings. Very common. And so there's nothing really out of the ordinary here. But apparently this family's never been through it. And so you can see how controlling Donna Adelson is of her daughter and how she wants her daughter to get it all. And usually divorce is a compromise. And rarely are the children allowed to move that far away. I never knew anybody who thought the solution to that would be taking the life of the parent, in this case, the father, but here we are. And we see it a lot, but these are all very common filings in divorce. There's nothing out of the ordinary here.
To provide a foundation for O.
It is one of the petitions. It is one of the attachments that was forwarded in that email.
All right, and that's the C2. It's not up there right now, but that we've seen where there was a batch of documents forwarded from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Tab P, please.
And Law and Crime, if you could move your logo out of the exhibits, that'd be great.
Okay, so this one is what?
Notice of taking a deposition of Donna Sue Adelson.
All right, so the defendant's deposition was being sought in Wendy's divorce.
Correct.
And was Donna aware of that?
Yes.
How do we know that?
Emails.
Okay.
And the communication was back and forth between the two.
All right, did she author an email specifically talking about the service of the notice for the deposition? I'm referring to 60P.2.
Yes. It was an email on May 21st.
All right, and what does she say about the service, the notice of service for the depot?
It says, wow, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S? R, as in like a pirate.
Okay. And does she indicate she's still working on some of the questions for Wendy's divorce?
Yes, I've been working on some statements, etc., for the relocation, so I'll send them soon. Love, Mom. I love you, Mom.
Okay. Tab T, please. What is this?
This is the wife's memorandum of facts and law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
Okay, and how do we know that the defendant was aware of this particular filing?
This one we would refer back to Q2.
Okay,
And in Q2, one is indicating thanks so much, Mom. But in Q2, there's going to be an email on June 11th, 2013. Hi, honey. So here's the info I had for travel since Ben was born. And there's a list from 2009 travels, 2010 travels, 2011 travels, 2012 travels that Donna Adelson would have sent to Wendi Adelson, reference Dan Markel's travel.
so what's the purpose of documenting Dan Markel's travel?
Essentially to say he was absent most of the time.
I'm going to object to the investigator offering his opinion.
Overruled, the investigator may answer these questions based on his review of these documents and investigation in this matter.
Was
You may
it
continue.
specifically outlined in detail by Donna Adelson and present in Wendy's filings that Dan traveled too much to be a present father?
Correct.
And in support of that, does Donna here send Wendi a detailed accounting for every trip that Dan Markel has taken since the birth of their first child.
It does.
And we don't know how it is that she came to possess this information, or do we?
She kept track of a lot of things.
Okay.
She kept track of a lot of things. I'm still getting sound complaints, but I have turned my sound down and I've turned the court sound up. We were streaming on Tallahassee Democrat, but their sound was even lower than this. So can I just get a sound check for Sabrina might be behind. Can I get a sound check for people who are current and up to date and in real time? Sound check. This is me. This is the court. Okay, thank you. If you're in real time only.
Can we go to tab W, please?
Everyone says it's fine. I'm a
What
little
is
loud.
tab W?
I'll go a little bit quieter.
Husband's reply to wife's memorandum of law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
And what does Dan say about the wife's pleadings?
Okay, now this is me.
The wife's pleadings are vague,
And that's
filled
court.
with rank and obvious falsehoods, and the legal analysis is fundamentally inept.
Does he mention her parents as well related to this line of argument?
For the preceding reasons, the petition should be dismissed with prejudice and costs forwarded to the husband. Indeed, if the costs are not awarded, then wife and her affluent parents, who are bankrolling wife's litigation so that they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren, will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation and thereby prevent the parents from reaching a space where they can cooperate, collaborate, and communicate effectively and warmly in the project of raising their wonderful children.
Okay, I think we can breeze through W3 and 4, please. Go on to tab Y.
Did anybody in the chat ever have to fight over relocation with an ex or a soon to be ex? That is a long, costly, drawn out battle. And to move 6.5 hours away is wild to me. Like it would never be granted by a judge. But the millions of dollars that you can spend in attorney's fees just trying to litigate that one issue is mind numbing.
Tab Y, what is this?
Order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children.
What was the order?
It was denied.
When was it denied?
It was filed June 13th, or I'm sorry, June 21 of 2013. It was actually denied on June 20th, though.
All right, so signed by the judge on June 20th.
Okay, just for perspective, timeline wise, the motion for the petition to relocate with the children was denied in June of 2013, which is about approximately 1 year prior to the murder of Dan Markel. So let's see what happened in the year in between. Did they relitigate it? I want to know.
Filed with the clerk the next day.
Correct.
Okay, and it denies relocation.
Yes.
With prejudice or without prejudice?
Don't see prejudice referenced in this motion
Okay.
for order.
Does the defendant acknowledge that this relocation order has come down?
She does in an email to a friend,
When is the email sent?
June 24th, 2013.
So just 3 days after the filing of the order?
Correct.
And what does she say to the friend about losing relocation?
Unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months of case preparation, the judge listened to Wendi testify for 1 hour. Nothing. Well, I'll do this. The judge took a break and asked one question. I'm not hearing about any physical abuse by the father. Has he been pulling out their toenails? When Wendi said no, the judge said, well, I've made up my mind. No physical abuse, no relocation. Outrageous. So at the moment, she will not be allowed to relocate.
At the moment.
At the moment.
All right. How does she conclude that email?
Anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. Sorry, I didn't mean to respond this way, but I'm beyond angry.
Okay.
Goes to state of mind, motive. Were her parents bankrolling this
Patsy?
divorce? Does anybody know if her parents were bankrolling the divorce, paying her attorneys?
This is a order setting pretrial conference and non-jury trial.
All right, so the divorce is set for a final hearing, a trial.
Yes.
And when is the trial to take place?
Tuesday, July 9th, 2013 at 10 a.m.
I think that's the pretrial hearing.
Oh, that's a pretrial. Okay. The non-jury is scheduled for Wednesday, July 31st and Thursday, August 1st, 2013.
Okay, and does Donna send an email to her daughter Wendi regarding how we're going to take this news that relocation has been denied by the courts?
Yes, she does.
And does it say it's behind us, it's over, nothing else to fight about?
No, this says never, never, never give up. It's time for action.
Hold on just a moment. If you look at the bottom of that slide, you're going to get a trigger to hit play.
It actually says, just like it says on your necklace, never, never, never give up. I wonder if her mother gave her that necklace. I'm an Adelson virgin, so if you guys have watched this trial or similar trials, 4 of them before this one, pardon, because this is all new to me.
Yep.
It's fun so far.
It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have, and lose out on what will be a job that will afford you and your children advantages that they will never otherwise be able to enjoy. Let's show this F what will make him absolutely miserable. Fast forward, however, the rest of your life, and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform or act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life.
Stop. Here are the parts he's not reading in this email. Here are the points. It says something like, here are the points: money, religion, control. This family is all about those 3 things: money, religion, and control. You have 5 weeks before your court date, and that is underlined in Donna's email. I know you have a job that keeps you very busy. However, the rest of your life, all in bold and underlined, and consequently, Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's. Charlie is the brother who's currently serving a life sentence for his part in this conspiracy to commit murder for hire, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. You have a very strong family behind you. Just remember that. Dad and I have done everything we could to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself! Exclamation point. Does anybody think Harvey had anything to do with this? Because I don't hear that talked about a lot.
Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. You have a very strong family behind you. Dad and I have done everything we can to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. Fast forward. If you can put these...
No, let's not fast forward. We believe that you will be able to make this happen! Exclamation point. If you can put these actions before, all caps, everything else this next month, parens, and you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this. Like what? She was going to brainwash the kids too? We believe that Jibbers will be saying, stop this. And you will be telling him, you wanted me in Tallahassee. My children are going to, quote, fit in this Bible Belt. This looks like motive and state of mind to me.
For the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. Fast forward. If you can put these actions before everything else this next month, and you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this, we believe that Jibbers will be saying, stop this. And you'll be telling him, You wanted me in Tallahassee? My children are going to fit in this Bible Belt. They're going to church every time I have them. I'm having them privately tutored at home to get them caught up for Sunday school classes. Tell him that you've got a new outlook on life and a new hope, and you'd like to go to heaven. Perhaps he would like to join you and the boys at church. Plan of action. 1, take photos of the boys dressed nicely, standing at the front door or by the sign of a Tallahassee church.
Okay, they are. She's making a plan of action. Mama Donna, a plan of action. Here's your plan of action, Wendi. Here's what you're going to do. Aren't the Adelsons Jewish? This is like, and Dan Markel is also Jewish, and perhaps he's more religious than she is, right? And here's the best way to hurt him. Put his boys in front of a church and take pictures and tell him that I'm going to change their religion because you won't let me move 8 hours away, 6.5 hours away to Coral Springs. No judge would ever, like he said, outside DV, ever allow the non-custodial parent or either parent to move that far away. It just doesn't happen. You got to wait until the kids are 18. It just doesn't happen. Many divorced couples that I know live a couple blocks away from each other so that the dad or the mom can take the kids to the bus stop and they can share the driving and do all. It just doesn't happen. There was no way this was ever going to be allowed by the judge. So what they do, they offered Dan Markel $1 million. I guess he turned it down. Everyone smash the like button here while we're talking about it. The Adelsons are Jewish light. They're Jewish light. I mean, this is like, talk about threatening a man's religion. I mean, this is just, you don't do, this is just devil Donna. This is devil Donna. Take a photo of the boys dressed nicely, standing at the front door or by the sign of a Tallahassee church. Then change your Facebook status photo to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with "New beginnings in Tallahassee" might be nice. Boy, Mama Donna thought she knew how to push Dan Markel's buttons, and when none of that worked, she put the money in the washing machine to launder it. Is this real life?
Then change your Facebook status photo to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with "New beginnings in Tallahassee" might be nice. And then 2, make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor, a teenage Catholic church member, who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange for this to happen,
just start
I'll
laughing?
happily do it for you.
Did you just start laughing? Who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus? Hold on. I sounded like he was chuckling to me. Hold on.
Member, who boys caught up with a private tutor, a teenage Catholic church member, who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange for this to happen, I'll happily do it for you. 3, let Gibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church.
Who?
Let him know that the Catholic.
Who's Gibbers? Gibbers, Jibbers? Is that a nickname that they have for Dan? They're calling him Gibbers with a capital J. Somebody, I need translation on that. Thank you. Let Gibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. I know grandmothers who have taken in mixed marriages, the Catholic dad or mom and the Jewish other spouse have taken the children to church to have them baptized behind the backs of the parents. I know people have done that. It's common. Dan is Gibbers, Jibbers, and it's his nickname. It's a very derogatory term, says Mama Rico. Okay. Wasn't aware of that. Okay. Great.
Catholic Church is a big part of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved with you in church-related activities and ceremonies. Let him get used to it. I've already checked this out, and a baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks.
She's on it. And it's
4,
not a mixed
I'm looking
marriage,
into
right?
summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it. 5, register them for toddler classes at church. I've looked into this, and even if they don't go, we can show gibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. We plan to make a
That was
financial
all in
offer to
caps,
him
by the way.
to allow this relocation.
I know many of you are driving or on scaffolding and you can't see the screen. So I'm going to tell you that it says, take control from him, exclamation point. This is all in caps. Get to him psychologically, all caps. He's going to want you to stop this, all caps.
We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation.
Money,
You need to
money,
work this
money.
plan, and we'll help you through it. We'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'd be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna Klein in Boca, or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school, in quotes. And then she says, I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try to come down to your family. We don't want Danny to continue his religious influence over these children any more than what he's already done. If he keeps this up, they won't want to eat in your non-kosher home. As they get older and more involved under Gibber's religious influence, they will be able to request which parent they want to live with. Don't allow Gibbers to have this power and control over them. Then in reality, he's going to have the same control over you. Dad and I is referred for the person. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. We send this letter with our love and only the best intentions, Mom and Dad.
Right, and you mentioned this as we were going through there, but there's a reference to Dad and I in the text, right?
Correct.
Could we go to tab EE, please? What is this filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
Okay, what does Wendi Adelson allege in this motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement?
Require the former husband to immediately transfer to the former wife the remaining amount due to her.
So she's saying he hasn't paid up.
Correct.
Okay, and is there an email prior to this filing indicating that Donna Adelson was aware of?
Harvey is a jump scare. I don't know why they're not reading this, so I'm going to read it to you. This says, order the former husband to immediately pay the former wife's attorney $10,000 or be held in contempt of court, and award the former wife her reasonable attorney fees in this. I don't know, because the law and crime logo is covering it up, but this does remind me of something that I will play for you when we have a break.
Email prior to this filing indicating that Donna Adelson was aware of this upcoming deadline, or I guess the deadline had already passed at this time, but the deadline, the fact that he had not made payment, and the possibility of Wendi taking him back to court.
Yes, the email was from October 15th. The filing was October 31st.
Can we go to GG, please? Okay, what was filed in GG?
Former husband's request to produce to former wife.
Okay. And did the defendant discuss this request to produce in an email?
She did.
Okay. And did she formulate in this email a plan of attack or suggest a plan of attack to deal with Danny's request to produce?
She did.
What does she say in there?
In the first paragraph, it's let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you and make him do the research and show statements from every month from the date of your marriage to the date of the filing of the divorce. You need to see whatever he deposited into those accounts where the money came from. It's very possible some of it came from your joint Schwab account, and then he's up Schitt's Creek.
Does she specifically reference the deposition?
It just seems ridiculous for him to be able to depot you, but for you and Kristen to not give him the same crap he's pulling on you. It's time to give it to him. Also, what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief?
And can you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? She say that too?
She does.
And what else?
Well, sign "Love You, Mom," but something has to be done with this asshole. Love you, Mom and Dad.
Mom
Love
and
Mom and
Dad. Love you, Mom and Dad.
All right. And
Do you think Harvey knew? See, I don't know. I got questions. I got some questions about Harvey and what Harvey knew. And this also reminds me of the Mr. T keychain that I have right here. And here it is for your listening pleasure. Anybody remember the Mr. T keychain? Here you go.
Quit your jibber jabber.
Can you hear that? Quit your jibber jabber.
Quit your jibber jabber.
Seems fitting here.
And let's go to tab HH, please. What is this filing?
This is an amended notice of hearing,
And on what date was this filed?
February 11th, 2014.
Okay, so how close are we getting to the murder of Dan Markel at this point?
We're almost 5 months out.
In the amended notice of hearing, does Mr. Markel offer to settle the divorce?
He does.
Okay, and what is he saying about the settlement?
One of the suggestions is neither party will seek to relocate in the future with the children without the consent of the other party. If the offer above is not accepted by the deadline, then it fast forward, Mr. Markel will file his motions and memoranda and supporting documents that detail how Ms. Adelson failed to disclose substantial assets in violation of the Florida rules and the master settlement agreement. How Ms. Adelson fraudulently induced the settlement, how she made numerous instances of demonstrably false testimony before the court and under oath in deposition, how she ignored court orders, discovery requests, and made false responses to the latter.
And Wendi Adelson was a lawyer, member of the Florida Bar at the time, right?
She was.
May still be, I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
If this offer is not accepted by the deadline, Mr. Markel will file his motion and memoranda of law and supporting documents, and these will allege and with other evidence demonstrate that Ms. Adelson engaged in misconduct, including but not limited to filing a frivolous petition to relocate that had already been deemed impossible to win by another board certified lawyer, standing by silently while her client divulged privileged attorney-client information, advising Ms. Adelson to interfere with Mr. Markel's parental rights.
And I think there's one more. Yeah.
And becoming a willing instrumentality of or participant in Ms. Adelson's financial misconduct related to the disclosures and discovery process related therein.
So he's going after Wendi and he's going after her lawyer as well, right?
That's correct.
And does Wendi Adelson forward this email to the defendant?
She does.
All right, let's go to tab JJ, please.
I object to this being shown. The exhibit hasn't been entered into evidence. I know that most of this will be. However, I'm objecting to this being shown to the jury and specifically the testimony concerning this based on the proffer that we had earlier.
You may lay the foundation as to JJ miscapplement, but until it is in fact entered, there is to be no publication for the jury.
Harvey does look like Nebercracker. Just me. I'm going to find a picture of Nebercracker and make it a logo like Land of the Lost Chaka. Nebercracker. Motion granted. Agreed. The jury is there now. Yes, the jury is now. This is a witness who is testifying about all of the divorce filings and all of the emails that Donna wrote to Wendi telling her what to do to show her state of mind and her knowledge of what was going on in the divorce proceedings, which all goes to motive.
What is the document in JJ?
The former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that includes the allegations, grandma says you're stupid?
Please have the foundation for giving the contents of the document. Ms. Kappelman, objection is sustained.
Are you familiar with the contents of the motion?
I am.
Okay. And are the contents of that motion present in an email that was dated before the filing of the motion on 12/17/13? I'm referring to JJ.2.
Yes, the email is a forwarded email. The original email is 12/16 and it was forwarded on 12/17.
Okay, so who sent the email on 12/16?
Dan Markel sent the email to Wendi Adelson and their parenting coordinator.
Right, and then you say it was forwarded. Who
It was
was it forwarded to?
To donnaharvey@gmail.com.
Okay, and that was on 12/17/13.
That's correct.
And did someone respond to the email?
They did.
And what did the person say?
Wow, with an exclamation point.
Okay, and the contents of JJ, that motion that was ultimately filed, were they also, you mentioned they were sent to the parenting coordinator. Did the parenting coordinator give a response to Dan Markel's allegations? And I'm referring to JJ.3.
Yes, this is another one of those convoluted emails, but yes.
Okay, so the parenting coordinator, you mentioned that the original email was sent.
So
To-
12/16, Dan Markel sent the email. 12/17, it was forwarded to Donna Adelson. 12/18, the parenting coordinator replied.
All right, and the parenting coordinator's reply, was that then forwarded to the defendant as well?
Yes.
And so on that, is part of that thread a second version of this content that we're talking about that Dan Markel is alleging?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it was sent to the Donna Harvey email twice.
Correct.
And the second time it was sent, the one that includes the parenting coordinator's response, how is that email addressed?
Dear mom and dad, here's the Skype phone plan for the holidays. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if you just follow it. Love me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence state 60.
Any objection, state 60?
We would object to JJ coming in with the attachments.
State 60 is admitted except for JJ. Any remaining portions of the foundation as to JJ may be laid through additional witnesses.
All right, the hearing on this motion that Dan Markel filed, was it ever conducted? This JJ motion?
I believe it was.
The grandma motion was heard?
I'm trying to figure out the dates here.
We're starting a playlist, and just a technical perjury suggests
There was,
Mother Knows Best from the movie Tangled. Thank you for tuning in from Norway and for your super chat, and I've already put it on the list. Our list is growing, we think, in song lyrics. Feel free to suggest a song. Georgia Kappelman has body language that I'm not really a huge fan of. The way she's been crossing her arms in front of her chest like the entire time. And, you know, she's got a lot of body language, a lot of hands, you know, like her hand on her. I don't know. I mean, people say she's an excellent attorney. I'm not a really big fan of the window pane plaid blazer, just my own personal opinion. I wouldn't wear it, but the body language is a little off-putting to me. I don't know how the jury's going to feel about it. Let me know what you think. This is Nebercracker up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. See? Nebercracker was from the Karen Reed trial, because everything goes back to the Karen Reed trial for us. And Little Cupcake has given us a little synopsis of Nebercracker and why it's important. Nebercracker was the caricature nickname assigned to Officer John O'Keefe by his resentful neighbor Chris, Julie, and Colin Albert. Canton top dogs were salty now that John was in their territory. Yeah, and also Nebercracker was the get off my lawn guy. Get off my lawn. I think he looks like Nebercracker. The other vote was for the Jeff Dunham puppet. This one? Is this the one you guys are talking about? I put that one up in the your right hand corner now, but I gotta go with Nebercracker on this one. I gotta go with Harvey equals Nebercracker. But you guys can vote on it maybe later. All right, moving on.
The hearings continue to get reset.
Okay, and what prevented the hearing from occurring?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge and lack of foundation.
Overrule if the witness, through his investigation, is aware, he may answer the question as his knowledge on that ground.
I mean, maybe it's just me, but also look, this is the 5th time she's tried this case, right? She's been the prosecutor on every single trial for the Adelson family and for the murder of Dan Markel, but it looks to me like she's also doing a lot of eye rolling, and I think she needs to get her eye rolls under control. That's my own personal opinion. Some people may like it. You know I'm snarky, so I do like the snark. I just don't know if the jury is going to play into that. Little eye rolling, right? Watch, I'm going to take it back just a little smidge. Look, the finger on the chin, and then she does a little eye roll, closes her eyes and keeps them closed for a while, like she's just over it. Is it me? Am I being too sensitive? Because, you know, it's not the 5th time that this jury has heard this set of facts. People think she looks bored. Watch for the eye rolls.
No, the hearings continue to get reset.
Okay, and what prevented the hearing from occurring?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge and lack of foundation.
Overrule if the witness, through his investigation, is aware, he may answer the question as his knowledge on that ground.
Eventually, Mr. Markel was murdered.
Before the hearing took place.
Yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Jamie says it's her disdain for Donna. Yeah, but I don't think it should be that palpable to the jury, you know? Jeff Richards says wrong. But I think it's important. I think the jury pays attention to the nonverbal cues, right, and the body language. And in my opinion, I don't think that a jury is going to be impressed by that. So, you know, let's FF a little bit. Going to sidebar. She's no Ellen Jackson, that's for sure, says Patty. I know, I think we're spoiled. I'm going to text Jimmy and see if he's in the overflow room because I don't see him in the courtroom. Unless he's on the side that we can't really see. It's her 5th trial. Yeah, isn't that what I said?
Morning.
Okay, so I want you to turn to
Oh,
B.
this is the 6th?
I think it's
6th?
point 4.
All right, so wait, we're on cross already? Hold on.
Point 4. Turn to B. And I think it's point 4. B4. That does that email indicate that it's who the sender is?
It says Donna Harvey Adelson.
Not Donna?
No.
Okay, and then is there any, love mom or anything like that at the end of that email?
There's not.
So you don't know who sent that, do you?
Oh, so now Donna's going to throw Harvey under the bus too. Okay. Throw Wendi under the bus, throw Harvey under the bus, throw everyone under the bus, Donna. Donna's 75 years old. She's been in jail since her arrest in 2023, right? Right after Charlie's conviction. when she was getting on a plane with Harvey, by the way, with a one-way ticket to Vietnam. One-way tickets. He was going with her. They shared an email address, which is not uncommon, I think, for people of a certain age. And for, you know, when the beginning of the internet started and everyone had an AOL address, a lot of people shared emails.
Let me go through it again. No.
Let's try and refrain from F word in chat, if you don't mind, because YouTube doesn't like it.
And I want you to turn to JJ2.
Renee, there are no stupid questions. Renee says, sorry for such a dumb question, but is this a new jury from the others who were tried and convicted? Yes, every single defendant, every single trial gets a new jury. The juries don't sit on all the cases. So this is a brand new jury. They just picked this jury last week. New jury, 12 jurors and 2 alternates. I don't know, somebody put in the chat before asking whether Carl and I merged our channels. I don't know why anybody would think that. That was weird. That was a weird question here. I'm confused. Did Melanie and Carl merge channels? I don't know where that came from, Ashley. I don't have no idea what you're talking about. Were you trying to watch me and you got to him, or vice versa? That's very bizarre. But no, we certainly did not. I've never met Carl Steinbeck, and I've never done a screen with him. So that's a weird question, but maybe you can explain to me why you thought that. Thanks, here we go.
So that one-word response is from the shared email address of Donna Harvey, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that emails from Donna Adelson are much lengthier than a one-word response?
They generally are.
I want you to turn to Y2.
Motion to speed him up? Okay, granted.
When Ms. Kappelman was questioning you about that, you testified that the email says, so at the moment she will not be allowed to relocate. You didn't finish the rest of what that email, the rest of that sentence. Isn't it true? It says, unless at some point in the future, Danny chooses to move. If he chooses to move, then Wendi can relocate.
Yes.
Now the June, let's see. Now, after the relocation was denied, my client sent that lengthy email. I believe it's at Z2.
Yes.
Isn't it true that although my client made these suggestions, that Wendi Adelson later responded and said, I'm not doing this?
I do recall an email from Wendi saying, Mom, I'm not doing this.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Did relocation happen for Wendi and the boys?
After the murder,
Where did they move after the murder?
a couple blocks away from Donna and Harvey Adelson. Well, they moved in with Donna and Harvey Adelson for about a year, and then permanently to a location a couple blocks away.
No further questions.
You may step down just to get a new one.
Right
Or you
after
recall
his
then
murder,
by stage when you finish.
Potentially, Judge.
they moved in. with Harvey and Donna. And then they moved a couple of
Members of the
blocks
jury, does
away.
anyone need to take a restroom break before we proceed forward? Please raise your hands if you do. Very well, please call your next witness.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Here comes Wendi. Here comes Wendi. Tell your friends. Wendy's coming. Well, they're taking a
Getting
sidebar.
started very quickly within the next few minutes. We anticipate getting started very quickly within the next few minutes. Please rise when the jury enters and exits.
Okay, so I'm not sure if they're doing something outside presence of the jury or if the jury is taking a bathroom break, but let's fast forward because we got room.
Statement. Mr. Lauro, I had not forgotten about you, sir. You may come up to make your statement.
Is this Wendy's attorney?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
John Lauro on behalf of Wendi Adelson. Your Honor, we previously filed a motion to make a brief statement before Ms. Adelson testifies. We'd like to make clear for the record that she is appearing pursuant to a state subpoena that by law furnishes her with use and derivative use immunity. But for this subpoena, she would assert her Fifth Amendment rights with respect to every question that the state would ask relevant to this matter. We also believe that the use and derivative use immunity covers cross-examination to the extent that it involves responsive and relevant questions as well.
The court has previously ruled concerning this matter that the immunity that is being conferred by the state's subpoena does extend to cross-examination and that she is appearing to answer questions under this immunity. One matter that had come up, Mr. Lauro, after the conclusion of the hearing that we previously had, in making sure that there is a complete record as to your client's indication of her right to not incriminate herself. She was not present during the hearing, therefore the defense could not take a proffer. Once the examination has occurred pursuant to the state subpoena, the defense is wanting to take a proffer. As to that, any questions in which she believes she needs to properly invoke, you may advise her to do so, and I will make a ruling from there whether there is, in fact, any proper basis that is both relevant and would not go to the right of self-incrimination. Ultimately, you may advise your client concerning these matters as it relates to the defendant's proffer out of the presence of the jury. Do you need to be heard in any way concerning this?
No, Your Honor, we'll just need a brief moment to consult, obviously, after we hear the proper questions.
That's fine.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party need to be heard further before the examination begins pursuant to the state's subpoena?
Yes, sir.
There you are. You may take your seat, Mr. Lauro. You can bring back in the jurors when you're ready.
Okay, use and derivative use immunity. In Florida, use and derivative use immunity prohibits the government from using a witness's compelled testimony and any evidence directly or indirectly derived from that testimony against them in a criminal proceeding. While this form of immunity provides protection for the direct statements made and any evidence discovered because of those statements, it does not grant transactional immunity. Oh, here comes Wendi.
Good morning. If you
She's
can just
looking,
take your seat
she's
for
looking
right now.
spiffy today. Hold on. I'm going to put this back on normal speed. We got to watch the walk-in. We got to watch the walk-in. Here we go. She's wearing, if you're not looking, it looks to be like a suit dress, navy blue, V-neck, above the knee. Here comes Wendi. Will she get new silver bracelets? We'll see.
Good morning. If you can just take your seat for right now, I will swear you in when the jurors re-enter the room.
Is her mother smiling at her? Is it true that they have not spoken? Is it true that Wendi and Donna have not spoken since Donna's been in jail
Believe, even
since
though the
2023?
jurors
Is there
indicated
any
they did
truth
not
to
have
that?
to Go to the bathroom at this point. If we are once again dealing with the needs of 14 people, they might be in the bathroom. so
She's lovingly looking
wait
at
for the
Wendi.
knock.
Donna is. Yeah, she might not have gotten the back of her head with her flat iron. You know, that's sometimes that happens. No shade. Highlights on point. Looking a little nervous.
They've
that we have a few jurors that do need to use the restroom. If anyone needs to stretch their legs or use the
Restroom
bathroom
break for the
themselves,
jury.
please take your opportunity now. Once we start with the testimony, again, the door will remain closed if you exit. Go ahead. Oh, before you leave the room, Ms. Fulford, once again, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to reiterate the instruction that I gave to you last Friday concerning any reactions that you may have to either the testimony or the evidence in the case. I understand this may be a distressing thing for your child to be offering testimony in your trial. However, you are to control your expressions and your emotions. Do you understand this? Everyone can take their break.
She's being admonished
You need to step down until it's time to testify. You may do so as well.
from showing any emotion because she was admonished by the judge last week when she started crying when they were showing, I think, crime scene photos and or autopsy photos. Is she trying not to look at her mother, or is she looking at her mother? Bathroom break for the jury. Good. We have time to FF. We might be getting to real time, you guys. It's very exciting. Wendi wears headphones because she has an earwax problem, I think, or ear canal problem.
Oh, sorry to pop you down. They're coming back in.
Sorry to pop you down. Wendi is very pretty. She's a very attractive woman.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
Is it just me, or does Donna Adelson's female attorney look like she could be her sister? Yeah, it looks like she's trying so hard to get Wendy's attention.
You
But she's
swear
not.
or affirm the testimony you will give today in this trial will be the truth. You may be seated. Please adjust the microphone as you need to so you can be clearly heard. Ms. Kappelman, you may examine.
Please state your name and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Ms. Adelson, where are you from?
I'm from Coral Springs, Florida.
And you live in another state now currently, right?
I do, yes, ma'am.
All right. How are you employed?
I'm an immigration attorney
How long have you been an attorney?
since 2006.
And you're here.
I'm sorry, she doesn't have to say where she lives right now. She lives in another state, but we're not going to ask her where she lives. Is she in Witsec? I heard somebody say that she had moved to Texas. Why is that off limits? Curious.
Attorney
Since 2006.
Hold on.
currently, right?
I do, yes, ma'am. Florida.
And you live in another state now currently, right?
I do, yes, ma'am.
All right. How are you employed?
I'm an immigration attorney
How long have you been an attorney?
since 2006.
And you're here pursuant to a state subpoena, is that correct?
Yes,
And that subpoena confers a type of immunity on you. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Which means that nothing you say here in court pursuant to that subpoena can be used against you at a later time. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean you could never be prosecuted. It just means that what you say in court could not be used in any future prosecution. Do you understand that?
Yes.
See, it doesn't mean she can't be prosecuted. It just means what she testifies to in this trial on direct and cross, the judge said, cannot be used against her, but it does not prevent the state from filing charges against her if they have other evidence against her, but they can't use this testimony against her. Picking up what I'm laying down here? Okay.
I want to ask you about your ex-husband, Daniel Markel. Is that a fair and accurate photo of Mr. Markel?
Yes.
When did you meet him?
We met originally online. It must have been the fall of my first year of law school, so 2003.
Okay. And when did you marry Mr. Markel?
We married in February of 2006.
Were you living in Tallahassee at some point as a married couple?
Yes.
When did you move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee my final year of law school. So that would have been in the summer of 2005. And we were here from 2005 till 2006. We spent a year at the University of Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then came back to Tallahassee from 2007 until 2014.
All right. And during the time that you were living here in Tallahassee, did you live over on Trescott Drive?
For some of the time that we lived here, yes.
And when your first child was born, were you residing at the Trescott Drive residence at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have a photo of that here. Is that the Trescott Drive residence?
Yes.
And how many children did you have with Mr. Markel?
We have 2 children.
What were their ages at the time of their father's death?
It was 10 days before my older son's 5th birthday. So he was 4 turning 5. And our younger son was 3.5. The boys are 14 months apart.
And did there come a time when you and Mr. Markel separated?
Yes.
When was the separation?
It was in the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was mine.
How did your ex take that news?
Well, we talked about it many times before it actually happened, but when the separation became official, he was very upset.
And even though there were problems and issues and discussions, it was a surprise to him when it actually happened, right?
It was.
Okay. And was part of the reason for the separation your differing views on how to raise the kids pursuant to the Jewish faith?
I'd say it was a very small part, but it was a part.
Did you consider your ex to be a religious zealot?
No, I didn't think he was a religious zealot, but I did think he was using religion as a way of controlling me.
Okay. Did you think he was more devout in his faith than you were?
I don't know that. I feel like devoutness has to do with maybe a relationship with God, and I don't know that his was more strong than mine, but he was more observant of kosher rules than I was.
Okay. Can you explain for the jury what those imply? For those of us
Sure.
that don't know?
So keeping kosher has to do with separating.
Wait, did they meet on JDate? Does anybody know? She said they met online. Was it JDate? Did she ever say what app they met on? I'm curious.
Milk from meat, something like you can't eat a cheeseburger. And it has to do with the ritual way that animals are killed. So certain meats would be considered kosher or non-kosher. And then things like shellfish are not allowed, or pork would not be allowed. And so his beliefs changed over time. We used to have bacon, and then bacon became a no later on.
All right. And those rules were something that he was wanting to impose on the children, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you were less interested in those kosher rules?
it was less important to me.
All right. Were both you
All right,
and
that's
Mr.
just
Markel
so
raised
disingenuous.
with-
He's using religion to control you, and you met on a Jewish dating app. You met on JDate, but now you're going to use the religion to your advantage when it suits you. Oh, I can see where this girl's going.
within the Jewish faith?
We were, yes.
Sorry, take that back a question.
And those kosher rules?
It was less important to me.
All right. Were both you and Mr. Markel raised within the Jewish faith?
We were, yes.
When you separated from Mr. Markel, did you move out of the marital home while he was on a business trip?
I did, yes.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I went to another property that I had rented for the boys and me.
Was that at 3303 Aqua Ridge Way?
Yes,
Was that located in Leon County?
yes.
What was the custody arrangement? Broad terms are fine for this time frame during the separation.
I think we were just trying to figure out how to make it work. We didn't have any formal custody arrangement at that time. I remember his parents came to town that weekend and I made sure that he had the boys that weekend. We were just trying to figure out how to make it work until we had something formal.
Was the arrangement roughly 50-50 or something else?
It would have been roughly 50-50.
Okay. And were you mixing it up during the week, or was it a week on, week off situation?
It wasn't week on, week off. We didn't settle into that until the first summer, or maybe the second summer. I don't remember. That was more of a summer arrangement. But it was 50-50 and definitely a mix during the week.
Okay, pause. She just might be worse than Jen McCabe. The jury's out on that right now. She moved out of the house while her husband was on a business trip and had already went out and rented an apartment for her and the kids. Was that a surprise to him? Was it a shock to him? Did he not know? Did her mother help her? Was she being abused? Because I don't think there's ever been any allegations of abuse here. That is wild to me. Something is not kosher about this. Excuse the pun. He was stunned, right? That takes a lot of planning. That's premeditation. And why did she want to leave? Was she cheating? I have no idea. It's new to me. I'm an Adelson virgin. Obviously, she was looking for a Jewish husband. Her mother wanted her to have a Jewish husband because you guys are telling me her mother looked at JDate with her and picked Dan Markel. Didn't he go to Harvard?
We didn't settle into that until the first summer, or maybe the second summer. I don't remember. That was more of a summer arrangement. But it was 50-50 and definitely a mix during the week.
Okay. I'm gonna publish what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Your petition. Was your mom, Donna Adelson, involved at all in drafting your divorce documents?
No.
Did she ever make any edits to any of the filings that you made pursuant to your divorce?
I think she made suggestions, but I had an attorney, a very good attorney, helping me through the process. So she wasn't editing legal documents.
Did you ever forward any of your mom's suggestions to your lawyer?
I probably did.
And when you did that, would you attribute them to your mom, or would you just forward them along without noting whether they were your questions or your mom's questions?
I honestly don't remember.
Was this a contentious divorce?
It was.
As part of your divorce, did you file a petition to ask the court for permission to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And I think that was your amended petition. Not sure if we can see that very well. Here we go. It says the wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who was the close family that was available in South Florida for the boys?
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
Why did you want to move to South Florida?
I had very unstable employment in Tallahassee. I had a wonderful job, but it was on grant money. So year to year, I never knew if I would still have my job. I had a job offer that was very good in South Florida. And the assumption was that Danny was always going to be at a different school, a better school. He used to joke that he would take one bar exam for every 2 bar exams that I had to take while we moved around the country. And so it seemed like a way of having stability while he was climbing up the law professor ladder to be ultimately at Harvard or Yale.
And was relocation important to you?
It was, in terms of having a safe and stable place for my kids.
Did you consider having to live here in Tallahassee being stuck? Or had you referred to it previously as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I mean, I may have. The idea of being stuck is if you don't have permission to live anywhere you want to live. But I had a nice quality of life here.
Did you consider the worst case scenario?
Stop. Girl, you're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. You know that when you get divorced, you can't relocate your kids 8 hours from your co-parent. It just doesn't happen ever, like ever. Yeah, I would call it being stuck if I couldn't move to where I wanted to move to.
To be that you would end up stuck here in Tallahassee if your petition was denied?
I don't know. I mean, at the time, I may have felt that way.
Okay.
don't know?
Might you have sent an email to a friend on March 24th of 2013 indicating, quote, "I do fear that the worst case scenario that could happen is that I will be stuck here in Tallahassee"?
It's possible that I sent that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that item?
I'm happy to.
It's on tab 6 on one
Okay,
of those
the
binders.
wide-eyed doe, I'm real innocent look with the extra Botox above the arch of the eyebrows. That's how you can tell when someone has a lot of Botox, because they have a super duper arch. Is Tallahassee that bad? I don't know. How old is Wendi? I don't know. But the doe-eyed, real innocent look is not playing with me. Is it playing for you? It's my first experience. I'm a Wendi Adelson virgin. Look at, wait, I gotta take off the cap. Look at the smirk. I'm gonna use that later. Look at the smirk. I'd be happy to look at it. She's not like Jennifer McCabe, and that Jennifer McCabe would be like, oh, well, if you have it there, you can show it to me. You can show it to me. If you have it there, let me see it. This is 200 pages. I'm not going to read through this whole entire thing. She's the princess. Wendy's the princess. Princess Wendi gets whatever she wants, and she has ever since she was a little girl.
One of you, let me see which one it is.
It's going to be this one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, big binder. Every chance she gets, she will dig Dan. You're right. Numbercracker. Numbercracker has entered the chat. There he is. Oh, come on. He totally looks like Nebbercracker, you guys. Look at Nebbercracker in your upper right-hand corner. And he just looked at Nebbercracker.
I see it's highlighted. So yes.
Okay, and did you also email a friend around the same time frame regarding life in Tallahassee couldn't compare to the life that you would be able to enjoy in South Florida with your brother, Charlie, and his boat and pool and hot tub and things like that?
It's certainly possible.
Okay, that's on tab 7. Please refresh your recollection.
This is her performance of a lifetime, MCC. She's showing mom her performance of a lifetime. Get off my lawn.
Yes.
And in fact, didn't you use the word stuck in your actual motion for relocation?
I think we just read it with the last witness.
See if we can get there. Here, the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
So my attorney did write that, and that sounds right.
Did Tallahassee feel claustrophobic to you?
Well, at this point in time, Danny was making lots of unplanned announcements to my office where we work together. So
Danny was making lots of unplanned announcements to my office. I'm sorry, my bullshit button might have covered up what she said, so I'm going to take it back a question. Yeah, my lawyer wrote that. Wendi, you're a lawyer. You reviewed every single pleading before it was filed. Your excuses are not going to work with me. They're just not. Do they work with you guys? I had to take it back a little bit.
In Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
So my attorney did write that, and that sounds right.
Did Tallahassee feel claustrophobic to you?
Well, at this point in time, Danny was making lots of unplanned announcements to my office where we work together. So I would see him at work. I never knew when he was showing up. So I'm sure, this is 12 years ago that's how I felt at that time.
Okay, but outside of the context of your relationship with Dan Markel, did you ever express that just the smallness and slowness of Tallahassee made you feel claustrophobic?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 8 to refresh your recollection.
I don't remember saying that. Claustrophobic. He was doing the drop-in to her office. He was just showing up unannounced. How dare he?
Yes,
Believe
I
the
can.
binder is up on the witness stand. Ms. Kettleman, does the defense have a copy of the same binder?
No, Your Honor. I'll show them the tab.
Please do.
So she's about 46 right now, Norman?
That's a dense one. Were you able to find it?
I did. I found it's part of a sentence. Can I read the whole sentence?
Sure.
Tallahassee feels claustrophobic at times, given its smallness and slowness, and the fact that my friends cycle through here with transient regularity. So yes, at that moment in time, that's how I was feeling in 2013.
And relocation was pending at the time that you were feeling that way in that moment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And relocation was also very important to your mother, wasn't it?
Yes,
All right. And did you have some discussions with your mother about relocation?
I did.
And was that during that time frame when it was pending?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see your mother in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
My mom is right. I can't see her clothes from here, but she's directly across from me.
All right. Is she wearing?
I can't see her close from here. Oh, this is a great. My freeze game is on point today. Look at Donna. Wendy's acknowledging me. Oh, Wendi. Oh, Wendi, look what I did for you, Wendi. I got rid of your husband so you can move and be near me because you were so claustrophobic in Tallahassee. It's coming. They may, they could arrest her like right after the conviction of Donna. They could just like cuff Wendi. Although I don't think Wendy's going to come back after her testimony today. Do you think she's going to come back? If she's released from the subpoena today, she's allowed to come back and sit in the courtroom. Do you think she will? I don't think so. She hasn't spoken to her mother since she's been in prison or in jail, I mean. I can't see her from here. I got to hear that again. Here's where she starts to throw her mother under the bus to save her own ass.
And relocation was pending at the time that you were feeling that way in that moment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And relocation was also very important to your mother, wasn't it?
Yes,
All right. And did you have some discussions with your mother about relocation?
I did.
And was that during that time frame when it was pending?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see your mother in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
My mom is right. I can't see her clothes from here, but
How far could she be
she's
away?
directly across from me.
How
All
big
right,
is
and
this
she-
courtroom? How far away could her mother be? How far? Describe her. She's the woman with gray hair or salt and pepper hair wearing the headphones. The record needs to be clear.
Wearing a headset on her head?
No,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
All right. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Your record will reflect.
Your mom didn't want you to be stuck in Tallahassee either, did she?
She did not.
She wanted the best for you, right?
She saw the best for me as not being in Tallahassee. Yes,
That's right. She referred to being in Tallahassee that you were a hostage and a prisoner, right?
yes, she did.
Hostage and a prisoner.
Oh no.
Oh no, what?
Clickergate continues.
Oh, Clickergate, she said. Clickergate has entered the chat. Thanks, Georgia. Clickergate. Guess they're having problems with their presentation. Everyone smash the like button while we're thinking about it.
Prisoner. Close enough.
Oh, Kelly, I have a top on. It's just pink. I know. Do I look naked or should I put a sweater on? Thanks, Kelly, for your 10. Full California, no top. I'm glad I'm back too.
Did your mom express concerns that as a Tallahassee native, the judge presiding over your relocation motion would underestimate how much better it would be for you to live in South Florida?
She did.
Better it would be for you to live in South Florida.
Hold on. Ironically,
Would
it says in the highlighted portion of this, highlighted in yellow, you do not have to be a prisoner in Tallahassee to accomplish this. You know what's ironic about that? Is that her mother is now a prisoner in Tallahassee. Because you can't make this up. You can't make this up. These are Donna's words. You do not have to be a prisoner in Tallahassee to accomplish this. Yeah, but you do. This is point number 7 in one of the many emails of Donna Adelson. Negotiate, exclamation point. Let him know that you want him to see his children. How can we accomplish this? Give up some of your alimony and or pay all or part of his flights to visit the kids. How can we accomplish this? Compensate him in some way. Explain to him that you want the boys and him to have a relationship. You do not have to be a prisoner in Tallahassee to accomplish this. Wow. She's so sacrificial. Oh, did she say clothes? Not close? I thought she said clothes too, except for that when I listened to it again, it sounded like she said, I can't see close from here. Maybe that's just her accent, her Floridian accent. I don't know. Either way, how could she not see what she's wearing? Because maybe she needs her contacts? I don't know. Moving on.
Underestimate how much better it would be for you to live in South Florida.
She did.
All right, let me ask you a few questions about your parents. Your mom is Donna Adelson. Who's your dad?
My dad is Harvey Adelson.
And where did your parents, I think you said they were in Coral Springs back in 2012?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? Okay. How long had they lived in the Coral Springs area?
I was born there. So from, I think they started living there when my oldest brother was born. So since the early 70s.
So fair to say they had deep roots there in that area.
Yes.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom had with your kids during the time frame we're talking about? So separation to murder time frame?
It was very close. My mom taught my boys how to read. She taught them how to play chess. It was very close.
Were your parents employed during that time frame?
Yes.
What kind of work did they do?
My dad was a dentist and my mom was the office manager for the dental practice.
All right. And what about your brother, Charlie? Did he have a role there as well?
He was a periodontist. And so I believe at some point he purchased the practice. I don't remember what year that was. But
oh, please, you've reviewed all your testimony 700 times. You know what year that was. I know what year that was. The people in the chatters know what year that was. I forget exactly right now, but he was a traveling periodontist. A traveling periodontist. For the love of the traveling periodontist. I've changed for the love of the traveling Mary for this trial too. For the love of the traveling periodontist. He sold the practice to Charlie and then Charlie sold it back 3 years later. That's as much research as I've done on this. TBH.
he would sometimes work from my dad's office and sometimes work from other offices around South Florida.
Was the dental practice, the family dental practice, a successful business?
I believe it was. My family never discussed money or finances with me, but I believe it was doing well.
Did you discuss your marital problems and resulting legal issues with your mom?
I did.
About relocation, but in general, you did talk about your woes with your mom.
I did.
Okay. And I think you said you did send many of your divorce pleadings to her. Is that right?
I did.
What about your dad? What was his role in reference to your divorce?
I want to get Harvey too.
I don't remember exactly. My parents have a shared email. So when I send an email to one of them, I would send it. It was being sent to both, but I don't know who was reading what or at what time.
Is it fair to say they were both welcome to read whatever you sent to that email address?
Yes.
And both welcome to reply as well?
Yes.
Who would reply more frequently, your mom or your dad? To those
My mom
types?
would reply more frequently.
Who took more of an interest in the day-to-day ins and outs of your litigation?
Probably my mom.
Okay. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
Not
Is your mom
anymore.
an emotional person?
Yes.
What about your dad? Is he emotional as well?
I think so.
Okay. Did you previously say he was more of a straight shooter and mom was more emotional?
I think so, but I think women tend to be more emotional and men tend to be less emotional.
Okay.
Nice stereotype, Wen.
I am going to admit state 60 JJ at this time. Is there any objection the defense wishes to raise?
Yes, Your Honor. Same objection.
The court admits it over objection. For the record, you may continue.
And I think
All right, listen, hold on. Here's Harvey. And there's Nebercracker in the upper left-hand corner. People are arguing, saying it should be Jeff Dunham's puppet. Who is this guy, I guess? I got to go with Nebercracker on this one, only because it ties into the Karen Reed trial. So, sorry. But I'm going to make an executive decision to overrule. For me, he's Nebercracker.
The court admits it over objection. For the record, you may continue.
Get off my lawn.
And I think that's the same exhibit that's in State 64AA, Judge. It's not necessary to have duplicates, but because of the way the evidence came out in this trial, that is present in State 64 as well.
States 64AA is admitted. As far as the final record, if you wish to remove one, you may, but both are admitted for the record.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Is it fair to say that your mom, the defendant, is a controlling person?
I don't think my mom is a controlling person.
Did you say at one time back in 2013 that your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
I may have said that.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
I can.
It's tab 45 in the binder in front of you.
She's, Kappelman's a little bored. On and off with the glasses. Would you like to refresh your memory? Attorney Wendi. Tab 40, go.
I'm not seeing it. Is it highlighted or is it just in the, it's a long, oh, no.
Not seeing it. Did you highlight it for me? Because I didn't take Evelyn Wood's speed reading course. Oh, is that Dan Markel's mom?
Walk up and show the witness the portion of what you wish for her to read to herself.
I will, Judge.
Get up there, Georgia, with your yellow highlighter.
This is 3, I think.
This is like it's like a mob family. Wendi isn't Brian McCabe, Jen McCabe, she's Brian Albert. People that are not into this, somebody said to me that for you guys who have been following this through 5 trials or however many there's been, this is like Hickey's already in jail, Brian Albert's already in jail, and now Jen McCabe is on trial. Can you see the excitement here? Because when that happens for us, we're going to be just as excited. And she's full of shit. This woman is full of shit. Her Innocence Act is... She's like the fox guarding the hen house.
Did you previously say your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
Emotional subterfuge.
What is meant by that?
I honestly don't know what I meant at the time.
But not that she's controlling.
I don't think that's what I meant.
Did Dan Markel have a hard time understanding some of your mom's behaviors?
I don't remember that.
Well, did she think you incapable of driving to South Florida by yourself with the kids? This is back when they were little.
Yeah, I don't think she thought I was incapable, but I was breastfeeding and it was helpful to have someone with me.
So what was her practice to avoid you having to do that?
One of my parents would come with me for the long drive.
So they would rent a car, come up here, ride back with you, and then follow the same procedure to get you home.
They would drive with me if I was down there, back up, and then rent a car to come home.
I'm sorry. Are there no flights? Are there no flights from Coral Springs to Tallahassee? It's a 6.5-hour drive and you're breastfeeding, really? How engorged were you by the end of that 6.5-hour drive? If you know, you know. They have $8 million in cash in the bank. Could they not fly? Oh, I'm sorry about the language. If you're listening at your desk or in your nail salon on that big screen, I will curb my language. They're the Sopranos of Tallahassee. Do they not have flights?
And did that procedure occur the week before the murder? There was a visit the week before the murder, correct?
I think it was 2 weeks before.
Okay. And on that trip, is that how it was handled, where they rented a car and came up to get you?
Yes.
Did your dad think that was necessary, or was that a mom thing?
No, my dad probably thought it was more necessary.
Okay. And did your dad make a practice of supporting whatever your mom wanted? Is that kind of the general rule?
Yeah.
Was she the dominant force in the household?
I mean, I think my dad had more of a quiet strength, so it's hard to say who was a dominant force. I think they were both equally strong in their parenting.
Okay. Did you previously describe this back in 2013 that your mom was the dominant force in the household? If you need to refresh, it's tab 97.
Okay.
She's already, she's preempting, refreshing. Jennifer says, I lived 8 hours from my mom, drove myself and my kids many
So
times.
this
You
one
can
goes
pull
up to
over.
93.
Except they
Is
had
it?
$8 million in cash in the bank. They could afford to fly. That's all I'm saying.
Got a few extras tucked in there. I'll just approach this copy.
Oh, okay.
Here's number cracker again. Again, Georgia with the eye rolls. You're going to have to dial it back a little bit, in my opinion.
Yes.
You did say mom was the dominant force in the household.
Yes.
Did your mom ever try to micromanage your life,
Yes.
your career?
I don't know about my career. I chose to be a lawyer. It wasn't a very popular choice in my household.
Yes, and there were different types.
It wasn't a popular. Did they want her to be a dental hygienist so she could also work in the practice? Or did they think she could maybe also be a dentist or an oral surgeon or a periodontist or give me another subspecialty in dentistry? So they could do it all under one roof. The periodontist, the general dentist, maybe they needed an oral surgeon. It wasn't a popular choice for her to become a lawyer? Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. I've noticed also it's impossible for her to close her mouth. She's got the perfect pout. Like this. She does not close her mouth ever. Have her lips always been this full and voluptuous? I need to go back to the prior trials and see if her lips have had a little work or if they've always been so voluptuous. I'm jelly.
Types of areas of law that she would have preferred you practice. Do you agree with that?
I actually think they were really proud of what I was doing.
Not to suggest she wasn't proud of you, but she was encouraging you to pursue a different type of law that would be more lucrative. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
And what about your dating life? Did she meddle there?
Yes.
Did she create a dating profile for you on Match.com?
I don't know if it was Match.com, but I do remember a dating profile at some point.
That she created for you.
I didn't use it, but yes.
And conducted searches for men in the Miami area and sent them to you.
I think this was when I was living in DC, maybe.
Okay, let's go forward a little bit here.
Oh, here we go. She was picking men for her. She's like a Yenta. Matchmaker,
All right, we'll get there.
matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find. Catch me a catch. That's going on the list. Matchmaker. Okay, here. She blew through this slide. I guess she didn't want to show it yet, but it says, you deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Don't let his temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. And then it says, written with hope and love, Mom and Dad. Law and Crime really needs to move their logo because it's blocking the exhibits. Thank you guys if you're listening. And also Emily, I cannot wait to see, see what I did there? Emily, see, I cannot wait to see your Wendi diary entry for today. And I hope it's like 20 pages long because you keep us laughing on the daily.
Okay, so here we have an email dated January 17th, 2013. For the record, this is 64I. And it reads, so honey, so you think I'm nuts, but when you get a moment, check out some of these whom I've pre-screened for you. And these are guys in Miami, right? After all, you're going to be in Miami here and there. Why not see who's out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And here's some options that she sent you. Here's an interesting guy, etc.
No,
Okay.
no, we don't like et cetera.
an
It says, okay, honey. Oops.
Some options that she sent you.
It says, okay, honey, so you think I'm nuts. But when you get a moment, check out some of these whom I've pre-screened for you. And then she puts their usernames: Warrior of Love 305, Lawyer, I like him, Lungman 111, Pulmonologist from Peru, AAPMD, another pulmonologist, looks interesting, Bobby Digital, another lawyer, Funny Sex, Jewish, AVP 82, worth a look. Worth a look. He's worth a look. He's worth a look. No big whoop. He's worth a look. You know, it doesn't hurt to look. Just sharing some interesting possibilities. After all, you're going to be in Miami here and there. Why not see what's out there? Why not? Why not see what's out there? And then she says, give him a look at least for me. And then it says, check out MAS in Miami. Lawyer. Interesting guy! Exclamation points. For the love of the traveling periodontist. Do it for your mother. Do it for your mother. Georgia is the attorney. Georgia Kappelman, she's the prosecutor.
Here's an interesting guy, etc.
The et cetera was the best
Okay.
part. Georgia. Why, Georgia, why? Going on the playlist right now, John Mayer. You know I love John Mayer. Why, Georgia, why?
Did you ever feel like your mom was walking all over you?
I don't remember feeling that way.
Okay. What about specifically regarding this divorce?
I don't. I mean, I had a really good attorney and I was making the decisions I wanted to make.
Okay. And did you, back in April of 2013, tell a friend that you were trying to find a way to coexist with your mom that didn't feel like she was trampling your autonomy?
I'm sure I said that in 2013.
How did your mom feel about Dan Markel in this time frame,
Don't you
2012 to
trample my
2016?
autonomy?
And I think a lot changed between 2012 and 2016. So I think her feelings about him changed over time.
Okay, and what about in 2016? Did she hate Dan Markel?
No, not in 2016.
What about 2014? Did she hate him then?
No.
Did you say in
I'm sorry, wait, wasn't he already dead in 2016? In 2014, wasn't that his murder? So why is she asking about 2016? He's already gone. He's already at the Endless Heaven buffet, according to Kathy, Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Wendy's like, I'm sorry, he was already at the Endless Heaven kosher buffet. Hold on. Listen, and there's no shade meant or no disrespect meant by any of my jokes. They're just jokes. We have to keep laughing, otherwise we're going to cry. Taking it back.
Markel?
No, not in 2016.
Okay, and
So I think her feelings about him changed over time.
okay, and what about in 2016? Did she hate Dan Markel?
No, not in 2016.
What about 2014? Did she hate him then?
No.
Did you say in, do you remember giving a law enforcement interview in reference to this case?
Yes, I remember.
That was the same day that Mr. Markel was shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you say in that interview, for court and counsel, I'm referring to page 288, lines 24 through 289, line 1, quote, my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else.
At that point, I was sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours and had just been told that Danny had been shot. So I was in shock and I was trying to help the police think of anything I could possibly think of that would be helpful.
And are you suggesting that after 6 hours?
Anything you could possibly think of, like that could be helpful? Like, for example, my brother Charlie used to joke about murdering him, but no, it just, I don't know. It was just a joke. Ocean Exploration says Donna hated him since their wedding day when Donna purposely didn't serve kosher food, something that was agreed upon. Is that true? Is that true? They agreed on a kosher menu and she didn't keep kosher for the wedding? What does that tell you? right away. That's so disrespectful. So disrespectful. Wow. My mother would never send me with a men to date. That's wild.
In shock, and I was trying to help the police think of anything I could possibly think of that
Like
would
my
be
brother.
helpful.
And are you
in shock and
suggesting that
horror.
after 6 hours you became fatigued to the point that you started saying things that weren't true?
No, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. I just was in shock. I just kept talking and talking and talking.
When your mom is
nervous
really
and
upset about something, does she talk about it a lot?
Yes,
And when she talks about it a lot, and I'm referring you back to this time frame, does she talk to your brother Charlie specifically a lot?
my mom and Charlie have always talked a lot.
That's weird too. Sorry. Not sorry.
And was Charlie kind of like your mom's problem solver?
I don't know about that. I kind of feel like it was where she would help him more throughout childhood and adulthood. She would help him solve problems, not really.
She definitely did a lot.
Oh, Charlie was the favorite. Charlie was a mama's boy. Little resentment went. Little resentment. Charlie got all the attention. Mommy always helps Charlie solve his problems, but not me. She has trouble acting normal when she's nervous. Name that tune. She always helped Charlie solve his problems, but not me.
Charlie kind of like your mom's problem solver.
I don't know about that. I kind of feel like it was where she would help him more throughout childhood and adulthood. She would help him solve problems, not really.
She definitely did a lot for him, didn't she?
She did.
She helped him with his business. She helped him with his personal life, his finances, his bills, remember to pay the whatever. She was like still mothering him into adulthood, right?
Yes.
Okay. But as far as meddling in your life, did your mom feel that Charlie could make more progress with you than she could on items like who you were going to date?
I would just be guessing about that.
Okay. At the time of Dan Markel's murder, was the defendant, your mother, very angry at Dan Markel?
Before he died?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And you hated him too, right?
At certain points, I was very frustrated with him.
Did you refer to him as an STD?
I don't remember saying
What?
that.
Tab 5.
An STD? Yeah, it's round here by the Counting Crows. It's on the playlist. I just put it on. I saw the Counting Crows front row this summer at Jones Beach. It was fabulous. Follow me on Instagram for all of my live music postings. I went live on Instagram from Dave Matthews the other night, and Will, the glarer, said he turned
looks
it
like
on.
I made that analogy.
Danny is an STD. One wrong mistake marrying him, and this will never go away. Is that what you said?
Oh
I
boy.
did.
Did you share that kind of sentiment with your mother?
I don't remember ever saying that, so I don't think it's something I said very often.
And this was said in an email on February 26th of 2013, correct?
It was.
Approximately 17 months before the murder?
Yes, I don't think it was an email though. It looks like it was sort of an iMessage.
Okay. Did you ever refer to your ex-husband as the Dark Lord?
I don't remember saying that, but I certainly might have.
The Dark Lord has entered the
Did
chat.
you refer to your ex-husband as Jibbers?
I did.
What is the meaning of Jibbers?
Oh, thanks.
Jibbers was just a silly name that a friend helped me come up with to basically make him feel less scary. It was
Did-
nonsense.
Make him-
Did it reference Jew in boots?
That I don't remember.
I'm sorry. Did it reference Jew in boots? Hold on. Sorry. I forgot. I closed the captions before when my screen game was, my freeze game was on point. So did she just look over? Is her friend in the courtroom? It was a nickname that my friend came up with, and she looks over like, sorry, throwing you under the bus too, girl.
That a friend helped. Jibbers was.
Husband as Jibbers.
I did.
What is the meaning of Jibbers?
Jibbers was just a silly name that a friend helped me come up with to basically make him feel less scary. It was
Did-
nonsense.
Did it reference Jew in boots?
That I don't remember.
Jew in boots?
It wasn't a friendly name, right?
It was a silly name.
Did you ever say that you hated Dan Markel?
I don't
Oh,
remember
oh,
saying
hold
it,
on,
but I
hold
certainly
on.
could have.
Hold on,
Have-
because the slide, Jew in boots. There's a Hebrew title. It looks like a play on Puss in Boots, the old fairy tale, like Puss in Boots. Come to your screen if you're not watching. And there it is. Did it refer to Jew in boots? Jew in boots has entered the chat. You learned that in summer school? Oh, Jim's forehead went to summer school with Auntie Deb. Yeah. Okay.
Dan Markel.
I don't remember saying it, but I certainly could have.
Tab 31, please, to refresh your memory.
Brother Rob married a Gentile and he's estranged. I heard he
I
might come
said
and
that I
testify.
hate him in this moment.
Oy vey. Oy vey, Ashmiya.
Okay, and did you say in that email, that same email, quote, I hate that I hate my children's dad?
I did.
And do you agree that email was sent approximately 15 months before Mr. Markel was murdered?
It was in April of 2013.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Wendy, did you ever think you'd wind up in this mishegosh, of a trial? Hold on. Hair behind shoulder.
That's 56, A, B, C, and 57.
George's got receipts, Wen.
Asked you about the Gibbers nickname. Did you have that nickname stored in your cell phone as Dan Markel's contact name?
I did.
I can show you these exhibits and ask if they're fair and accurate. Contacts 56A. Who is that a contact for? You know.
It's my mom's phone number. So that would have been, it's a picture of Ben as a little guy and my mom.
Okay, so fair and accurate contact
Yes.
from your phone for mom at that time.
Yes.
Okay, and then 56B,
That's my dad.
and that's his phone number.
It is.
Okay, 56C,
What was
That's
the
my brother.
nickname?
Charlie.
Yes.
Okay, fair
I'm sorry, what was the nickname for Dan in her phone? Was it Gibbers? Wild.
accurate phone number for him at that time.
Yes.
And then 57 is that
Gibbers,
the
okay.
contact you had in there for your ex-husband, Dan Markel.
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 56 and 57.
Any objection? States 56 and 57 are admitted at this time.
I can't get my eyebrows to go up that high, you guys. I need more Botox. Yeah, she's looking at all the papers. She's looked at all the papers at least Jimmy 3 times, Jimmy 2 times.
Did
All
you
the
ever refer to your ex-husband, Dan Markel, as an emotional terrorist?
Oh, an emotional.
I very well could have. I don't remember saying that, but
That one's on tab 34. I'm so sorry. Is that? Yes, I believe it is 34.
it is. I see it. I said it in December of 2013.
Approximately 7 months before his murder.
December to, yes, approximately 7 months.
And tab 35, in June of 2014, did you say of your ex-husband, I hate him so?
I hated him so. Is she in the 1860s? I hate him so.
I don't see it.
Are you on tab 35?
No, I was on tab 34. It's tab 35.
Sorry, yes.
I
The-
did
The
write
lips have
that.
not come to a full close yet.
And that was approximately 3 weeks before Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Lost my clicker.
More clicker gate. Thank you, no love of the traveling trooper.
Clickers are a real problem for me. All right, next I want to ask you
Hold
about.
on, I just heard a very loud sigh. For those of you who are new to the channel, welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're having fun. We have special emojis for members, and one of the emojis that we made during the Karen retrial was a sigh emoji. And it seems appropriate right now because I just heard her sigh really loudly into the mic, and I'm not talking about Wendi. I'm talking about Georgia. Why, Georgia? Why? Why, Georgia? Why? Stop rolling your eyes. Stop crossing your arms. Stop looking annoyed. Stop looking bored. Stop looking pissed off that you're trying this case for the 5th time or 4th time or however long. But I heard her sigh. I'm going to listen to it again. There it is.
All right, next I want to ask you about Mr. Markel's response to your petition to relocate. Is it fair to say he was adamantly opposed to that motion?
Yes.
All right, and you all fought over things large, of course, but also very small, like in this pleading, a tennis racket is mentioned, right? Of course, but also
Well,
very,
why did she skip right over it? I need to read it to you because this is important stuff. I know the jury's going to
very
get to bring it
small,
back
like
in the jury
this
room, but
pleading, a tennis
we're
racket
not.
is mentioned, right?
Yes.
And, oh, jumped ahead on us, okay.
Yes.
But also very small, like in this pleading, a tennis, or things.
It says the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to the marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. Another hot tip for anybody who's thinking about getting divorced or who may be in the middle of the divorce. You don't just take stuff. It's all got to be divided according to the community property laws of the state in which you are divorcing. You don't get to just take what you want when you get your secret apartment and then move out while your husband's on a business trip. Usually the assets are frozen until there is some sort of distribution order. But Wendi just takes what she wants.
Large, of course, but also very small, like in this pleading, a tennis racket is mentioned, right?
Yes.
And, oh, jumped ahead on us. Okay, let's go back. In Mr. Markel's response, and for court and counsel, this is page 82 of Exhibit 60. He indicates the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets,
I already read
including
it.
money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. Did you take those things when you vacated the property?
I did remember taking his tennis racket by accident and I returned that, but otherwise I didn't take his.
You don't take a tennis racket by accident. By accident, you took this was before pickleball, I imagine. So you don't just take a tennis racket by accident. It's a pretty big item. You might take a phone charger by accident thinking it was yours, but you don't take a tennis racket by accident. My bullshit meter is going off. Oh, sorry, if you're in a public place. And Laura Riker says, only with you could I endure this mishigas again. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're here for Wendi. And she does not disappoint. She does not disappoint.
Belongings.
Did you strategize to leave him in a way that would cause or inflict maximum damage upon him?
No.
Is that something your mom ever said?
I don't
To your
remember that.
knowledge? Did you discuss with your mom how and when you would leave your marriage?
I did.
Do you recall a 11, so November 2nd, 2012 email where Dan Markel was saying to you, you know, let's put all this aside. This is all about the kids. Let's act toward each other in a way that they can be proud of. Did he say that to you?
I remember reading an email like that.
Nana Bear, no, Wendi is
Right,
not
and we
charged.
talked about
Wendi is not charged yet.
the Aqua Ridge apartment, or I guess it was a home residence. Is this a fair and accurate photo? I've blurred your kids' faces, but of the living space there?
Thank you for doing that. Yes, that's our home.
Thank you for doing that.
And did your
Yes.
Let's go back because they didn't show it enough.
spaces, but of the living?
Here it is. The living space in the apartment that she secretly got and moved her children into. Is she going to say that it's not as good as where they were living before? Where's she going with this? We'll see.
Space there.
Thank you for doing that. Yes, that's our home.
And did your mom help you secure this place to live? Did you have any involvement in that?
She did.
Okay, what involvement did she have?
She helped me move in.
Did she
And
find it
did
for
she help
you?
you locate
and
the
pay
place
for
to
it?
live?
I think
At all?
so.
Okay. Did she come up and look at places with you as well?
We did.
Okay. Did Dan Markel threaten you in the pleadings with federal kidnapping charges?
He did.
Oh,
And that was associated with the way he claimed that you left the marriage.
Yes.
And he says you took the kids and did not tell him where they were for several, I think I've seen days and weeks. Is that true?
It's true that he said that. It's not true that that's what happened.
What was his position on your motion to relocate?
We did talk about it before I filed it, and he was amenable to figuring it out. But once I filed it, he was against it.
Okay. Did he allege in his response that the sole stated reason that you wanted to relocate was to be closer to your parents?
He did say that in his response.
And is that the response that your mom referred to as his 23-page rant?
Probably.
She had a lot of thoughts about that particular filing, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And she laid those out in an email to you. I know you remember. That's the whole, your non-negotiable is relocation.
Yes.
non-negotiable is relocation. Travex says, Travex, there's a dozen law tubers streaming this right now. I will watch whichever one can figure out how to boost the audio. No one has figured it out, so I'm just switching between all of them. Please, I have lowered my audio to match the court volume. You are in control of your own volume. You can wear earbuds. You can do lots of other things. You may be behind in the stream, but everyone else here thinks that the volume is just fine. The problem is, and here's the problem, StreamYard does not play well with browser extensions for audio boosting, but everybody else can hear just fine. So I'm sorry if I'm not doing up to your standards, but thank you for coming, and hopefully you'll stick around because we'll miss you. Here we go.
Do you recall having 2 long mediations to try to resolve your divorce without a trial?
Yes.
And were those mediations successful?
They were not.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mother as part of the divorce proceedings?
I don't remember that.
What about your brother, Charlie? Did he care about whether you moved to South Florida or not?
I think so. I mean, I think he would have liked for me to be closer to him and have the kids closer to him.
Would it have been okay with him if you had made a decision to stay in Tallahassee?
I would have imagined so, yes.
And after the relocation motion was denied, you were kind of like, well, maybe I have to stay in Tallahassee. Wasn't there at least a moment of that for you?
I mean, it wasn't maybe, that was the court's decision, and I respect the court's decision. And, you know, I would make the best of it.
What about Charlie? Was he outraged by the court's decision?
I honestly don't remember him being outraged.
But to your mom, it was a big deal.
My mom was really upset.
It was described by your mom in several places as like a life and death proposition. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think my mom thought my life in Tallahassee wasn't good.
Somebody needs to teach Wendi about the head
Is
tilt.
it true that you never would
First of
have
all, she's
left?
head tilting all the time, but in order to flatter your neck and double chin area, you should always tilt your chin down in photos. And when you're on camera, Wend, tilt your chin down. See the difference? Pro tip. It's a little more flattering, just saying.
Dan Markel without your mom's suggestions?
Overruled, she may answer the question based on her own knowledge.
I would have left Danny regardless of anyone else's input. I was very unhappy.
Did you ever write that you would have never left him without your mom's suggestions?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 41 and see if it refreshes your memory.
Going from channel to channel should tell you that it's the court's audio, which is
I do
pretty
say
common.
here I wouldn't have done it on my own.
Did you specifically reference your mom?
I say my parents and brothers' suggestions and support.
Okay.
I think because I wasn't happy, but part of me thought maybe I would just stay until the kids grew up.
She's looking at the document. But again, a slide goes up and they don't read it, so I'm going to read it to you. I just got off the phone with Zach at SEI. Obviously, I pretended to be you. He was, in fact, able to tell me that on November 8th, 2010, when Danny asked us to forward him your account so he could control and invest it in your mutual account with Schwab, it had $46,345.11 in it. Okay, so Wendy's mother is calling the financial advisor and pretending to be Wendi. Well, that goes to her ability to lie and her willingness to lie. Why should we believe you now, Donna? Why should we believe you now? That she could be totally, this goes to truth and veracity. If she gets up on the stand, that's a great question. Didn't you call the financial advisor and pretend to be your daughter? So you're a liar.
He thought maybe I would just stay until the kids grew up.
Just one moment. I've lost my place a little bit. All right. I think you already testified you did not offer your mom your divorce petition to edit. Is that your testimony?
Sorry.
Did you
What's the
send your
question?
divorce petition to your mother to assist you in editing it?
I don't remember doing it.
Okay. And did your mom also pretend to be you to Mercer University to help you complete your divorce affidavit?
I have no memory of that.
Got a little pop out here of this email from your mom. Obviously, I pretended to be you contacting these financial institutions. Is that something that she would normally do on your behalf? Pose as you?
I had very little understanding or involvement of my financial situation. And so that might have been an account that my dad had created for me or that had like co-signatory authority. So that's possible.
Okay. here, did you forward a letter that was written on or sent to you on December 19th of 2013 from Dan Markel, where he was kind of wanting you back and making a lot of concessions? I'll stop coming home late, etc. Do you recall that
I do.
long email? Did you forward that to your mother?
I very well may have.
And do you recall she replied with sort of a paragraph by paragraph breakdown of that, Dan Markel email?
So I see that here. I mean, I certainly didn't remember, but I see that there's a response here.
Okay. I think I've got her responses. Did you respond to her? Very nicely done, Mom. This is great.
It looks like I did, yes.
And then we go to L.
Thank you, Date. Just me. Dream Tripper, one-way ticket. Yeah, isn't that Day Tripper? Maybe that's a typo. Thanks for you too. Thanks for the deuce. Day Tripper?
In her responses, I guess they've got a joint email. So how do we know it's Mom and not Dad? Do we?
I don't.
Does Dad send responses like these? This is all the response. Would Harvey detail like that in a response?
No, but it could be that my dad and mom were talking and that she was the scribe, right? That they were, that it reflects both of their thoughts and that my mom's the one writing it.
And many of the emails are signed Mom and Dad.
If she says it was a scrivener's error, I'm going to lose it. He was the scribe. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly says Mount Judge Everest. He's the best. George is masterful. I think you'll love her. Thank you, H. Holland, for your 10. Love watching trials with you. Thank you so much. Oksana, thanks for your 20. Came here to watch with you so I can watch your virgin reactions to everything Adelson. Totally virgin. Somebody said you should watch Wendy's prior testimony. I said, no, I'm not doing it. I have to have this. This has to be fresh. I don't want to know her. I'm learning about her today. I'm impersonating her. Always has the hair behind her right shoulder. Mine's behind my left shoulder so I can imitate her because maybe I'm mirrored. I'm not sure. Thank you, Oksana, for your 20. Jojo says, the crime happened in 2014. From 2014 until now, I went to uni, graduated in 2019, and soon after entered the workforce. Now I've been working for a few years. I'm 30 years old. It's this long. That's how long it is. Freeze game on point. She still has not been able to close her lips fully. Just an observation. The traveler says, aren't these questions leading? There's been some objections to it. Thank you for your 5. And, they're just going to let her go. I've heard one objection from the defense so far by the female attorney, I believe. So I guess the female attorney is going to be doing the cross. Okay. Thank you for your 5. Let's keep going with the Michigas. And thank you, Just Me, for the 10. When I was going through a divorce, my son said in his 6-year-old voice, Mom, how about you and Dad go back and forth? A lot of people do that, by the way. A lot of people will keep the children in the marital home. The mother will live there for a week. Then she goes to the apartment and the dad comes back for a week. And then the dad goes to the apartment. And I think that's a wonderful way to co-parent if your kids are very little. And then it's more stability for the children. Not unusual. Thank you for your 10. Back to Wendi. All Wendi, all the time.
Or they reference Dad and I feel this way. Was it common for your mom to express for the two of them a certain position?
Yes.
And in this particular email, so this is a little confusing, but she responds paragraph by paragraph, K3, K5, K6, referencing Dan Markel's email to you and refuting each paragraph. And she felt that his position was outrageous, right?
Yes.
This is outrageous. Highlighted. His religious practices, which are forced upon our boys. Oh, she's calling them our boys. are sick and dangerous to their well-being. I am extremely concerned about the well-being of our children in regard to husbands' fanatical and extremist religious beliefs. Wait, is this Wendy's response? Hold on. They're not even going to talk about it probably. I didn't know the behavior panel accused her of pursing her lips too much, but that's a great point, Mark Pugner. Thank you.
And she thought his religious practices were extreme, didn't she?
She did, yes.
She was extremely concerned about the well-being of the children in reference to his religious practices.
Yes.
She wanted a psychological evaluation of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
Not
Didn't need a
uncommon.
psychological evaluation, did he?
It's not uncommon.
Honestly, I don't remember.
Was he an extremely intelligent, accomplished law professor?
Yes.
That doesn't mean he doesn't need a psychological evaluation. For the record, there are many serial killers and abusive spouses who are very well accomplished and very successful and very wealthy. So I'm not buying that, but what else?
Your mom ever called Dan Markel any disparaging names around this time frame?
She did.
Okay, including piece of shit?
Yes.
Including piece of shit?
Asshole?
Yes.
Hold on, it says, something needs to be done about this asshole. Love mom and dad. Love mom and dad.
Says.
Yes.
She wanted a psychological evaluation of
Honest.
any disparaging names around this.
Yes.
Asshole?
Yes.
Says something needs to be done with this asshole. Love you, mom and dad. Derek Carney pointing out, yeah, Diddy was rich and successful, and look how he treated Cassie at the hotel. Great point. Great point. Love you, mom and dad. No big whoop.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
A bastard?
Yes.
Did your mom help you prepare for your meetings with your divorce lawyer?
My mom offered help, but I don't think I needed help preparing for meetings with my divorce lawyer.
Who was your divorce lawyer?
Kristen Adamson.
Your mom, in an email dated January 9th, 2013, indicates that she thinks the job opportunities that you had in South Florida was a major bargaining chip in your divorce. Did you agree with that?
Did I agree with it at the time?
Yes.
I don't remember.
She did a lot of work sort of making arguments to that point, didn't she?
I believe so.
And did you forward your correspondence with your lawyer to your mother?
I did.
Publishing 64. I'm going to skip to J. She wanted to be kept informed, right?
Yes.
She closed her lips. Honey, thanks for keeping me informed, with a million dots after it. Just read the email correspondence between you and Kristen. I totally agree with everything Kristen said to you. She is definitely correct in not signing the contract underlined at this time. You need to show the lower salary parens and greater salary difference with the potential for more money with the end of the year bonuses, which are common with Grossman and Roth, as a reason to relocate. The mother is the mastermind behind Wendy's divorce strategy because she controls everything in her life. including matchmaking, and mastermind is on the playlist.
Mom mentions, see if I can find it.
Love you, Mom.
This is 64G, your South Florida legal team. She will try to remember to discuss things with your South Florida legal team. Who is that?
I think she was jokingly referring to herself.
Oh, she's the South Florida legal team.
I don't know who else it would have been. I think that's why there's a smiley face. I think it was a joke.
Okay.
The control is out of control. Yeah. Money, money, money. That's on the playlist too. In a rich man's world.
More questions for your upcoming hearing with your attorney. Did you forward your mom's questions or ask your mom's questions when you met with your attorney?
Probably not all of them, but if there was something that I thought was useful, I probably forwarded it or had a conversation about it.
And here you can see in paragraph 2, your mom referred to Dan Markel as gibbers as well, right?
It was a silly name. Yeah.
Silly derogatory name. The flash on the screen said more questions for your upcoming attorney
Let's
meeting.
Go to the order denying your petition to relocate. Was your mom aware that the order was filed?
Yes.
Okay. And this is language from the order denied with prejudice, meaning you can't re-raise it, right?
Right. You can't refile.
Thanks, Kelly.
And your mom wanted to fight the decision, didn't she?
She did.
Please read. Very important.
Did you feel railroaded by her in this email where she's kind of bullying you to keep fighting?
And she keeps putting the stuff on the screen but not reading it, so I'm going to read it to you. Please read. Very important. Never, never, never give up. It's time for action. It's time to take control, and then control is in red font. Everything else is in black, of your life, and not let gibbers think he's just, quote, won, end quote, anything by having you remain in Tallahassee. Anybody have a mother this controlling? I don't, and I'm not one either.
Please rephrase your question.
Objection, the prosecutor's testifying. Hear what she said again.
Where she's kind of bullying you to keep
She's bullying you.
keep fighting.
Please rephrase your question.
Did you feel railroaded by your mother?
No.
Okay, but she wants you to continue to take action.
It was denied. I wasn't taking any more action.
Not any more legal action.
I was not taking any more action of any kind.
Didn't your mom have some other ideas for some other actions that could happen?
Said, let's show this effer. What will make him absolutely miserable.
That could happen?
She did.
She did want to take it to an appeal.
However, the rest of your life and consequently, hold on, wait, I gotta move myself. Dad's minds, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Wow. When Wendi is on trial, this is not going to play well for her because everyone knows she's acting right now. She's a great actress. And why even Charlie's? I'm confused about why Charlie took such a personal interest in this, that he went to the level of hiring the hitmen through his girlfriend. Why would Charlie do this for his sister? It's very odd to me. Did his mother force him to? It's weird. She's trying to perform as we speak. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Actually, I don't remember, but
That's on tab 43 of your binder.
Thank you, Betsy. Says this judge is no joke. So glad you're back. Love you with all my heart. Pamela says I haven't followed this case at all.
Yes, I see.
Okay, but she also wanted to develop this plan of action that could be implemented between the time you learned of the relocation denial and your final hearing in court to maybe strong arm Mr. Markel into agreeing to the relocation. Do you remember that email?
Yes,
Okay, and she had some ideas for how to do that, right?
yes,
And she said Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Yeah,
yes.
okay. So what was her plan of action? What did she suggest you could do to get Dan Markel to relent and let you take his kids to South Florida?
Take a photo of the boys dressed nicely standing at the front door by the sign of a Tallahassee church.
She suggested that I pretend that the boys had become Christian.
Is that something you would ever consider doing?
No,
No, never me. Oh, me? No.
She was going to pay for them to get instruction on the Christian faith, right?
that was what she said.
And she
Says I'm looking into summer camp program for the boys. We will pay for it, even if the boys end up going only a few days there in only the few days there in Tallahassee on the days you have them prior to the hearing.
said she looked into it and she could get them baptized in a couple weeks. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, but I'm sure it's here.
Do you remember her imploring you to put on a good act?
I do.
Did your mom
Oh, for the love of the traveling periodontist. It says, I will not be introducing my children to Christianity. Either way, I truly believe it will backfire. But before that, it said we will be making him a financial offer.
do you remember her imploring you to put on a good act?
We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan and we'll help you through it so that it may effect how much we will offer him. And she spelled effect the wrong way with an E instead of an A. Pet peeve of mine. And I think it wound up being $1 million.
I do.
Did your mom, I don't know, do you have any acting training?
No.
Do you know why your mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion?
Stop.
I don't know.
Did she ever share with you or forward you any?
She Googled how to teach an actress emotion. Well, it's not as damning as the Brian Walsh Google searches. Best way to dispose of a body, best tool for dismemberment, how to get rid of a 120-pound woman's body if you really need to, but nonetheless amusing.
Tips on how to bring emotion or fake emotion?
Not that I remember of any kind.
All right. What about a financial offer? Was that part of it as well?
Yes,
What was the financial offer to be?
I think it was $1 million.
Who was going to
I
pay the $1
think-
million?
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
And they were going to pay $1 million. You didn't have to pay any of it?
I don't remember having to pay any of it,
Okay. And they were going to give Dan Markel $1 million for what?
so that I could relocate.
Okay. Did you ever make that offer to Dan Markel?
No,
To your knowledge, did anyone make it to him?
I don't think so.
Would it have worked?
I don't think so.
Bare Naked Ladies, if I had $1 million, just add it to the playlist. Thank you very much. I don't think so. Take control from him. The control part is in red font. We want him ticked off so he realized that he could lose control in red font over his kids. As they get older and more involved under Jibber's religious influence, They will be able to request which parent they want to live with. Don't allow gibbers to have this power and control over them. Again, red font. Then in reality, he's going to something, same control over you in red font. I don't know if that was, if Donna typed control in red font, or is that is something that the prosecutor did to make it obvious in her slideshow presentation.
She's all about getting control from Dan Markel, right?
Yes.
And you told her these ideas were crazy, didn't you?
I did.
Rich girl, motion granted.
I
Hall
will
and Oaks.
not be
Thanks, Amanda.
introducing my children to Christianity. I truly believe it will backfire.
Again, Your Honor, the prosecutor is testifying and leading.
She is testifying and leading.
As the counsel testifying, sustain, please make sure you're asking open-ended questions of the witness. Ms. Kaplan,
I'm reading from State's Exhibit 64V, which is in evidence.
please proceed.
Did you say it would backfire?
Yes, those are my words.
And what did you mean by backfire?
I don't remember, but I can read there below what I was saying.
Did it have to do with this will give him ammunition to pursue things in court?
I might have meant that at the time.
Did your mom respect your decision not to use her suggestions?
I mean, she had to have, right? I'm a grown up.
I'm a grown up. Not really. Princess Wendi. Thanks, Kelly Applegate,
Kept
for
pushing
20.
though, didn't she?
She was,
You know, Wendi, most of the wars that have been fought for the last couple of thousands of years have been over religion. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. Now in bold font, you have a job to get done and a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance and would show gibbers that he is not in control, all caps. If your children were baptized, it doesn't make them Christian. Ben and somebody covered up by the law and crime sign aren't really pirates because they dress up like something the pirate. It's an act. They're unhinged. They're sick. Thank you, Kelly Applegate, for your super chat. Watching from the sidelines. Thank you for the love.
suggesting other ideas.
Okay, January 27th, 2013 email 64W.
And Kelly gifted
Charlie
5
brought up
memberships.
a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done and a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance and would show gibbers that he's not in control.
I like
Did
my
she
rendition better.
suggest that to you?
Yes.
Everybody hit the like button. Thank you. Share the stream out.
She urged you to rethink your decision
Control.
not to implement her suggestions, didn't she?
Yes.
She wanted you to do an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. Why would she want to scare Mr. Markel?
So that he would let me relocate, I guess.
I guess. Come on, they did it again. They put it up and then they take it right away. It says, why not? And they do it so fast that it's hard for me to stop on it. Why not something this effer?
Things.
And your mother's opinion was that
I said, I guess I wanted my mom's opinion, even if we don't take.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I don't remember, but I think we always want our parents' opinion on things, even if we don't take it.
Sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear.
Please restate your answer.
Counselor asked me if I wanted my mom's opinion on those things, and it's hard for me to remember at the time if I wanted other opinions.
On the screen, it says marital home, parenting schedule, alimony, child support, health insurance, the ring, furniture, life insurance. Please, Wendi, we've been with you on this from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. It's all about the money. Follow the money. And it says when Donna says, without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you, does she mean Harvey or does she mean Charlie? Maybe Harvey knows more about this than we know.
But I said, I guess, people always want their parents' opinions on things.
and your mother's opinion was that she wanted you to aggravate your ex-husband, right?
Yes,
To screw him financially,
yes,
to get a win.
yes.
She thought your divorce was something to be won, right?
It seems that way.
It seems that way. Girl.
When was the divorce final?
It would have been final the summer of 2013.
July 31st of 13, sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw that that was the date for your trial. Did a trial take place?
Yes,
Okay. With witnesses being called?
no, there weren't any witnesses.
Okay, so it was a settlement.
Yes,
So there was no
And did you
trial.
reach
I'm
the
sorry, but
settlement
you're an attorney
on
and
the-
you don't know the difference between a trial and a settlement? Duh. What law school did she go to?
The day that the trial was supposed to be conducted?
I think maybe the day before.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about voice authentication.
Oh,
Your cell phone, was it collected by police in this case?
I gave the police my cell phone to search.
Let them download it and return it to you, correct?
ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with a wiretap that was conducted in this case?
I've seen a lot of wires.
Where phone calls were intercepted by the police and recorded by the police?
Yes,
And were you asked to listen to a disc of calls to see if you could authenticate the voices on those
yes,
discs? Okay. And were you able to authenticate some of the voices on there?
I was able to authenticate the voices of my family.
All right. So Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you initial on State's Exhibit 135 by each of those voices that you were able to authenticate?
I did.
Certainly can't read this.
authenticating the voices on the
It's very
wiretap.
small. See if that's,
Well
Yes.
done.
that's where you initial. Okay.
I did.
At this time, I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit 135.
Any objection? I'm asking if there's an objection.
No objection.
I gave them my
State
phone
135
willingly,
is entered.
as did Jennifer McCabe. I wish I could get my eyebrows like that.
After the divorce was final, was there any more litigation
to Miami.
between you and Dan Markel?
There was.
All right. And who was the first one to file something after the divorce was final?
I don't remember who was first to file.
Because you both filed some things afterwards, right?
Well, Danny was supposed to pay me for the deal with our settlement was I was supposed to take my name off the title to the house and he was supposed to pay me half the value of the house. So I went that first week and took my name off the title and then just waited. And when I reached out, when it was time for him to pay what he owed, he said, I'm not going to pay it. And I asked why, and he said, I have my reasons. And so my attorney had to file to enforce the settlement agreement because other.
Okay. Is this the first time she's looking at the jury? Is she looking at the jury right now? First of all, isn't it a deed to the house, not a title? She's not a great lawyer. She's not a great lawyer. It's a deed to your house, right? Not a title. I don't know. She's looking right at the jury while she's saying that. Well, you know, we had to kill him because I signed over the title to the house and then he didn't give me my money. So, you know, what was I supposed to do? Poor me. It looks to me like she's looking at the jury, but I'm not in the courtroom, so take it back. It's a title to a mobile home, is what he said. It's a deed here in New York. I don't know. Title is for a car, exactly. She's not wicked smart. I'm just saying.
He said, and when so I went that first week.
Hold on, here we go.
The deal with our settlement was I was supposed to take my name off the title to the house, and he was supposed to pay me half the value of the house.
Deed
so I went
transfers
that
title.
first week and took my name off the title, and then just waited. And when I reached out, when it was time for him to pay what he owed, he said, I'm not going to pay it. And I asked why, and he said, I have my reasons. And so my attorney had to file to enforce the settlement agreement because otherwise he was going to be held in contempt of court.
The court had given him a deadline to make the payment, and he didn't make it.
He didn't make it.
So you filed a motion to enforce,
The settlement agreement.
and he filed a counter motion saying, well, I'm not paying because she's in violation for all these different things. Remember that?
I do. And then he accused my attorney of committing fraud.
Right. One of his big complaints was failure to facilitate the communication agreement, where I guess you all had some type of agreement to provide Skype calls with the kids to each other when you didn't have the children. Do you remember him complaining about that?
I do. I remember if I was 1 minute late, he would contact the parenting coordinator and complain that I was in violation.
That was a pretty regular complaint of his in this era of these filings, wasn't it?
Yes.
And when he sent an email, for example, 64N, let's see if we have that. Alleging these sorts of violations and including, quote, accusing you and your mother of making zero efforts to facilitate communication between he and the kids. Did you forward this email to your mother?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And during this time period, did Dan Markel send you quite a few emails pleading with you to play nice? For example, March 7th of 2013, Wendi, I really regret that things have gotten to the place where they are. Do you think we could try to resolve more issues directly with each other to prevent so much of the unnecessary tension and cost? Things like that.
Yes.
Okay. But then you didn't seem to be able to actually play nice with each other, even though it seems like maybe that's what you wanted, at least at certain points.
I was always trying to play nice.
Well, you were threatening to hold him in contempt of court.
I wasn't threatening to hold him in contempt. That's what my lawyer filed. That's what happens
Well,
when
your lawyer represents you, doesn't she, Mrs. Adelson?
She does, but I wasn't threatening him.
Did
Yeah.
you cease all Skype communication between Dan Markel and the boys on March 12th of 2013?
I don't remember that, no.
Tab 54, please.
Great idea, James. I'm working on it. I love you. Love you. Mom and dad emoji. Shout out to Raquel from Claire Brown. She's
It
watching
looks
with
like
us.
my attorney advised me to do that.
Did you cease all Skype conversations between Dan Markel and the boys?
Again, I don't remember. It's been a very long time, but if my attorney advised me to do it, then I probably did it.
Okay. And the day that you filed that motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt, see if I can find that. What was the date of that filing?
It looks like it was October 31st, 2013.
Was that the same date that you backed out of the contract to buy a house here in Tallahassee?
I don't remember if it was the same date, but at that point, I didn't have the money I needed to buy the house.
I think when she's looking
because-
that way, towards her right, she's looking at the screen, but when she's looking towards her left, I believe she's looking at the jury. Kelly says the cadence of this trial demands 1.5 speed. Yawn. Not for Wendi though. We need Wendi in real speed, real time, because we need her cadence to assess her credibility, which I find to be less than 0, in my opinion.
Danny didn't pay what he was supposed to.
Okay, but you don't remember which day you backed out of buying the house.
I don't.
Could it have been the same day that this was filed? Halloween of 13.
It may have been.
Okay, and was it Charlie, your brother, who talked you out of buying the house?
No, I didn't have the money to buy the house.
So you don't remember him discussing that with you?
No.
Okay. And did your mom have a position one way or the other on whether you would buy the house?
I don't remember.
EKG thinks Harvey should make a bowler move and fly to Vietnam.
The image that I just had up there, was this image sent to you on October 31st? How did this get onto your cell phone dated October 31st?
It looks like something my brother would have sent me at some point. I don't remember if it was what day it was, but
Enter
I remember seeing
Charlie.
that picture.
Okay, do you have any reason to dispute the metadata associated with it on your
No.
phone?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you recognize your brother in this photo?
I do.
And who's the woman he's pictured with here?
Katie.
Katie.
Is that Catherine McBanoa?
Yes.
Catherine McBanoa has entered the chat. Well, for this witness anyway, as does Charlie. Let's see if she throws Charlie under the bus. Don't it make my brown eyes blue? That's another song. I'm going to put it on the playlist because you guys are wondering if she's wearing blue contacts. I don't know. I have done that in the past. When I was in a color contact phase and my eyes, these are my real eyes that you see right now. But one time I got these really cool like aquamarine contacts. And then when I put them in, my eyes were like popping. It was a phase. Maybe she's still doing it. I'm putting it on the playlist. Don't it make my brown eyes blue?
So did your brother at any time send you this picture? Not at any time. Did your brother on October 31st send you this picture and basically tell you not to buy the house because you weren't going to be living in Tallahassee much longer?
I don't remember him ever telling me not to buy the house or that I wasn't going to be living in Tallahassee. I really wanted to buy that house.
Do you remember after all the drama with the Skype asking your mom, let's see if I can find it here,
Crystal
to
Gale. Don't it
help
make-
you work on the Skype thing because it was becoming a real
Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. Please help me do this with a question mark before and after the sentence. It means less stress for me if we just follow it. Is it really that hard to Skype on time? This was before FaceTime, I imagine. It was December 2013. Was there no FaceTime back then? I don't know.
problem between you and Mr. Markel.
I honestly don't remember, but I see this email and I must have sent this.
And then a few months later, in February of 14, Mr. Markel files a motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, and that we've touched on that already. That was alleging that you committed fraud on the court during the original settlement. Remember that?
I do. I remember him saying that my attorney helped perpetrate a fraud.
He did. He suggested that the court should send a strong message
Material
to you
girl.
about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the assets that he alleged were undisclosed. Do you remember that?
I do.
And did your mom view that filing?
I don't remember.
Isn't that the one she responded to? We need a plan of attack. We need to aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you.
I remember we just looked at that. I just didn't remember what it was in response to.
Okay. And did you respond to his allegations
I would
in
have,
court, in a
I-
court filing?
we must have responded in a court filing to that,
Okay.
because if someone accuses you of fraud, at that point, my attorney had to recuse herself because she had to become a witness in the case and to say that that didn't happen. And then I had
Exactly.
to find a new attorney to represent me.
Okay, and did you do a filing in response to his counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement, alleging, and this is page 439 for court and counsel, that a vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous? That sort of language, does that sound familiar?
It doesn't actually sound familiar, but I would have responded in a motion. So I'm sure my attorney filed something.
Did your mom move around this time?
I don't think so.
Do you remember your parents signing a lease at a place called the Continuum?
My parents were spending some time there on the weekends, but they didn't move until 2015 when I was clerking for a judge at that time.
All right, so they signed a lease to have sort of a weekend property. Was that in South Beach?
Yes.
Okay, and that does March of 14 sound right for that?
I don't remember when they signed a lease there, but it's possible.
Well, when you ultimately left Tallahassee, which we'll get to, did you go to live at the Continuum or at Coral Springs or somewhere else?
In Miami at the Continuum.
And do you know why they chose to move into the Continuum? I mean, this is about 3-4 months before the murder.
My brother had a girlfriend that lived there, and he really liked the property, and he thought maybe my parents might like to retire there. So he was suggesting that they start trying someplace other than Coral Springs to retire.
And did your mom add you as a resident to the Continuum on May 16th of 2014?
I don't remember that, but
Right before his
to-
murder.
the Continuum, the apartment complex had very high security.
Mhm.
And so it may have been that if you wanted someone to come and not be considered a guest, they had to be considered a resident.
Okay, tab 95, please.
Great explanation, but also
And the question is, would you have been considered a resident as of May 16th of 2014?
And I don't know. So you want me to see whether on this document I was added as a resident?
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like I was added and my brother were added. And then my other brother was the in case of emergency. And it was in April of 2014.
April of 2014. Okay, so about 3 months before the murder?
Yes,
And that was just so that you could come and go whenever you were visiting.
that was my understanding.
Do you recall a motion being filed by Dan Markel that we referred to as the grandma motion?
No,
Did Dan Markel in March 26th of 2014 file a motion seeking to preclude your mother from having unsupervised contact with your kids?
I don't remember him filing that motion, but it sounds like if it's a motion you have a name for, then it exists.
And in that motion,
that
do you recall, or does it?
just may be the biggest BS of all. You don't recall that motion? Taking it back. Nothing would piss off Mama Donna more than supervised visitation with the grandchildren. I got to hear that again. Because as you know, I'm a Wendi Adelson virgin.
File a motion 26th Did Dan Markel referred to as the grandma motion? Motion being filed by Dan Markel that we referred to as the grandma motion.
The grandma motion.
No.
Did Dan Markel in March 26th of 2014 file a motion seeking to preclude your mother from having unsupervised contact with your kids?
I don't remember him filing that motion, but it sounds like if it's a motion you have a name for, then it exists.
Oh,
And in that motion,
believe me, the game over. Game over. That was the catalyst for the killing. March of 2014, he files a motion to force her to have supervised visitation with the grandchildren. There you go. I don't need any more than that. I'm done. She's guilty. That's the catalyst. That was the catalyst. It was in March of 2014. She doesn't remember that motion being filed by her ex-husband about her mother. How many fiery emails do you think went back and forth when Mama Donna got a hold of that motion? How far off the handle do you think she flew? I don't know, because this is my first time watching this, but that was the catalyst, in my opinion. Game over. You're done. We're done here. And she doesn't remember. I don't believe anything she says from this point forward. Not that I was believing her anyway. Bullshit. Sounds familiar. The grandma motion. It's the smoking gun. It's got to be. It's the catalyst. It set in motion the entire chain of events. But how did Charlie get so involved in this? That's what I want to know. March, he files that motion asking for supervised visitation with the grandma. I don't know why. I don't know what the grounds for that or the basis for that supervised visitation could have been or what it was. But by July, he's dead, shot in the head by a couple of really stupid hitmen who rented a Prius and then shot a hole in the floor, severing the gas line or something. This whole story is like, you can't even make this up. When is this going to be a movie? And who's going to play Wendi? We'll do casting later, but as for right now, this was the catalyst, in my opinion. Shooting a hole in the floor in the Prius and like severing the gas line is one of the funniest things about this. Dumbest hitmen ever.
Do you recall, or does it refresh your memory, that he was saying, Grandma, that the boys were telling him, Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you, and as a result, he was concerned about your mom alienating the kids or turning the kids against
Parental
him.
I remember
alienation.
hearing about this motion.
Okay. And that is a motion that was never got to be heard, right?
That
'Cause he was
was
killed?
part of the motion to enforce the settlement agreement,
But which was never heard
which was never heard
because he was killed.
because, yes.
Because he was killed. I took the words right out of her mouth.
And do you remember why you didn't forward your mom the actual motion that was filed in reference to that?
I don't.
No.
Okay, if you will check tab, see if you can find tab 98 in the back there, please.
Prius is a hybrid, right? I think. Oh. That's what I remember, though. Didn't they shoot a hole in the floor of it and do something to the gas line? Glenn Close for Donna. I'll allow it. Love Glenn Close. Damages is one of the best series ever.
I have tab 98.
Okay, does it refresh your recollection as to the question, which is, where was your mom on the day that the relocation was filed, which for your reference was 3/26/14.
So this email is from 3/25/14, and it looks like my parents were coming up. It says coming on Thursday, and this was written Tuesday the 25th. So my guess is that they were coming on Thursday the 27th.
And was it their practice to typically stop in Orlando and spend the night on the trip up to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay. The allegations that are laid out in Dan Markel's motion were sent to you in an email before the motion was ever filed. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
And publishing 64AA, a December 16th, 2013 email. This email indicates that Dan Markel is going to be introducing a major issue,
Stop.
grandparental alienation.
I'm going to read this to you because I like my rendition better. And because they were high on cocaine, says Mama Rico, they were driving that train high on cocaine. Casey Jones going on the playlist. Now we've already got like almost 20 songs on the playlist, and we just started it like at the beginning of the stream. I am now introducing a major issue, grandparental alienation. This will be part of our ongoing effort to resolve outstanding issues with Wendi through the courts if necessary. But the short of it, which Amanda should hear about in her role here, is that on 3 separate occasions in the last month, completely unbidden and out of nowhere, Ben announced to me, Abba, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, so I'm guessing Ben is one of the boys. And do they call their dad Abba? Grandma says you're stupid. Brainwashing the kids. Casey Jones.
This will be part of our ongoing effort to resolve outstanding issues. But basically, at the bottom there, Ben announced to me, Abba. What does Abba mean?
It's Abba. It means father in Hebrew.
Father. Grandma says you're stupid. Okay, and he details a couple, I think it's 3 different instances in which his boys have told him that Grandma, your mother, has told them.
He first announced that Grandma said to him, I'm stupid, first at dinner on November 8th in front of our guests, including Mona Markel. Then on Monday, November 11th at the park, as I was buckling Ben and Link into the car seats, Ben, and then Lincoln said, Abba, Grandma says you're stupid. At this point, I asked him, well, why did she say that? With no question mark. And then he answered, because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. And I asked, who are her sunshines? And he said, the 2 of us. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. Going on the playlist. Abba is a Hebrew word for father, and that's what they called him, Abba. Is this the first time this is coming up? Because Georgia has tried this case 4 times, at least. Did Abba never come up? She didn't know how to pronounce it this time because she said Abba. Tell me.
That you're trying to take my sunshines away. She hates you, that sort of thing. Does this refresh your memory at all about those allegations?
It does.
And this email, you did forward this email to your mother. Do you recall that?
Most recently, on November 30th, Saturday in the morning, Ben and I were playing in the playroom upstairs, and Lincoln was sleeping. And again, out of nowhere and without any connection to what we were doing, playing with Lego, Ben says, Abba, Grandma says you're stupid. I asked him again, why did she say that? And he answered exactly the same way, because she said you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. I put the Christina Perry version on the playlist. You are my sunshine.
I don't recall that, but it makes sense that I would have.
And your mom responded to it, or someone responded to it. Wow. Do you remember that?
I was shown that email yesterday.
Okay.
Just
And
yesterday.
you forwarded that email not only.
Surprise.
Are these new emails, you guys, from the first other trials?
Wow. Do you remember that?
I was shown that email yesterday.
Hold on.
Do you
There's
remember
one that
that?
just flew by.
Or someone responded to it. Wow. Do you remember that?
It's Abba.
I gotta find, because they keep flashing these things on the screen and I want you to hear them, so I want to read them to you. There was one right after this. Hold on.
You did forward this email to your mother. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but
That's
it makes
about
sense that
November
I would
30th.
have.
the Legos.
And your mom responded to,
Okay. And then it says, I hope and suspect that Wendi knows that parental alienation of the other parent is a very serious matter that could lead to the termination of her parental rights. Happily, I have not yet heard anything from the boys regarding Wendi speaking poorly of me to the children. Let it be said, I appreciate the closeness of the relationship between the boys and Wendy's mother, but it seems like he wanted Donna to have supervised visitation so that she could not disparage him and further alienate him from his children during grandma's visitation.
it, or someone responded to it. Wow. Do you remember that?
I was shown that email yesterday.
Okay. And you forwarded that email not only to your mom, but to a total of 12 different people. Do you remember that?
I remember being very surprised that he was trying to accuse a member of the Florida bar of fraud and going to all these lengths to avoid paying money that he owed me.
Okay. And is that,
She's still blaming the man that her mother and maybe her mother and her brothers have been convicted and he's in jail. She's still blaming him, the decedent, for all of her problems. And I think that's a running theme in her life. It's never her fault. It's everyone else's fault.
the reason why you sent it to the 12 people?
It was pretty shocking what he was doing.
Pretty shocking.
Did your mom respond at all to that allegation regarding her alienating the kids?
I don't remember a response other than the one I was shown that said, wow, but I don't know if that was my dad responding or my mom responding.
But the allegation was in reference to your mom, right?
The allegation was in reference to my mom.
Okay. And in fact, the next day, because the parenting coordinator was in on the original thread, you forwarded the email a second time to your mom, didn't you, with the parenting coordinator's response? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but it makes sense that I would have forwarded it.
Because she forwarded everything. She's just playing stupid. She
Do
remembers
you
everything.
remember just, let's see, a couple months before the death of Dan Markel, saying to a friend of yours, I think her name is Jane, does that sound familiar?
I had a friend named Jane.
Telling Jane, quote, Danny is a monster.
Overruled, the witness may testify based on her memory.
I don't remember telling Jane that I thought Danny was a monster.
Okay, was Jane one of the people you forwarded the email to? Dan's email?
I don't remember.
Okay. But it was the same day that you called him a monster. Do you remember that?
I don't.
I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Judge, I don't know if
Let's talk, Charlie.
if you're wanting a recess, this is a good time. It's getting a little
Getting hot in here.
tedious, I'm sure.
Wendi slept around, says Ocean Exploration. Her ex-boyfriend Jeff is going to testify. And he has a lot of info on this family. Oh, Jeff is going to bring the tea. I can't wait. Oh, look at Wendi again, looking at the jury. Poor me. Poor me. Look, they killed my ex-husband for me. And then right away, she changed their last name from Markel to Adelson. You know who I really feel for the boys in all this, because they're teenagers now. This is all over the news. This is worldwide attention this is getting. And back to Nebercracker. Will Nebercracker get on a plane to Vietnam this afternoon? Remains to be seen. We have a little room to FF here. Doe-eyed Wendi.
Our lunch break at this point. I am going to remind you once again not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Also, you are prohibited from looking at any information or reports concerning this case as well.
Also,
For the lunch hour, there is a cafe here in the courthouse and also some other businesses within close walking distance. If you choose to eat together, you may do so. Again, the only prohibitions are what I've previously outlined. Please return at 1:15, and we will continue with the examination of Wendi Adelson by both the state and the defense at that point.
1:15.
Enjoy your lunch break. The gallery is to remain in the room for right now until the jurors have exited.
Jeff figured out he's being set up, said Nick Gross. I'm sorry, does Florida not buy the jurors lunch? They got to go out on their own? They got to pay for their own lunch?
This will be heard before a report. For the attorneys and the witness, we will have the same report time back, 1:15. Do any matters need to be heard before we go into the break?
No, Judge. Nothing to say.
Very well. Enjoy your break.
Also, I think the jury pay in Florida, because I think we looked into this during like the hell was her name? Oh my God, the one who locked her boyfriend in the suitcase, Sarah Boone. Don't they only make something like $15 a day? He did say that he bought them snacks from Costco though, right? 10cc, Donna, hold on. This playlist is fire already. I'm going to tell you in a minute what we got on here, but Wendi does not disappoint, I got to say. Wendi is not disappointing. He got them Costco snacks, but it seems like they're on their own for lunch. They're coming back in 1:15. So we got a little time to chit chat, talk about our thoughts about this Michigas. Oh, Donna, look what you did. Look what you made me do. Oh, there's another one. Look what you made me do. We could be up to 3 Taylor Swift songs already. All right, let me change the banner. Court is on break until 1:15. How's everybody doing out there? There's a lot of people in the chat who are brand new to this case, just like me. And I love that for us because we're getting to experience it together. I didn't cheat. I didn't do any, cheating. I didn't go watch any prior testimony because it's great because I'm not emotionally invested in this the way I was with Karen Reed. Because with Karen Reed, I knew every single thing about it and every single pretrial motion and every single pleading and every single character. And this is all brand new. And I'm looking at it as such like a juror. And so far, it's kind of fun. Can we call Jimmy? I texted him before, and my thought is that if he is in the overflow room, he might not have been able to bring his phone with him. It's $30 a day in Florida. Florida, $30 a day. Jeff's going to tell us everything. He's going to tell us everything. Yeah, so he may not have his phone with him, but I did text him. I can't hound him and call him, but you had to buy your own lunch at jury duty? That is so wrong. That is so wrong. How long is this trial expected to be? Because it seems that Charlie's trial was only 8 days. I haven't watched any testimony. I did a little research on the actual trial. $15 a day in Palm Beach County. This is not Palm Beach, though. This is Talley. This is northern panhandle type Florida, right? 2 weeks. It was 8 days. Charlie's trial was only 8 days, right? They're saying it's only going to be 2 weeks. They're going to finish before Labor Day? Huh. Done by September 5th. All right, so right after Labor Day. All right, not a full commitment, not a 31-day commitment like the second persecution in Karen Reed was. Right? And I love it. Look at Why Not says, I love that some of you are brand new and already have Wendi's number. Just wait, there's so much more to come. I'm waiting with bated breath. I think some of my impersonation of her has been on point. She hasn't been charged yet. Great question earlier. Can you explain how she could still be charged if she has immunity? Well, let me read this again. Use and derivative immunity. Use and derivative use immunity is what the state is giving her for her direct and cross-examination testimony, which means any evidence directly or indirectly derived from her testimony cannot be used against her in a criminal proceeding. However, if they have other evidence that they can indict her on, other proof that she could have been involved in this conspiracy that she doesn't testify about, she can still be prosecuted. You dig? And it says, while this form of immunity provides protection for the direct statements made and any evidence discovered because of those statements, it does not grant transactional immunity, which would prevent prosecution entirely for crimes related to the testimony. The government must prove that any evidence it seeks to use was obtained from sources wholly independent of the immunized testimony. So if they have other testimony, if they have other evidence from other sources and Wendi doesn't testify about any of that stuff in this trial, she can still be prosecuted. So this is not a get out of jail free card for her. And I would imagine that perhaps if they were tricking her, they would just be like, okay, we'll grant you immunity for whatever you testify to. We're only going to give you use and derivative use immunity, but maybe they have a whole bunch of other evidence against her that would not be affected by her testimony. Oh, Jimmy did make it inside. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, so we're a little late. We were a little behind. So they did get, I think, a full hour. I think they did still get a full hour lunch, but as of right now, it is 12:55. So we have 20 minutes to chit and chat and take some questions and talk about what's already on the playlist. Kelly says it gets crazier than you can imagine. Worth it to go back and watch Georgia annihilate Charlie and Wendi in his trial. I don't want to, though. I don't want to. I want to be totally surprised because Charlie might testify too, right? I don't think Harvey was very involved. Donna was all over it. I don't know because everything was like, love you, mom and dad. Harvey had access to that email too. I don't know. Does everyone think Harvey's innocent in all of this? Look, a lot of women wear the pants in certain types of families, and perhaps Mama Donna was wore the pants in the family, and Harvey was just, a go along to get along kind of guy. But I really don't know Harvey, and I don't know a lot about him, and so I don't really know that he wasn't involved. So what do I know? So I don't know. I don't know, Kelly, but thank you for your 10 and for your couple of super chats that you put in. And then Carrie says, if you're not familiar with this case, go to the police interview of Jeff LaCrosse, Wendy's ex. It's an eye-opener. I don't want to. I want to wait for him to come in. Is he going to come in, Carrie? He's going to come in, I think. I think he's coming in. And then she says, correction, Jeff LaCrosse is the ex-boyfriend's name. Oh, I guess that was autocorrect on your phone. Do you talk about lacrosse a lot? Do you have kids who play lacrosse? Thank you, Carrie Collins, for another 5. Pamela says, I haven't followed this case at all, Melanie. Where's the best place to find out details of what I'm watching? Well, I put a little tiny synopsis below in the show notes for you. But I say, let's just do this cold. Do it cold. Glad you're back. I love your love for Dave Matthews Band. Oh, I was there. I was at the LA Forum on Friday night with my boyfriend, Dave Matthews. And I was 10 feet away. I was in the pit. There's a group shot, and I'm right there. If you don't follow me on Instagram, it's up on my Instagram story. And every song was amazing. There were no bathroom songs for me. I did not move. And it was like, the show's like 3.5 hours long. And he's not like the Grateful Dead. He doesn't take a break. And he plays for 3.5 hours straight. Every song was fire. My dream set list. I was in heaven. And his shirt, he had a button-down shirt on, was completely soaking wet by the second song. It was like you could have wrung the shirt out and there could have been 3 quarts of water in it. And I'm like, could somebody get Dave a dry shirt? And they didn't. He didn't change his shirt for until the encore when he went off and put a t-shirt on. Oh, and the guns were out. Sun's out, guns out. If you love Dave and my earrings, go check out my Instagram. I think the link is below in the show notes. Harvey's been retired since then. Nurse of Interest Jackie says, the telling for me is Wendi, no show of emotion. Say emails, texts about the murder of your children's father. You divorced him, but not the kids. That is right. Yeah, the glare doesn't like Dave Matthews. He can suck it. I don't care. I would never go to Riot Fest or whatever he went to either. So we have different tastes in music, and I heard him talking about me last night. They were talking about me, by the way. Nurse Kim, the glare, and Jimmy, as if I wasn't watching and I was on the plane watching. And I came into the chat and I'm like, hello. Hello. Oh no, my Instagram, there are many accounts for me. I don't think so. It's the Melanie Little, the.melanie.little. There is a fake TikTok of me. That is true. I didn't know there were more than one Instagram accounts. I hope they're not. They were talking about me as if I wasn't in the chat and I was. And I'm like, I'm right here. You're talking about me like I'm not in the room. It was funny. And he hates my taste in music, but I don't care. Casey Katz says the female defense attorney was a circuit court judge and removed from the bench after corruption charges. Not sure how she kept her law license. The charges were damning. Well, that's interesting. Thank you for your 10. Stirred Not Shaken says playlist song, Devil Woman. Okay, I looked that up before. There are several versions. Do you mean Evil Woman? There's a Devil Woman. Stirred Not Shaken. Oops. There are songs called Devil Woman by Marty Robbins, Cliff Richard, Ghost Hounds, and then of course there's Evil Woman by ELO. So I'm not sure which one you wanted there. Thanks, Winnie Life, for Janet Jackson Control. Put it on there for you. ELO, Evil Woman. There's Jessica. Thank you, because it just happens to be up. Put that on. Done. We already have, we're up to 25 songs already on the playlist. I'm going to have to link it in the show notes. Jojo says, The Devil You Know by Ex-Ambassadors will do. You know what's so interesting is that so far there's no repeats from the Karen Reed trial playlist. And that one was up to like 13 or 14 hours of music. Ex-Ambassadors. All right, hold on. Done. Pamela AA said, not a movie, but a Ryan Murphy TV series. LOL, they can split it into like 8 episodes. Okay, I would allow that, but only if Kim Kardashian is not in it, because Ryan Murphy is putting Kim Kardashian in everything now. And I hate to say it, but she's not a good actress. Okay, I tried to suffer through whatever one of the last seasons was that he did of whatever show it was at the time that I was watching. And it was painful. She was playing a lawyer and I was like, I couldn't even watch it. However, Sarah Paulson, I will allow to play any character. Who should Sarah Paulson play? Because she's in everything Ryan Murphy, and I'll allow it. Hold on. Because I love Sarah Paulson. She can be anybody. She can be anybody. Kim K, not a good actress. And he's putting her in the newest thing too. I can't. I just can't with that. Thank you, JoJo. Just put that on the playlist for you. Thanks for your super chat. Laura says, probably Charlie did it to prove himself as valuable to Donna since Wendi seems to be the favorite. I don't know. Wendi was making it seem like Charlie was the favorite. Like, she always helps Charlie with his problems and she's always helping Charlie. So I don't know. Do you think Wendy's the favorite or Charlie? And there's a son who's estranged from them who actually is an ENT who could be helping Donna with her ear problems. Ironically, Karma knows your address, by the way. I think he's going to come in and testify too. What's his name? Robert? Is his name Robert, the estranged brother? And I think he's on the witness list, and I can't wait to hear from him. He's got all the family tea. All the family tea. All right, they're still on break, so don't worry. How dare you says, hey, Donna, how do those bus wheels feel? Thank you for being with me for 13 months. And Monj says, I can't lie, this feels weird. Thanks for your 5. Yay, missed you, Melanie. My entire TV schedule was off. I can't even keep track of all her trials. Donna has a potty bus. She's throwing them under. Oh, yeah, she's throwing them under the potty bus. Very well done. Thanks for your 5. Mama Antonella says, why did they offer her a deal in the first place? Wendi? Well, it's a deal. It's an immunity deal because maybe she was reticent. She didn't want to come in and testify again. This will be like this is her 4th time testifying, I think. But again, they can still prosecute her and they needed to get her in that chair. And she's going to throw her mother under the bus to save herself. And that's why they needed her. Thank you for your super chat. Leanne says, suggested watch police interview with Tamara, Dan's friend. She's suspicious of Javi. Oh, all right. Maybe after the trial's over, but I don't want to spoil my fresh reactions to this stuff, Leanne Doolin. Thank you for your 5. If anybody else wants to go watch it, you're free to do that. Pimabo says, I doubt they'll show it. In Jeff's interview, he calls Wendi the kind of girl you'd throw yourself in front of a bus for. Gold dust woman. Oh my God. Really? Does she have that kind of Kavorka going on? Anybody know what the Kavorka reference is from? You know. Gold dust woman. Who can tell me where Kavorka? Jerry, I got the Kavorka. I got my Kavorka back. Come on, you guys. Somebody can get it. There was a whole episode about Kavorka. Seinfeld. Thank you, Amandarella. Well done. Seinfeld is always welcome here. Always. It was Kramer. He got his Kavorka right. Oh, Cherry. She had the same deal in Charlie's trial. Says, why not? Everything relates to Seinfeld. Thank you, Andrea L. Thank you. I think you're my spirit animal because I have a Seinfeld reference for every single situation. Never turn down a mint. A muffin can be very filling. Everything relates to Seinfeld. This family is nuts. They're nuts, but they're so stupid. Gold dust woman. Okay, it's going on right now. Got 2 suggestions for that. Why do these people think they're just never going to get caught? That's what amazes me the most. The dumbest criminals around, and they just think they're never going to get caught. And that's what makes this so fascinating to me. I'm finding it more fascinating now than I did initially, because remember I said it was kind of a snooze fest, and I did. I mean, I'm sticking by my opinion that I thought the opening statements were a snooze fest, in my opinion. As a trial lawyer, you need to get up there and you need to get the jury in the first 5 seconds. Like, you need to attract their attention. Karen Reed was framed. Oh, you got me now. Now I'm listening. I found them to be dull. Just saying. Trial lawyers, take note. Aspiring trial lawyers in the chat, take note. There's a lot of law students that watch this channel. You need to be compelling. You need to be interesting. You need to be theatrical. You need to make them pay attention, because they will be thinking about what's for lunch if you're not. And I found them both to be boring. Boring. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion. I saw a lot of people praising the prosecution's opening like it was the greatest opening ever. I'm like, I'm sorry, did you watch David Yanetti's opening? Did you watch Alan Jackson's opening? No. It was a snooze fest, in my opinion. You got to paint a picture. People are used to watching television. They think that they're going to come in and they're going to see some fantastic performance, like name a great movie, name a great lawyer movie. You're out of order. You're all out of order. Or any episode of Law and Order where they run the courtroom and it's fascinating and it's exciting. And when I was becoming a lawyer and I used to go sit in the courthouse, because that's really the only way to learn how to be a good trial lawyer, is you got to go there and sit there and watch, because there was no Court TV back in the 90s. People think it's going to be like TV, and it's not. There's a lot of really bad trial lawyers that are just boring, and people, they want a show. And this is also not a very popular thing to say, but a lot of times cases are won based on who the jury likes better, the attorney that the jury likes better. Civil cases anyway. I'm a civil litigator for over 30 years, and sometimes it's all about the lawyering. And I just wasn't impressed. I'm just saying. I just wasn't that impressed. So I don't feel like we need to go over it together, because I was moving into college when it happened last week. Well, I wasn't moving into college, but I was in IKEA hell. And Home Depot was out of hammers. Like, really? This is funny. Denise says the Adelson story is like the Jewish version of Shameless. Hold on. I can't, it flew by too fast and I couldn't find, there it is. Thank you, Denise. I always thought that Seinfeld was a very New York show, and that a lot of people like who didn't live in New York didn't get it. So tell me if you are not from New York and you did get Seinfeld, if you got it. I can't believe somebody would throw them in front of a bus for Wendi, but okay. Well, a lot of guys that we follow, that we're friends with on the tubes of you, think that Wendi Adelson is incredibly hot. So, I mean, I don't know. What do I know? Tons of fun, says Ruchi Valens. Donna for the playlist. Thank you. I just put a version of that on there. Another one bites the dust, says Leslie. Thank you, Leslie. Happy anniversary, Truckers Against Tie Clips. We've been together for 12 months. Yay. Are we Facebook official yet? I don't use Facebook. I hate it. It makes me mad every time I go on Facebook. Happy anniversary to us. And if you're driving your 18-wheeler on the highway, please, Don't crash. I'll try not to be funny so you don't get distracted because, it's hard to get a CDL license unless you're in Massachusetts, in which case you can get a CDL license, commercial driver's license, in exchange for a plunge pool or a new driveway or a mailbox or a snowblower, because there's a big scandal in Massachusetts. Oh, Mama tried. Excellent, excellent. Wait, I saw that fly by. Who said Mama tried for the playlist? I'm hearing some scratching from the courtroom. Hold on. I'm like, the courtroom's haunted. Whoever said Mama tried, I'm taking it. Oh, you parked? All right. Please be safe. Please be safe. Mama tried is a great suggestion. And of course, it's going to be the Grateful Dead version. It flew by. Sorry, I can't give you credit, but it's going on there right now. I'll tell you what we have so far so we don't repeat. We don't repeat our suggestions. And then I'm also going to put it I'm also going to I'll pin it in the chat so that, let's see, live at Barton Hall. Is that a good version? Yeah, I think that's probably a good version. Mama tried to raise me better, but her pleading I denied. There's no one but me to blame because Mama tried. Let's see what we got so far. Okay, so far. Well, all right, I already have one error on here. I was looking for Mamma Mia, the Mamma Mia song. That was supposed to be number 1. Getaway car, leaving on a jet plane, Karma Chameleon, Money, 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 Murder by Numbers, Mother Knows Best from Tangled, Mastermind, Devil with the Blue Dress On. That was a great suggestion. Why Georgia? Because why Georgia? Why? Round Here by the Counting Crows because she's, what was the lyric that I had before? Acting, she has trouble acting normal when she's nervous. Round Here. Medical Love Song, Monty Python. Day Tripper, One Way Ticket. Get it? If I Had $1 Million, because, the $1 million bribe. Rich Girl, Don't It Make My Brown Eyes Blue for the blue contacts, if that's even true. Material Girl by Madonna. Control, Janet Jackson. Mother, Pink Floyd. I Ran So Far Away, because, Vietnam. Mother and Child Reunion, You Are My Sunshine, because of the emails. Casey Jones, because, high on cocaine, as were the hitman and the getaway car driver. Donna by 10cc, Evil Woman, The Devil You Know, Gold Dust Woman, and Mama Tried. Doing good, right? We're doing good so far, you guys. Lally's List of Lies says, coming in late, do we already have Donna by Richie Valens on the playlist? Well, I have a different version by 10cc. Is it a different song? Thanks for covering this, Melanie. This family makes most other crazy families seem normal. Trust me. All right, I'll do the Richie Valens for you. I don't know if it's the same song or not, but who knows? Done. Thank you for your 10. Kit says, I think Charlie was the golden child favorite, but then Wendi gave Donna grandbabies. Oh, yes. Our boys. I can't read what that says. SLNT Goddess. Harvey was absolutely in on it. The wires and tails prove that. Will they get him next? Thank you, buddy, for becoming a new member. Rhiannon says her plumped lips are a choice. That's right, a choice. Thanks for being with me for 6 months. Venus Blue says, Wendi by the Beach Boys, Born to Run by Bruce. Well done, girl. Well done, Wendi by the Beach Boys. You know who's playing with the Beach Boys? John Stamos of Full House and Full Head of Hair fame. And he shouted out Karen Reed during one of the concerts. He says, I think he invited her to the concert. And of course, Bruce Springsteen is always welcome. I've never seen Bruce Springsteen in concert. That's a bucket list item for me, as is you too. Thank you very much, Venus Blue. Crash Daddy for your super chat, and this is hilarious. Jeannie, that's not the hilarious one that I was thinking of, but I'm going to read this anyway. Karen Reed for Massachusetts governor says the whole story is that Donna has been forcing Wendi to perform her whole life. Wendi is probably enjoying life for the first time since Donna's been in jail. Could be. Justice is my bias says gibbers is anti-Semitism is an anti-Semitic slur aimed at Jewish people, mocking the idea that Jewish speech sounds like unintelligible mocking the Yiddish or Hebrew language. That's terrible. And they're Jewish. Side barrister says Wendi said in the first trial that she chose that name for Dan because he caused her anxiety, and calling him gibbers calmed Wendi down. Give me a break. Yeah. Jolie says, Melanie, since Dan traveled often for conferences before the divorce, what if Wendi accepted a job in Miami and flew back and forth? Would this impact the relocation of the kids? She would not be able to bring the kids with her. She could relocate to Miami and come back and forth to see them on her visitation days, but her mother wasn't going to allow her to give up sole custody, right? But typically the children have to remain where they are in the school district. And, you know, it's always, when you're going through a divorce and custody issues, it's always, the court is always supposed to look at what is in the best interest of the child. That's supposed to be the goal, the best interest of the children. Now, you know, it could be argued that the kids were very young. They were 4 and 3. Maybe they hadn't formed really strong friendships yet. Maybe they were not in school yet, or maybe they were in preschool and it's not as, you know, traumatic as if you're in high school and you have to go to a totally different school. But I still don't think in this case it would have been possible for them. This we already covered. Somebody was telling me what to do and stream on Tallahassee Democrat YouTube. We tried. I tried that first. The audio was not as good. And so we wanted to stick with the better audio. That's why we went to Law and Crime. This was hilarious. Emily C. said, maybe she said she couldn't see Donna's clothes because she was embarrassed to describe her Goodwill outfit. I think you're 100% on that. That is funny. But I'm also going to say that I have 3 teenage daughters and they love thrifting. They love thrifting. They know exactly which thrift shops to go to. They find some really amazing vintage clothing there. And they know which towns have the best thrift shops. When I was a kid, it was not a thing. My girls, they love thrifting and all their friends do too. College age, high school age, they dig it. And they come home with like 20 items for like $20. It's crazy. Donna E is suggesting Ma by Rare Earth. Okay. Done. We're up to 32 songs. New Hampshire woman says Family Affair by Sly and the Family Stone. Well done, girl. Well done. That story out of New Hampshire is tragic. I covered it the other night briefly. We haven't had a lot of information on it yet, but apparently there was a family annihilator, a woman who had been posting on TikTok about her depression. And then she annihilated, and her husband had terminal, some kind of cancer. And she took the lives of her 2 children and her husband before turning the weapon on herself and left the 3-year-old toddler upstairs. And the 3-year-old toddler lived. It's a tragic, horrible story out of New Hampshire. I thought for sure when they said that they had found the 4 bodies that it was going to be the husband who did it, but no, apparently it was the wife. She had posted her struggles very publicly on TikTok. Thank you, New Hampshire woman, for your super chat. Helena is here from Sweden. Less Than Zero, The Weekend, Killer Queen by Queen, Steel Claw, Tina Turner, Wendi, Beach Boys, Devil in Disguise, Elvis, Out of Time, Chris Farlow. That's a lot of suggestions for one super chat. I'll come back to that later. Thank you, Helena, so very much. Usually I like to do it right when I'm doing it because I forget. Emma says, how about Double Dutch Bus by Frankie Smith? Plus, I'm out on Kim K. Yeah, I'm not crazy about Kim K either. Double Dutch Bus. How does that? I don't know the lyrics and I don't know that song. So how does that relate to what we're talking about? Usually it's what I'm talking about. Explain. I'll go back later. Little Cupcake explaining to those who don't know who Nebercracker is, that we say Harvey looks like Nebercracker. Kelly says, Wendi is brilliant. That's why she hasn't been charged. They don't have enough on her. She's too smart. You think? Is that the consensus out there? It's disco for throwing under the bus, says Green-Eyed Southern Girl. Okay. Got it. Ozzy, Mama, I'm coming home. Well, we have to give Heather, we have to give Ozzy a tribute, right? Mama, I'm coming home. Done. Because, you know, Ozzy is at the Endless Heaven buffet now. He had a good run. He had a good run, Ozzy, right? I mean, the fact that Keith Richards is still alive is shocking to me, but he should write a book on how to survive everything. Okay, we're back. It is 1:20 and we're back.
Come back and take the witness stand. You can bring in the jurors.
Lunch is over. And Wendy's back in the hot seat. Oh, thank you, Laura. Could you please remind the parrot heads in your chat that this Friday is the 2nd annual Jimmy Buffett Day? I appreciate you. Thanks, Laura. Everybody hit the like when you're coming back in, please. Helps the girl out. It wasn't a short lunch. We were actually just behind, so it gave us room to FF, and now we're on real time.
All right, here I am in the courtroom.
Here comes the jury. Georgia wants Wendi. I agree. Jesus is just all right by the Doobie Brothers. Well done, Little Cupcake. She wanted to pretend that they were turning Catholic.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may resume with your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, I want to ask you a little bit about your brother, Charlie Adelson. How is he older or younger than you?
I'm the youngest of the 3 children, so both my brothers are older than me.
How much older than you is Charlie?
He's 2.5 years older.
And in the time frame 2013 to 2014, how much time were you spending with Charlie Adelson?
I don't remember spending a lot of time with him. I was in Tallahassee most of the time, and he was in South Florida most of the time.
Did you speak with Charlie regularly during that time?
We did.
What type of lifestyle did your brother have around the time frame 2014 to 2016?
My brother was a single guy. He was dating lots of people. He worked really hard till early in the morning till late at night, sometimes 6 or 7 days a week.
He was a traveling
played hard.
Yeah.
He was a traveling periodontist and apparently a male hooer. A lot of girlfriends all over the place. And Jay Maya Tube is reminding everyone in the chat, you can add a volume booster to your device, app or extension free, and they work very well. Enjoy. Thank you so much. The reason that we can't use volume boosters on StreamYard is because they do not play well. It will boost only me and it will not boost the video that I'm playing. So I do the best I can to modulate the volume for you. Okay. Here we go. Moving on. She's the baby. She's the baby. Princess Wendi is the baby. Do you want to see the baby? Do you want to see the baby? The baby is breathtaking. Seinfeld. Moving on.
I think that was kind of his lifestyle.
Did he like nice things?
He
Fancy
did.
Cars?
He liked nice cars. He liked nice food.
Did you, during the phone conversations you had with your brother during that time, did you talk much about your marital problems?
I mean, to be honest, I don't remember, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Is it fair to say during the year or so leading up to Mr. Markel's murder that your brother did not like him?
I think that's fair to say.
Did your brother joke about hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
He did make that joke.
What was the joke specifically?
My brother had bought me a TV as a divorce present, and he would make the joke that the TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Did you
Yeah,
ever
and
tell?
by the way, she gave that up in her police interview, like in the first half hour. I don't know really how long it took her to bring that up in her police interview on the day of the murder, throwing Charlie under the proverbial bus. But you have to see the baby. The TV is going to come into play later for those of you like me who are new to this case. So yeah, a divorce present, is that a thing? A divorce present. But a TV would be cheaper than a hitman. Oh, my freeze game again, on point. Looking right at the jury when she says it. I mean, was it like, you know, a 90-inch big screen? And then the TV is going to become her alibi. So just put a pin in the TV.
Tell Jeffrey Lacasse about that joke?
I may have mentioned that joke to
Boyfriend.
Jeff Lacasse.
Who is that?
Jeff Lacasse was someone that I dated after Danny and I got divorced.
Where'd she meet him?
Had he met your parents?
I think he may have met them once, but
Did
not
your-
in any kind of formal way. Just my parents were visiting and he might have said hi, something like that.
Did your parents express any opinion about him, whether they liked him or not?
I don't remember them really taking notice of him.
Do you remember sending a text back in May 28th of 2014 that saying, quote, "My parents are not into him," referring to Jeff?
I don't remember sending that text.
Show it to her.
On the morning of the murder, did you have an appointment at your residence on Aqua Ridge?
I did.
What was the nature of that appointment?
I had an appointment with the Geek Squad. There were some vertical lines on the TV. I didn't know if maybe one of my kids had tapped it or touched it, but it wasn't working. And so I had an appointment and they were scheduled to come sometime between 8 and 12.
There's the
And
alibi.
was that the TV that was the same TV that your brother joked he got you as a divorce present because
It was.
cheaper than hiring a hitman?
Yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the murder, did your mom text you about the TV repair guy being on the way or coming to your house?
She did. I didn't buy the TV, and the TV had an insurance policy that came with the Geek Squad help. So I think they reached out to her first, and then she let me know that they were coming.
Right.
The TV was
Pro
under
tip,
warranty,
the insurance
right?
policy that they try and sell you at the register is a total scam and a way for them to make money. And don't ever buy the extended protection BS. Wow. Too much detail, Wend. Put the hair behind the ear. What does it mean when you do that with your hair behind the ear? Yep, it was because she had told the TV repairman that joke and she figured the cops would be talking to the repairman. Yeah, she was well versed and well prepped. And they bought the insurance policy on the TV. Who does that? Nobody.
Squad help. So I think
Or coming to your house?
she did. I didn't buy the TV, and the TV had an insurance policy that came with the Geek Squad help. So I think they reached out to her first, and then she let me know that they were coming.
The TV was under warranty, right?
I believe so.
But the damage that you had was not covered by the warranty, was it?
I don't think so.
Okay. And do you recall how long the TV repairman was at your house?
I don't. It was a reasonable amount of time, so maybe an hour or so.
And why did it take an hour to determine that the TV couldn't be repaired or was not under warranty?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And the TV repair guy, well, I guess I should ask, were you upset, crying and upset during the time that the TV repairman was there?
I don't think so.
Were you particularly upset about the TV, the fact that the TV couldn't be repaired?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the TV guy, to your recollection, didn't actually do anything. He didn't fix the TV, didn't take it away, he didn't bring you a new one.
No, he was trying to fix it. I mean, I think he was trying to assess what the problem was and if it could be fixed, but it wasn't taken away.
The problem was like an impact to the screen, right?
It seemed to be that, yeah.
Did
she
you
break it
go
on
to a
purpose?
dinner after the murder of Dan Markel in which you vomited at the table?
It was several weeks until I felt ready to leave my apartment. I was very, very scared.
So you did that happen?
It did happen.
She vomited at the table? Yeah, the TV turned out to be much more expensive than hiring a hitman. Much less expensive anyway. The question was, did you ever go out and vomit at the table? And then she gave a big excuse for it, but didn't say whether if it was true. Did you go to a dinner after the murder of Dan Markel? Let's listen to this again.
Markel in which you vomited. Did you go to a dinner after the murder of Dan Markel in which you vomited at the table?
It was several weeks until I felt ready to leave my apartment.
That's not an answer
I
to
was
the
very,
question.
very scared.
So you did that happen?
It did happen.
Okay, and that was in a restaurant, right?
It was at a restaurant.
Who was present at that dinner?
It was my brother and me.
And where was the dinner?
It
South
was
Florida or here? Or
It was
somewhere
South
else?
Florida.
Okay, and you said it was several weeks after the murder?
I believe so.
Why was she scared?
Had you ever heard Charlie, your brother, refer to that dinner as a celebratory dinner?
Only in previous trials, but never to me personally.
Did you hear him say it the night that you had the dinner or after that,
No,
that you threw up at the celebration?
no.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua?
I met her on 2 occasions.
Okay, do you have an independent friendship with her or did you just meet her through your brother?
I just met her through my brother.
Who was she to Charlie?
She was a person that he had dated.
Was she a serious girlfriend?
I didn't think so.
Did he have a lot of girlfriends that kind of came and went?
He had a lot of girlfriends and they all looked somewhat similar.
I'm gonna show
That was a
you
dig at
what-
First swipe of the day. It happens often. Where's Melanie Little's left swipe in StreamYard? Don't worry, because I paused it at exactly the right time. That was a dig at Charlie. He's got a type. He's got a type, Charlie. They all looked alike. All his girlfriends looked alike. Swipe or no swiping?
what's
All
He had a lot of
looked
girlfriends.
somewhat
They all looked
similar.
alike.
came and went?
So
Did he have a lot of girlfriends that kind of came and went?
he had a lot of girlfriends and they all looked somewhat similar.
I'm gonna show you what's, one moment, Your Honor.
I think she's gonna be on the stand all day. I mean, it's already 1:30. And they didn't even get to cross yet.
Show you what I marked as 35.
Yeah, totally distancing from Katie, exactly. She suddenly figured out how to close her lips.
Do you recognize States 35?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a visit. I went to the beach with Catherine and a friend of hers for about an hour.
Catherine Magdanoa?
Yes.
All right, and when was this photograph taken?
It was Father's Day weekend of June 2014.
Just about a month before the murder?
Yes.
And was this the first time you'd ever met Catherine Magdanoa?
It was the second time. The first time was at a dinner with my brother and with Jeff Lacasse when I was running an alternative spring break. I came down to visit.
Is that the dinner at Yardbird?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah, so
what
this
is
the
a,
second.
an
Yes.
alternative spring break? Running an alternative spring break, what does that even mean? Is that a thing that mommies do? I was running an alternative spring break. I need a definition on that.
Move to introduce State's Exhibit 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 35 is admitted.
Publishing State's 35. Which one is Catherine Magdanoa?
Oh, beach picture.
She's on the left with the white top.
Okay, and that's you in the center there?
That's me in the middle.
Swimsuit
And
pic.
this photograph, was it taken near your parents' residence in
It
South
was.
Beach?
Very close.
Oh, it was alternative spring break for FSU
During
students?
that trip, were there any conversations with Catherine Magdanoa or your brother or your mother about the murder?
No.
Students volunteer? Okay,
Is
good, got it.
Catherine Magdanoa the girlfriend that your brother had in this time frame leading up to the murder?
I believe so, but he had multiple girlfriends, so I don't know if she was the only one.
Okay, but that's definitely the one that you interacted with the month before.
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything stand out to you about this particular girl as being, you know, the one or special or different from the parade of girlfriends that
No.
Charlie had? Did your brother have girlfriends after this woman, Magdanoa?
Yes.
Okay, including, do you remember a Whitney?
I do remember Whitney.
And then there was June Mchinda,
Yes, I remember June.
a June Co, I think.
I remember Junko.
Okay. Prior to Dan Markel's murder, was this image taken at your trip to South Beach that was most recent before the murder?
No,
So you went down another time between this trip and the murder?
I did. I went down for my dad's birthday.
And when was that?
It would have been, his birthday was on July 5th. And so I was down, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but maybe 7 or 10 days over July 4th and for his birthday, and then went back to Tallahassee.
Did you run into Catherine Magdanoa at all on that trip?
I don't think so.
Any discussion with any members of your family about the murder on that trip?
No,
It was your dad's 70th birthday, right?
it was.
And was there a party?
We had a party.
Was that friends, family, both?
It was friends and family.
And I think, is this the trip that we were talking about earlier where your parents had come to Tallahassee to fetch you and take you down south?
Yes.
Was there any discussion on that trip about any other relocation strategies?
I don't have any memory of that.
Like bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those things,
It had been, I think, about a year since.
since those were first broached?
Right, but I'm just saying by that time, it was the summer of 2014. I don't remember any kind of conversation like that.
Okay. Was there any discussion on that trip of the pending motion that included precluding your mom from having unsupervised visits with your boys?
No.
Do you remember the time frame that the repairman was at your house on the morning of the murder?
I remember more or less. I feel like he came, I think he was supposed to come sometime between 8 and 12, and he came on the early side. Because I just remember being surprised and trying to get dressed really fast.
Okay, and Dan Markel was killed between 8 and 12, right? We
He
know
was.
that now.
Great alibi.
Who paid the repairman that came to your house?
I think he was under contract,
Mhm.
so I don't have a strong memory of that, but I don't remember paying him. It's
Okay.
possible that I did.
I'm going to ask you a few more questions
The
about
Spotify
Mr.
playlist is
Lacasse.
pinned in the chat.
You said you might have mentioned the joke to him about TV's cheaper than a hitman. Did you ever use the term TV as code for the murder in any context?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that, other than the recordings in this case?
No.
I would like to
So
see the
she didn't
witness's
talk to
face when she
you
says that. For
about
those of
the
you who are not
TV?
watching and just listening, they're showing George's face while she's asking those questions instead of Wendy's face. I want to hear Wendy say no, and I want to see Wendy say no about not using TV as code. I just took it back.
Use the term TV as code for the murder in any context?
Bad camera
No.
work.
Did you ever hear your mom do that, other than the recordings in this case?
No.
So she didn't talk to you about the TV?
No.
Did you see Mr. Lacasse? And you said that was somebody that you had been dating around the time of the murder, is that right?
We had broken up just before that week that Danny was killed.
All right. Did you have an occasion to see him on July 13th of 2014? So just about a week before the murder at your residence?
I don't remember him
Remember
being
that?
at my residence, but I do remember seeing him around that time.
Okay. And on July 13th, 2014, do you remember asking to share something in confidence with Mr. Lacasse?
I don't remember doing that.
Did you tell Mr. Lacasse, in the context of if something were to happen to Danny, I could move back to Miami? Did you tell Lacasse that regarding the relocation battle in the summer of 2013, Charlie had, seriously, not as a joke, explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman?
I did not have that conversation with Jeff Lacasse.
He might say differently.
And I think you said the week before, but wasn't it actually about, I think it was 4 days before the murder, you sent an email to Mr. Lacasse? Do you remember that email, bump in the road?
I remember telling him I didn't want to have contact with him anymore. I don't remember exactly what date I sent it, but whatever date Sunday or Monday of that week would have been around when I sent it.
Does this refresh your memory at all?
It does.
Okay. And so you weren't officially breaking up with him so much as asking for a certain period of time without contact, is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and then your plan was to reach back out to him and figure things out one way or the other?
I mean, I think I was breaking up with him, but I have a strong aversion to conflict, so this was probably my way of not breaking up with him without breaking up with him.
Okay. And I want to go back to the day of the murder. We know about the TV repairman left about, did you say about 9?
The truth is I don't really remember, but something like 9 or 10.
Definitely before 10 or by 10?
Yes, that's my best memory.
All right, where did you go after the TV? Where was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
So I was home, I think, for a couple of hours first. I was doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday to have lunch with. And so I went.
Ladies who lunch. Did you say she had a strong aversion to conflict? Really? How do you feel about murder for hire? Strong aversion to conflict. So we just got to get rid of the guy that I'm having conflict with. I don't know. Maybe she wasn't involved at all. Maybe she wasn't involved at all. Maybe she knew nothing. Maybe they did this all behind her back. I have no idea. But she's really leaning into that alleged immunity, isn't she? Ladies who lunch.
to run a few quick errands and then meet them for lunch.
And on your way to meet the friends, did you have an occasion to go down Trescott?
I was trying to turn down Trescott. That's where I used to turn and take just the road I was used to. But there was yellow tape up. And so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn. So I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Center.
Oh, cue the tears, Wendy. Cue the tears. This was when the street was blocked off because her ex-husband had just been shot in his garage. Let's see if she can pull off the tears. Or does she need a cry stick?
But there was yellow tape up. And so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn. So I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Centerville.
And so you encountered a police roadblock at that location?
Yes.
Okay, couldn't go any further because there was a police car and some yellow tape, right?
Right.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn and then I couldn't go through. So I turned around and kept going.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
Okay.
Crime scene tape. What a novelty. Yeah, you can buy a cry stick on Amazon. It is an acting thing.
Which,
You dab
one
it underneath
of
your
you
eyes. It's
or
made of some
your-
sort of menthol, and it will well up to tears like nobody's business.
ex-husband had the kids the night before he was killed?
The night before they were with Danny.
All right, so it was his responsibility to take them to preschool that morning?
Yes.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them, you know, they didn't have cell phones, they were little. So I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that. So I hadn't talked to the boys. I'm sorry, what was the second part of the
How
question?
about Dan? Did you speak to him that morning?
We didn't. We had plans to talk. We had traded some text messages and emails, and then I called him and he didn't pick up, and that was the last contact.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No.
Did you attempt to call your kids' daycare after encountering the roadblock?
No.
Did you notify anyone that you observed the roadblock?
I was talking on the phone at the time, so I may have said to the person I was talking to, oh, I'm trying to drive, but I have to turn around, hold on.
Okay, that was probably a bad question. Did you attempt to investigate in any way or ask anyone what the roadblock was about?
I wasn't concerned about the roadblock.
Was Mr. Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I don't remember if he was scheduled to leave town on Friday afternoon or on Saturday morning, but I know that he would go to New York every time he had a chance, and I think that was where he was going. But I don't know when he was leaving.
Okay, if you'll take a look at, not the binder we've been using, but the other binder, should have your law enforcement interview on the front.
Okay.
And I would just ask you to review page 159, lines 10 and 11. I think it's the very, are you able to find it?
Right.
Sorry,
So you see
when
police
he had,
tape on your ex's
He had
street.
plans to be out of town. He was leaving on Saturday.
You see police tape blocking off your ex's street where you know your kids are, and you just don't even think anything of it. It's just, you just drive by like it's just a normal day, kind of like the ice cream truck coming, no big whoop, no biggie. And wasn't she out of her way? She was out of her way. And then give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar because I'm not believing any of it.
Sorry, when he had plans to be out of town. He was leaving on Saturday.
Okay.
So it looks like I knew that he was leaving Saturday.
All right. And you knew he was planning to go to New York?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how, if the killers knew that he was leaving town the next day, do you know how that information got to them?
I don't.
Did your brother Charlie know?
By the way, didn't Luis Rivera say that it was Wendi? It was Wendi. He threw Wendi under the bus on Friday, right? So, maybe he's bringing Wendi into it, but she's like, how did the killers know that he was leaving town the next day? Do you know? No, I don't know. I don't know. I know nothing about nothing. I know nothing about nothing.
If the killers knew that he was leaving town the next day, do you know how that information got to them?
I don't.
Did your brother Charlie know that information?
I don't
your
know if
knowledge.
I don't know if he knew that information.
Did your mother know that information?
My mom usually knew our schedule, so she
everything
probably would have known that I was going to have the boys. I don't know if that means she knew he was going to be out of town, but she would have known that I had the boys.
And didn't your mom keep meticulous track of every time that Dan went out of town?
Maybe just in the sense that if Danny was out of town, she thought maybe I needed extra help or something. So yes, probably.
And when that became an issue in the divorce, she was able to send you a record going all the way back to 2010, a couple of years of every single date he was out of town. Do you remember that email?
My mom never switched over to like a Google Calendar, so she would keep very meticulous, like a calendar of all the things she had to do. And so that was just her way of keeping track of everything.
Making excuses for her mama now. Mama tried to raise me better, but her pleading I denied. Ain't no one for me to blame because mama tried. Her mother kept track of every time Dan was going to be out of town. Talk about the nosy mother-in-law. Talk about being in your business, being all up in your business. Wow, overbearing much?
And so that was just her way of keeping track of everything. Not just this, but every part of life.
She's very detail oriented,
Yes.
even regarding things that aren't necessarily her business, or do you think that Dan's travel plans were somehow her business?
I think only to the extent that it impacted whether I had the boys or whether they were coming to visit or what that looked like.
Okay. Did Mr. Markel leave you a message on the morning of his murder?
He did.
Okay, and did he indicate on that message that he was going to the gym that morning?
He did.
And specifically, did it tell you he'd be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30?
I don't remember, but that sounds about right.
All right, and would he have given you that much detail because you were planning to try to touch base to talk, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation.
And was the conversation something about one of the children's schooling?
It was.
Did you talk to your brother Charlie on the morning of the murder?
I did.
And does an 18-minute conversation at 9:30 a.m. that day sound correct?
It does.
Do you remember the nature of that conversation?
I do. I didn't purchase the TV, so I didn't know how much the TV cost. And so I called him to find out if it made more sense to get the TV repaired or buy a new TV, because I didn't know what the delta was there.
Okay. Can you tell the jury one way or the other for sure whether you mentioned Dan Markel's travel plans to Charlie during that 18-minute phone call?
I can't say for sure, but I don't see why I would have brought it up.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I did.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is it's a phone service. It's an app that I use when I talk to people who live in other countries. So it's become very popular. I think I had it at the time. I know I certainly have it now. But it's a device to send messages.
During the time frame
It's an app, not a
that
device.
we're talking about, which is around the time of the murder, did you communicate with any of your family members through WhatsApp?
I don't remember using WhatsApp unless they were traveling internationally, because it's a way of making free calls or free texts when at that time making long distance calls on a regular phone would have been very expensive.
Did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua through WhatsApp?
I don't remember ever texting her on any platform.
Did you have any other encrypted platforms on your phone at that time?
At that time, I don't think so. I don't know what existed at that time.
Okay. So after you turned around and did not proceed down Trescott, you went, I think, to the liquor store. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I was invited to a Stalk the Bar party for that night for a friend's daughter. And so they asked for a specific type of bourbon. I'm not a bourbon drinker, so
Wait, a Stalk the Bar party? Is that a thing? For a friend's daughter? A Stalk the Bar party? Everybody bring a bottle. You're assigned the bourbon? What kind of bourbon was it?
I went to the liquor store and I showed them the invitation, which was shaped like the kind of bourbon they wanted us to buy, and asked if they had that, and they did, and I bought it.
All right, and that type of bourbon was Bullet bourbon?
That's right.
And do you recall the time of that purchase?
I don't, but I see a receipt here at 12:49.
Okay, and does that fit with your memory? You left the house around, I think you said afternoon, proceeded
Okay, $26.99 for a bottle of Bullet.
to the scene, encountered the tape, and then went to the liquor store, right?
I proceeded to drive to the liquor store. I saw tape and turned around. And then I bought the bourbon that they asked for at 12:49, and then I may have gotten gas after that, and then I drove to lunch.
And lunch was where law enforcement came in and encountered you?
That's right.
Okay, and that was where you were having lunch with a couple friends?
That's right.
Did you relocate to South Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
I don't know, I really feel like she's smart enough to think out her whole entire alibi and to like have planned it out and have time-stamped receipts and to have everything meticulously planned. But the fact that she did not ask anything about that crime scene tape across the street where she knew her kids were with their dad, or maybe they were at school at the time, but still knew that he lived there, she didn't ask, speaks volumes to me.
Did you relocate to South Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
In terms of relocation, I did leave Tallahassee after the funeral, but I took a weekender for both the boys and me and thought I would be back pretty quickly.
Did you come back?
I did come back a few times, but
Just to get things though, right?
not really to get things. I came back a couple of times to give a talk or to do some work, but
Okay.
or
But
to
what I'm interested in is where were you living after the murder?
I wasn't living in Tallahassee.
All right. Did you recall on the trip to South Florida, just within 48 hours of the shooting, getting a call from Craig Isom?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened with that call?
I talked to him for a while. He mentioned that he might want to have DNA samples of the kids. We were already halfway down. We'd been in the car for about 4 hours with the boys.
Who's
and
the we in that sentence?
I was with my parents
Okay.
and the kids.
Yep.
We talked, the call broke up, and he never followed up.
Was it like a, you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that or was it really breaking up?
I was not faking that.
Did you
And
hear
did
her
you
laugh?
send your lawyer to him after that?
But were you faking that? Not buying what you're selling. I want to hear that again.
You're breaking up.
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that or was it really breaking up?
I was not faking that.
And did you send your lawyer to him after that, shortly after that?
I told him he could talk to my lawyer. He never followed up.
Were you happy to be out of Tallahassee when you were able to return to South Florida?
No, I was not happy.
Did you send a text message on January 1st of 2016 that's contrary to that?
At that point, it would have been a year and a half after I'd been living somewhere else. So I don't know what text message you're referring to, but
But at that point, you were happy to be out of Tallahassee?
it's not a question of happy to be out of Tallahassee. I was trying to build a new life for myself and I didn't feel safe here anymore.
All right, let's take a look at tab 96, please.
96 in the old one or the new one?
The old one, please.
Okay.
Mange, double Dutch bus when Donna throws everyone under it. What did you think of the Sanders kid? Oh, Shiloh Sanders got thrown out of the game and then
Okay, I see
got
it, but
waived.
it says
Out.
unknown, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
Well, that's not the question. The question is, did you say, "So happy I don't live there"?
thanks, Laura. Got
And
it.
the person
Losing my
says, "I
religion.
bet it's a shithole." Remember that?
I don't remember this, no, but I do see that I said it. I don't know who I'm talking to here, and
Would it surprise you to learn you were speaking to your brother, Charlie Adelson?
I don't know if it would surprise me,
Oh,
so
let's take it back. Talking to her brother Charlie. Dancing on the ceiling, looking for her answers. Good one. Just me, good one.
And the person says, "I bet it's a shithole." Remember that?
I don't remember this, no, but I do see that I said it. I don't know who I'm talking to here, and
Would it surprise you to learn you were speaking to your brother, Charlie Adelson?
I don't know if it would surprise me, so, no.
Okay, Judge, may we approach it this time?
Okay, they're approaching. Wendy's drinking water. She's looking thirsty. Donna takes off her headphones to speak to her lawyer for a moment. Wendi on the hot seat reading something. Harvey Adelson, who in my opinion looks like Nebercracker. Let's put him back up there. We have a little room to FF. They're back.
Ma'am, did you change your children's names after Dan Markel was killed?
About a year after I did.
In what way did you change their names?
I changed their last name, and I changed my older son's middle name
And you changed their last name from Markel to what?
to mine.
Adelson.
Mhm.
Voodoo woman going on there, Sarah. Thank you. Evil. Wonder how the Sons feel about that now.
I'm going to start by asking you about this email dated July 3rd, 2014. What is this?
This is the, it looks like an electronic invitation for my dad's 70th birthday.
An Evite, right?
Yes.
And who sent the invitation to you?
Well, it looks like it's through the postmark.
I mean, who sent the party invitations out?
I don't remember if I helped with the Evite or if my mom did it. So I don't know if I sent it to myself or if it's from my mom.
Would you have sent it to yourself?
I'm a little better with tech stuff than my parents, so I might have helped them put together an Evite.
Okay.
I don't
but
remember.
Who does it say is the host of the party?
Oh, my mom's the host. You asked who sent the email, and I didn't remember. But my mom is the host of the party for my
Okay.
dad.
And to whom is the party invitation sent?
It's sent to me and my two children.
Okay. And this was sent on July 3rd, 2014, before the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then back up just a little bit here. This email, do you recognize this one? Are you able to read it okay on your screen?
I can read it okay.
All right. Who sent this email?
This is from, it says my mom, but it says Harvey Adelson. So again, I don't know which parent it's from.
Okay. If it was from Harvey Adelson, would he say Lincoln is going to be attending Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson?
I mean, it seems more likely somebody else would have written with his grandpa, but I don't know. I kind of write those things sometimes, like Lincoln will attend something with his mom and say my name. I know it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. But this reference to Lincoln Adelson did happen prior to the legal name change, correct?
Yes, no, I from the beginning, I was scared when I put them in school, and so I didn't legally change their name until a year after, but I was socially using my name for them.
And did that start as soon as their dad was killed?
No, it started when I had to register them for school.
And your mom helped with the registrations as well, didn't she?
I think I did the registrations myself.
What about here for flag football? Did your mom assist with that?
It looks like she did. There were some after-school activities.
Okay, and she registered your child under the last name Adelson, right?
Yes.
You know, usually when you register your kids for school, especially kindergarten, you need to provide a birth certificate. So you can't just use a last name socially. That's not how it works. Right? And if they were 3 and 4 at the time, were they starting kindergarten? I don't know. I have questions. She is a witch.
Where was Dan Markel buried?
In Toronto.
Were you or your children in attendance at his funeral?
No.
She's like, no.
When was the last time you spoke to your mother, Donna Adelson, as we sit here today?
I want to know. Sigh emoji.
November of 2023.
Okay, and so she hasn't given.
Last time she spoke to her mother was November of 2023. When was she arrested getting on the plane to go to Vietnam? Around that time, right? She hasn't spoken to her mother since then. Well, she certainly knows that they record jail phone calls because that's a big part of this case too. Your mother went to jail for you and you cut off you went no contact with your mom? That was when she was arrested, November 2023? Well, that answers a lot of my questions. She was arrested November 13th of 2023. Okay. All right. I see. After everything I do for you, and this is how you treat me, you don't call your mother? You don't call your mother? Freeze game on point. There she is thinking about it. Let's see. When's the last time I spoke to my mother? How often did they speak before that? Several times a day? Consciousness of guilt? Because she knew it would set her up, says Lady Zelda Kelly. Lady Zelda Kelly knows.
November of 2023.
Okay, and so she hasn't given you any information or advice about how to testify in court, has
No,
she?
ma'am. No.
What about, you did offer testimony in November of 2023 as well, right, on a related case?
Yes.
Okay,
October.
And did your mom, when you spoke to her in November of 2023, offer you any advice or thoughts about how you should act or behave or what you should say in court?
Yes.
She did.
She did.
And what was that?
I can't tell you I remember exactly, but she was hoping I would be supportive of my brother.
Okay, and do you know what her thoughts were afterwards?
I do.
Okay, and what were they?
She was devastated.
She didn't feel you were supportive.
No.
Were you in any way involved in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
No.
Did you maybe know it was going to happen but not know the details?
I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any details.
Oh, notice how
Did
she
you provide any information?
Notice how she repeated the question for emphasis. I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any. The answer could have just been no, but she wanted for emphasis to repeat the question. Listen to it again, and the blinking is off the charts. Watch.
Were you in any way involved in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
No.
Did you maybe know it was going to happen but not know the details?
I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any details.
Did you provide any information, even unknowingly in hindsight, that you think could have been used to assist the murderers?
I don't think so. I didn't provide any information.
What information do you have regarding your mother's involvement in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
I don't have information.
But you do admit that your brother said he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
I don't. I admit that my brother made a tasteless joke repeatedly about buying me a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
But then someone did hire a hitman who did kill Dan Markel, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that happened.
Is the irony not lost on you, Wendi? Is the irony lost on you? He made a joke about the TV is cheaper than a hitman, and then someone actually did hire a hitman to kill your husband. So this again, yeah, I hope Truth Revealed does a video on this too. Taking it back. Oh, freeze cam on point again. Hang on, that could be a good thumbnail too. She's looking for the answers on the ceiling. Dancing on the ceiling. It's on there.
Said he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
I don't. I admit that my brother made a tasteless joke repeatedly about buying me a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
But then someone did hire a hitman who did kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, that happened.
Shovel emoji, good use. Good usage. She's digging herself in a hole.
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to know very little about it?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted to keep a secret?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Notice how she doesn't say there was no plot to kill Danny. She just says, I wasn't involved in any plot to kill Danny. I wasn't involved in any plot to kill Danny. She doesn't answer it yes or no. She's emphatic about that. She doesn't say, I'm not aware of any plot to kill Danny. She says, I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny, right? Excellent questions. But I don't know. Her tone, and look, I like this attorney, no shade. But if I'm asking these questions, I'm gonna change the cadence. It's gonna be asked with a lot more drama than that. Let's take it back and listen to it again.
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to know?
I mean, think about how many ways that question could be asked. Was part of the plot to kill your ex so that you could have plausible deniability?
Know very little about it.
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted?
Were you shielded from the plot because you couldn't be trusted? Like, there's so much, you could do so much more with this. It's making me crazy. Were you shielded from the plot because you couldn't be trusted?
Keep a secret.
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
She couldn't keep a secret.
Why did you tell investigator Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess, in the police car on the way to be interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Were you treated as a suspect?
I was not.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That's kind of like,
When
that was
you
kind of
were
like a leading
approached
question.
at the restaurant,
But you were asked 9 times in your police interview, weren't you? Hang on, I gotta take a call from a kid. Go on without me.
you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine. You
They told me
remember
that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So that, you learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember allowing law enforcement to take possession of your computer in that interview?
I told law enforcement to search my phone, search my computer, search my house, search my car. I was trying to be helpful.
Do you remember saying that it was okay for them to take the computer and keep it even though you had work things on there because you didn't think you would be going back to work?
I remember thinking it wasn't important. I couldn't imagine. My life fell apart.
But you didn't go back to work, did you, at FSU?
I did.
Your life fell apart when he was murdered? You wanted him dead. You wanted to move the kids 8 hours away. Your life didn't fall apart. In fact, right away after he was murdered, you did move your kids 8 hours away to live with your mother in Miami, which is what your end goal was the entire time. So I don't know how her life fell apart exactly. People are saying, yeah, turn up, Georgia. People are saying, yeah, she's already tried the case. She's over it. I don't know. I just feel like this could be more entertaining. I'm not on mute. What do you mean? I'm not on mute. Are you way behind? I love when people that are way behind are chatting and then I'm addressing them and they can't hear me because they're way behind. Where's the passion? Hey, Sco Buffs. How is the prosecutor making this apart? Where's her passion? This delivery is not, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. Isn't it true? Well, she can't say isn't it true because she's on direct examination. Were you not aware of the plot to murder your ex-husband because you can't keep a secret? I mean, it's not, make it interesting. Make it interesting. It's not hard. I'm sitting in front of a microphone in my studio at home and I can make it more interesting. Heidi says, neither Georgia nor Wendi have emotion in this examination. It almost feels like an SNL skit. I know. Thank you for your 20, Heidi. I want to reenact this later. Who wants to be Wendi? I'll be Georgia.
I did actually go back, not physically present, but I was still on the FSU payroll until December of that year.
Okay. In that interview with law enforcement, did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
And were some of the people
your family members? Like, I don't care if you're going to prosecute her in the future. Nothing she says can be used against her in the future. But there are ways to get it across to the jury that this woman immediately upon questioning and being brought in, immediately after finding out that her ex-husband, who she hated and wanted to get rid of and alienate the kids from and move 8 hours away, immediately starts throwing her family under the bus. And there's just a much better way to do this, and I don't like it. Sorry if that's not a popular thing to say. It needs to be more entertaining. You're not, the jury's thinking about what they just had for lunch and when the hell they're getting out of there. They're looking at their watches. The stakes need to be higher. The stakes need to be higher. You're trying to convict this woman's mother of plotting to kill her ex-husband that she admittedly wanted to move 8 hours away from with the children. He accused her of kidnapping the children. You're trying to put her mother away for LWOP, life without parole, LWOP. Where's the passion? Where are the stakes? Isn't it true that immediately you get down to the station and you start suggesting, I suggested a lot of people that it could have been. Oh, and weren't most of those people your family members? I don't know. I don't, there's no excuse, if, in my opinion, for this flat directing. Just because it's direct examination doesn't mean that it can't be entertaining, exciting, and the stakes need to be higher. And they're just not. Pretend like you care. Pretend like this is your most important witness to get the conviction of her mother, because her mother would do anything for Princess Wendi, wouldn't she? Freezing him on point again.
Have been angry enough to kill. Did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
And were some of
Fine, now run with that. You suggested a lot of people? Oh, and weren't, how many people did you suggest? Doesn't matter what her answer is. Oh, you suggested 5 other people? How many of those 5 people were members of your actual family? All of them? I don't know. I
the
don't get it.
people, my parents?
Yes.
But you said in the interview that you didn't think they were capable of it, didn't you?
I did.
If your mom wasn't capable of it, did she have anyone that she could enlist to assist her?
I don't know.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought maybe a crazed friend or a former student.
It's not what you said, though, is it?
I don't remember exactly what I said first.
You said Charlie, right?
If that's what I said, then you have it there, but I
She
don't
did say
remember
Charlie.
who I listed first.
Okay, can you at least tell the jury you definitely did say Charlie as one of those people?
I did.
Do you remember saying, if somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
Yes.
And Isom says, regardless of who it is, and do you recall your answer?
I do recall my answer.
What was that?
I think I was hoping it wasn't anyone in my family, and so that idea that it was someone in my family gave me pause.
All right, but that wasn't your answer, was it?
I mean, I don't remember word for word what I
Okay.
said, but that was my sentiment at the time.
Was your answer for court and counsel, this is law enforcement interview page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Question, regardless of who it is. Answer, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother. Did you call your mom from the interview room at Tallahassee Police Department?
I did.
And did she answer the phone?
She did.
When she answered, did she advise you that your dad was in the shower?
I don't remember whether my dad was in the shower.
You
Okay,
asked her
that's
to
not your
sit down.
question. The question was, did she tell you that your dad was in the shower? I don't remember if my dad was in the shower. She's making Lally seem interesting. Thank you. Thank you for saying that, Stephen Cotter, because that's true. I mean, just because a lot of people have watched this trial 4 and 5, this is my first time. Okay, I'm a virgin to the Adelson trials. This is putting me to sleep. This could be so exciting because a good lawyer never asks a question that she does not know the answer to. And she knows all of the answers to these questions. It needs to be more dramatic. Was he washing his hair? we're gonna have to reenact this because this is just not up to, it's not up to snuff. It's not up to par. This is not what I expected. This is not what I want. The answers are good. You already know what the answers are. Make it exciting for the jury.
Do you remember that?
Hold on.
Answer, did she advise you that your dad was in the shower?
I don't remember whether my dad was in the shower.
You asked her to sit down, do you remember that?
I do.
Right. And by asking her to sit down, would that signify to her that this was going to be something serious you were going to reveal or say?
I was concerned about her age and if she were standing that she could, hurt herself if she fell down.
Okay.
Her age?
And
She's
do you
75
recall that
now, so
she
she
at
was
that-
like, I don't know, 64. I don't know, 64-year-old women are not frail and whatever. Like, was she like infirm? She looks pretty healthy to me right now. So 11 years ago, I've seen the pictures. I've seen the video of the bump. That is one thing that I did watch. She looks like a totally different person. And good for her in her early 60s, looking that good way back in the day. But come on, man. Come on, man. Let's bring it. Let's bring it, Georgia. Why, Georgia? Why? Why, Georgia? Why are you being so boring? DB says, LOL, nah, you're tripping. Georgia is goated. I disagree, man. I disagree. I disagree. Have you seen Ashley Merchant cross-examine? There's a goat.
Point asked if she could put you on speakerphone.
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible.
What was the purpose of putting the phone on speaker, if you know?
I would be guessing, but so my dad could hear too.
But wasn't Dad in the shower, or you don't remember that part?
I don't remember if my dad was in the shower.
Was anyone else there to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Was Charlie there to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Did you ask your mom in that telephone conversation to tell Charlie what was going on?
I think I did. I didn't want to make any more phone calls.
And your mom took the news pretty well, didn't she, this phone call?
I wouldn't say she took the news well. I think she was upset.
Did you say something different in your law enforcement interview after you got off the phone with her?
I don't think I did. I don't think I said something like that.
Didn't you say, page 265, line 5 through 6, quote, my mom handled that pretty well?
I may have said that. I can check it. Can you tell me the line again?
Yes.
Taylor Burton says that Georgia Kappelman's father was a famous football star. That I did not know. Tallahassee's close to Georgia. Is it a Georgia thing? I no, because Ashley Merchant is also in Georgia, and Ashley Merchant is exciting. The Fonnie Willis stuff was comedy gold. Ashley Merchant is the go to nothing. All right, we can agree to disagree, DB, but she's the one that got all the dirt on Nathan Wade and got his partner to flip on him. So I'm just saying, I found that to be highly entertaining. The Fonnie Willis came marching into court like she was going to put herself on the stand in that pink dress, and that was comedy gold.
Ma'am, page 265, line 5 and 6.
Yes, that's what I said.
And then page 280, line 22 and 23. Did you also say, well, my parents sounded really surprised, so that's at least a relief?
Well, my parents sounded
Yes,
very
I see that here.
surprised.
No
So
further
that's at
questions.
least a relief. If any of the jurors had turkey for lunch, the L-tryptophan is like kicking in right now, and they are like trying hard to like put toothpicks in their eyes to keep themselves awake. And then my dog stepped on a bee. Ashley is a legal ninja. Thank you, Detective Snarkasm. Think we'll get to cross today? I don't know. It's 2:28. No, here comes cross. Will this be more exciting? No, because the woman is standing up and she's not very exciting, in my opinion. But will it be worse than what we just witnessed? Remains to be seen. Sorry if I'm ruining your good time, but I'm just calling it as I see it. I'm an Adelson virgin. Fonnie Willis's dress was on backwards, was it? MC says, I don't think it needs to be entertaining, just effective, and she is that. I don't know what you expect her to do. Well, what I expect her to do is have some passion for her case. It needs to be entertaining for the jury. I disagree with this wholeheartedly, respectfully, with love. It needs to be entertaining for the jury. The jury needs to feel like you're invested in your case and you want to win your case, not that you're bored and apathetic and you've already done this already how many times and like, whatever, we're here again. So I disagree respectfully with you. The jury needs to be on the edge of their seat. And we've watched a lot of trials like that, where the jury was on the edge of their seat, as were we, waiting for the next question, wanting to hear what's next, fascinated by the fact that this woman may be involved, maybe not. What did she know? Like, it needs to be more entertaining. Maybe not for you, but I think for the jury it does. Because if she doesn't feel the passion for her case that she's trying to put this woman away for life for, the jury's going to sense it. And the jury doesn't know she's done it 3 times before. You're right. You're right. 100%. They work till 5 or 5:30 here, so we'll see if they get through with Wendi today. We'll see. Needs to be more passionate. Maybe the word entertaining. I'm sorry, that's my choice of words and I'm standing by it. But if you disagree with the word entertaining, it needs to be a little more passionate. Sorry, not sorry. Here comes Cross. Yeah, they got to be engaged. This is not engaging.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I represent your mother in this case. You've never spoken to me about this case, correct?
I have not.
I guess the best place to start is where you left off with respect to the comments that you made regarding your mother taking it well. When's the last time you listened to that call?
I haven't listened to it. Listened to the call I had with my mom. I've never listened to it.
Well, from the interview room, you've never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you...
It's all over YouTube, girl. It's all over the tubes of you. You've never watched your interrogation, your interview. I call bullshit on that.
Told her what had happened?
I do think she was shocked.
You could hear that over the phone, correct?
Yes.
So many topics were covered, I'm going to have to kind of skip around, okay? Katie Magbanawa, Catherine Magbanawa, I guess people call her Katie. There was a picture of you with her at the beach, and there was another young lady there. You recall that?
I recall the picture, yes.
And that was Father's Day weekend, I guess, of 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think your testimony was that really you only knew her with Charlie, is that right?
That's right.
Was Charlie at the beach?
No.
Your mother wasn't there either, was she?
No.
And then I think you mentioned that you had had a dinner with Katie?
And my brother.
Okay. Was that before you went to the beach?
It was a different time.
Do you recall if it was before then?
It was before,
Okay.
but several months before.
Several months before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if this was Father's Day, when do you think you actually met her for the first time?
I think I met her when I was doing the alternative spring break, so that's usually March or April.
Same year?
Same year.
And the dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie and Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
Lacasse.
I'm sorry, how do you pronounce it?
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay, so the 4 of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
She totally had a watch party for that. I agree, Queen.
I
Queen's
want you
co-created.
to, it's been 11 years, so a lot I'm sure has happened to you in the past 11 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And your memory may not be as good as it was of things that happened back then, now that 11 years has passed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. As best you can, I want you to take yourself out of the year 2025 and go back to the years somewhere like 2010 through 2014 when Mr. Markel was murdered, okay?
Okay.
In that time frame are going to be most of the questions that I ask you.
Okay.
All right.
You can disagree with me and
you
say that she's
testified you had a
effective because
brother-
she's put 4 other people in jail, 3 other people. One of them pled guilty. Every jury is different. Every jury is different. And just because you did it a certain way 3 other times and you were successful doesn't mean you're going to be successful this time. It just doesn't. It's my opinion.
Charlie,
Yes.
and you have a brother, Rob.
Yes.
So that was a 5-member family.
Yes.
Okay. And Rob's the oldest.
Yes.
Charlie's the middle.
Yes.
And you're the baby.
Yes.
Okay. And you grew up in a
princess.
household where, was your mother working when you were younger?
No,
Okay. She stayed home with the kids.
she did.
And at some point, she went back into teaching, which is what she had done before she had her first child, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she did that after you were in school, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you all went to school, grade
All right,
school,
I got to
high
interrupt it.
school.
I
you
got to
went-
interrupt for this comment. Miss Priss says, damn, Karen Reed trial. Karen Reed killed trials for y'all. Karen was an anomaly. Not every case is going to be close to Karen Reed. I, again, completely respectfully disagree with you. There have been many, many other trials with very skilled trial lawyers trying them and very skilled prosecutors who know how to make a case interesting and keep the jury on the edge of their seats. And that is untrue. Karen Reed, yeah, that was a unicorn because she was framed and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. But we also watched Michael Daugherty, who is the prosecutor in Boulder, try the King Soopers mass shooting trial, and he was phenomenal. We have seen also horrible prosecutors like the one in the 2 evil stepsisters in the Ashley Benefield trial, also in Florida. They were far more passionate and far more rude and mean and horrible. My volume is way low. Says Catwoman, are you behind? Is my volume way low? Can somebody else chime in on that? I made it lower to match the court volume. So if you're way behind, tell me. I don't know. We've watched many prosecutors try cases. Hank Brennan tried the case with passion, and I disagreed with his position, but he made it interesting. Right? Think of all the other trials that we have watched. So I respectfully disagree with you that Karen, I'm, you know, trials have been killed by Karen Reed because, you know, you got to be interested. If you're not interested, how do you expect the jury to be interested in what you're saying if you don't seem interested and you're eye rolling all the time? And you're, you know, you seem annoyed to be there and you're just like, whatever. I don't know, my opinion, but it has nothing to do with the Karen Reed trial. Because I've watched a million trials and everybody, 90% of the prosecutors that I've watched were more interesting than what I just watched with perhaps the most important witness in this trial. Just saying.
Grew up, right?
Yes.
Each one of you went off to college.
Yes.
Each one of you got a postgraduate degree.
Yes.
So you're an attorney.
Yes.
Charlie became a periodontist.
Yes.
Which is someone who does surgery related to dentistry, correct?
Yes.
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
Yes.
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you,
Yes.
every one of you.
Yes.
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes.
She treated you well.
Yes.
Very kind.
Yes.
Very loving.
Yes.
Very caring towards her family and others.
Yes.
I think you once described her as being kind, empathetic, and very loving and sensitive person. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
Yes.
She has a very loving and respectful and fun relationship with my dad. They are very much in love. Now it's been 54 years.
It has.
You said your mom was completely selfless.
Yes.
That's the opposite of selfish.
It is.
Means she's caring more about others than she does about herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And what she did was for others.
Yes.
Never doing anything for herself.
Correct.
She was invested in your lives.
Yes.
and both of your brothers.
Yes.
Okay. You were a close family.
Yes.
And would you say she was a good mother to you?
Yes. Very good mother.
And a very good grandmother as well?
Yes.
When you had your first child, and you needed someone to help out, your mother came.
She did.
And she spent time there.
Yes.
And when the baby was crying in the middle of the night so that you could get some rest, she took care of the baby.
She did.
And she did that for both of your children.
Yes.
Fair to say that your mom has always been there for you when you needed her?
Yes.
For little things and big things.
Yes.
All right, I'm turning my volume up now. Is that better? I don't know. Half the people say it's good. Some people say it's low. I can only do so much. So I made my volume louder and the court volume. She's trying to make, this attorney is trying to make Wendi say how great her mom is. Her mom is so great.
Now, you said that, you testified that you left Danny in September of 2012. You recall that?
Yes.
From September of 2012 until March of 2013, your mother actually spent quite a bit of time helping you with the boys in Tallahassee, correct?
She did. Yes.
She would go home and take care of things there, but she would return.
Yes.
So a substantial amount of each month, she was there assisting you with the children.
Yes.
While you were at work, she may take them to school. Is that correct, their daycare?
I don't remember that one, whether I dropped them at school or my mom did, but it's certainly possible that she took them to school.
She might have picked them up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She did some housework, cleaning up around the house.
Yes.
She bought groceries.
Yes.
She cooked.
Yes.
She cleaned.
Yes.
She was there for you because you had just left a marriage where you had a partner helping you, and now you were adjusting to being by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time, this time period we're talking about, your mother lived in, where did you say, Coral Springs?
Coral Springs.
And where is that in relation to Miami?
It's Broward County, so it's the county north of Dade County, which is where Miami is.
And Broward County, that's like where Fort Lauderdale is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and their dentist practice that they had that's been referred to, Adelson Institute.
Yes.
That was located in Broward County, correct?
It was, yes.
Not far from where your parents lived.
Yes, in Tamarack, so close to Coral Springs.
Okay. And at some point, they got the place down in Miami, right?
Yes.
So what they were doing was they would work Monday through Thursday and stay at their home in Coral Springs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
then they would go and spend the weekend at the place in Miami. Is that right?
I don't think every weekend, but some weekends.
Some of them. Okay.
Yeah,
And you visited there.
I did.
She and Donna do look like sisters. I agree.
Now, when your mother would come up to assist you or just to visit with you and the children and Danny, did she drive typically or fly?
I think sometimes drive, sometimes fly.
Okay, and that's
Most of the time drive, I think.
most of the time drive, and that's almost an 8-hour trip, correct?
It is, yes.
And at the time that this occurred, your mother would have been, when Danny was murdered, she would have been, let's see, 64-ish?
That sounds right.
She's 75 now. Is that yes?
Yes.
And sometimes she would rent cars, is that right?
Yes.
As opposed to driving her vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Your father came sometimes as well to help out?
Yes.
I want to talk about Mr. Markel for a few minutes. I think you said you met online,
We did.
but you were attracted to him.
Yes.
He was a handsome young man.
Yes.
You're a beautiful young woman.
Thank you.
And you got married.
We did, yes.
And there were times, I mean, we've heard about the divorce, but before the divorce, there were times where you had a happy marriage.
Yes.
And you all enjoyed spending time together.
Yes.
The two of you together and with your children.
Yes.
And even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
Yes.
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant, yes.
Okay.
Donna
You
is
would agree
smiling.
with me
Donna
that
just
Danny-
chuckled.
I'm
I went
saying Danny was-
ziplining while I'm pregnant. Donna is chuckling and smiling at her daughter as if it's not true that they haven't spoken since November of 2023. over a year and a half. She hasn't spoken to her daughter and she's laughing along with the jokes. I don't know. Are they using Signal? Look at her smile. Oh, Wen, I remember how you went ziplining when you were pregnant. Great choice, honey. Wait a second. Adel and Son's consciousness of guilt. Well done. Adel and Son's consciousness of guilt. This attorney allegedly, reportedly faked cancer to avoid coming to work and caused many judges to have to step in on her cases. This attorney, the defense attorney? Okay, that's wild because she used to be a judge. All right. Here, I took it back so we could watch Mama Donna smile.
Zip lining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant, yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that Danny, I'm saying Danny because that's what people call him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of him.
No, I called him Danny.
Okay. You would agree that he was very intelligent.
Yes, very.
He had 2 degrees from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
Undergraduate and law school.
Yes, ma'am.
He did a lot of writing.
Yes.
And at the time that he was murdered, he was a tenured professor at the College of Law here at FSU, correct?
Yes.
And becoming tenured is not like an automatic thing. You have to work towards that, right?
Yes.
Takes a lot of time,
It does.
a lot of effort.
Mm-hmm.
He put in a lot of work to gain that status.
Yes.
And he traveled to go and speak at different places, right?
Yes.
And he was well respected by his colleagues.
Yes, very.
Okay. And after he had children, those became the love of his life, didn't they?
Yes.
And even after you separated, I think you would agree with me that Danny made a great deal of effort to get as much time with his children as he could. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Even when it was
Wait,
your
hold the
time
phone,
to-
hold the phone. Wonder Five said the defense attorney also owns a mortuary and has her office there. She does her law in a mortuary. A mortuary or a funeral parlor? The line of questioning, David. Hi, David Reese. Where you been? The line of questioning is to show what a great grandma, what a great mother Donna was to Wendi. And how anything she did was out of love. And she definitely would not be involved in killing your ex-husband because she's a great mom. And she made you a great mom too, Wen, right? Oh, it's a funeral home? Okay. It's a funeral home, not a mortuary. But sometimes there's an embalming situation in the bottom, right? That is true. It's a funeral home. Only in Florida. 6 Feet Under. Remember 6 Feet Under? One of the greatest series of all time. Funeral home proprietor. All right. Moving on.
have the children, he would go to their preschool and visit with them there.
Yes.
He wanted to talk to them on the phone when he didn't have them,
Yes.
and he wanted to Skype with them,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that, I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer where you can see each other while you're talking, is that right?
I think now it's something you could do on the phone, but back then you needed a computer.
Okay, the I'm old and I don't understand what Skype is joke is getting a little bit old for me. As it will for the jury.
And you assisted with that,
I did.
not necessarily the schedule he wanted.
I'm sorry?
You didn't necessarily keep the schedule that Danny wanted for Skyping, right?
I did try.
You tried,
Yes,
but that was one of the things you two bickered about.
it was.
Okay. And during the time that you were with Danny, your mother was always kind to him, wasn't she?
She was.
Before you got married to him,
Yes.
while you were married to him,
Yes.
while you were separated,
Yes.
and after the divorce.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of testimony and a lot of pictures put up, lots of things highlighted about the ugly things that your mother said about Danny during the course of the separation, the divorce, and the follow-up litigation, right?
Yes.
And you shared, as you've testified, some of the pleadings that were filed in your case.
Yes.
And some of the pleadings weren't very attractive towards you, were they?
No.
They described things that were derogatory towards you, is that fair?
Yes.
And the communications that you had with Danny during the separation leading up to the divorce and some thereafter were pretty critical of you, weren't they?
The communication on paper, which
Right.
was very different than the communication in person.
Right, but the paperwork was critical,
Yes.
and you shared that with your mother.
Yes.
And some
Take note. Wendi has shifted her entire strategy on testifying, and now all of her answers, for the most part, are yes and no. Yes and no. She did not answer yes or no to, I think, any of the prosecution's questions. Now it's very yes and no, yes and no. Interesting, right? Interesting shift. Okay. See how it goes for her.
Some of the things that he said to you in writing, whether they were communications or in the pleadings, upset you.
Yes.
Some of it was very upsetting to you.
Yes.
And you shared it with your mother, and then she became upset.
Yes.
And she said bad words.
Yes.
She called him a lot of bad names.
Yes.
She said ugly things about him.
Yes.
But not one single time did she ever suggest in writing or to you personally that Danny deserved to be harmed, did she?
Never.
Never said he needed to be killed.
Never.
Never suggested any harm to him in any way.
Never.
Now she's trying to be very helpful
And
to her
those
mother. Never. My mother loved Danny. My mother loved him. She loved him. She never would have done anything to hurt him. Interesting.
Things that she said to you in the emails, the communications I assume that you all thought were between yourselves, you never shared those with Danny, did you?
No.
This is Cross, Kevin. I don't know if you're behind.
And during the separation?
This is Cross. Wendi Adelson is a state witness. The state has already directly examined her. This is now the cross-examination. So maybe you're behind.
Well, during the time you're married, we've already established. But during the separation, if Danny needed help with the children, your mother assisted him, didn't she?
He had called her and asked for help at various times, and she did.
And after the divorce, the same thing, correct?
He would call and ask for help, and she would help.
Do you have State's Exhibit 60 up there?
I don't see anything that says 60 on it.
I can't use this book, but is this JJ?
Hey, Aiden Carney in the chat says I'm 20 minutes behind, but completely agree. This is so boring. She's just going through the motions. She's done this 4 times, and Wendi is an effective liar. Right. And it's a different jury. Every jury is different. We need a little passion. Where's the passion?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 60, and I think they refer to it as JJ.
Okay.
Okay? And this would be your, it's gonna fall if you don't hold that
Okay,
side, I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
I can't get this over for some reason.
I can try.
But this has been referred to as the pleadings that are within your dissolution file.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that with you, okay?
Okay.
Could you look at that document, the JJ, please?
Yes, you want me to just keep reading through it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I want you to familiarize yourself with it.
I'm not a cupcake. I can't make everybody happy. Now I'm louder than the trial. I don't know if you're behind Brittany, but can't make everybody happy. Could be your device, could be other people's devices. My volume is only on 36%. Okay, now it's on 30%.
I'm still reading through it. Should I continue to
I
read
just
to the?
want, you don't need to read every word. If you would just familiarize yourself so that you can recall the substance of that pleading.
Okay.
So funny, every single stream. Every single stream.
Okay.
Okay. Prior to you filing your petition for dissolution, do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Prior to filing your petition for dissolution, what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah,
So
sure.
prior to filing the dissolution of marriage,
Yes.
there weren't any divorce proceedings prior to filing.
What, I guess what I'm saying is because you're an attorney, Were you familiar with family law?
No,
Had you participated in any, helping anybody with their dissolution of marriage?
I had not.
Completely unfamiliar with the process?
I was unfamiliar with the process.
And that pleading that's before you, are you back on the front page of that?
I can get back to the front page.
Thank you.
Both of the
I'm
Tellys,
on the front page.
Okay.
both of the
And
Robert
could you
Tellis
read-
prosecutors were great. Aiden, I agree with you. That was a trial that we covered out in Nevada, the Boss Baby trial. That was great.
Read for the jury what the title of that pleading is.
Yes, ma'am. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Doesn't say grandmother motion, does it?
No.
And in fact, the overwhelming majority of that motion relates to Danny's complaints about you and parenting issues, correct?
It does, yes.
And in fact, what they call the grandmother part of that motion is really Danny complaining about you not meeting the requirements of the right of first refusal, correct?
That's correct.
Because his complaint is that if you gave him the right of first refusal, some of the times he could take it and the children would be with him instead of the grandmother.
Yes.
It wasn't actually suggesting that from this point forward, your mother could no longer have anything but supervised visitation, correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay. And in any event, your mother never saw that motion, did she?
No, she did not.
May I approach? I'm gonna take the book. I don't know if I'm need to give it back to you or not. That way it's not gonna fall on you.
Okay.
When you say Twilight Zone, I'm assuming you want the golden earring version.
Now, the state has referred to this bribe.
Okay, hold on. Carrie Collins says, Melanie, did you see the DA on the Wheel of Fortune? She won on the words mischief maker. If they only knew what was coming. Was it the DA? Is that real? That somebody was on Wheel of Fortune and then somebody else said that it was Donna Adelson who was on Wheel of Fortune? Donna was on the Wheel of Fortune. Who was on the Wheel of Fortune? I don't know anything about that. Thanks, Carrie, for your 5. So I don't know who did the Wheel of Fortune. But Anthony Dorfling, thank you for your super sticker and for tuning in from South Africa. Look at the world is watching. The world is watching Wendi too. Donna was on the Wheel of Fortune, really? Oh, DA for Donna Adelson. Okay, thank you. Thank you. DA for Donna Adelson. I was thinking the DA, like the DA who's trying the case, Georgia. Thank you for clarifying. And Wendi was on the weakest link, really? Oh, that's funny. We're going to have to find that. And Wendi was on Jeopardy, somebody said. Okay, that's funny. Ham sandwich, pizza, and pancakes. Oh my, says mommy's all right, daddy's all right. They just seem a little weird. That's a great one. We'll get that on there. I'll find the song title for that. Thank you for your 5. The Spotify playlist that we've already started is pinned in the chat. We've got, I think, maybe up to 30 songs on it. Surrender. That's Surrender, right? Cheap Trick. Thank you. Thanks for covering this, says Elf. Love watching it here. And you've been here for 19 months. Thank you. Heidi says neither Georgia nor Wendi have emotion in this examination. It's almost as if it feels like an SNL skit. Thank you for your 20, Heidi. I think I already covered that one. Melanie Little's left swipe in Norfolk County is here. I did it. Says I'm behind, but just catching up. I just got the left swipe. I know it happened only once today. It's been a while since it's happened. And KZ Gypsy Muse says when the bullet hits the bone by Golden Earring for the bourbon, of course. Yeah, the bullet bourbon. Well done. Black Widow Wendi, it's all their fault. It's not me. I know, Scott McGinnis. That is her. That is she. Christina says, after watching Karen read, this is very boring. Thanks for the deuce. How dare you, says, I actually fell asleep last week during this trial from Canada. All the way from Canada, falling asleep. Becca says, thanks for being consistently astounding. You're very engaging as always, but today you're exceptional. Your commentary is top notch. Oh, you're sweet, Becca. Thank you. Robert Berman says, after seeing Donna's controlling emails, I wonder if Dan would still be alive if Donna were not involved. Great point. Yeah, would Charlie have gone out and done this all on his own? I doubt it. I can't wait for him to testify. Yeah, Tellis and Sarah Boone near back-to-back was court gold. It was. I know. Those were the days. Those are the days, right? All right. Thank you, Robert, for your super chat. Moving on.
Talk about that, correct?
I believe so.
They suggested, because I think there are emails that discuss this about potentially offering Danny $1 million.
Yes,
And your understanding of what was trying to take place there, because you actually put that in writing, was it wasn't to take the children away from Danny, was it?
no,
It was in hopes that he would relocate to Miami as well, correct?
yes,
And that although you would live separate lives, you could raise your children together, correct?
yes,
Because there were more opportunities for him, Danny, to practice his Jewish faith in Miami than there is in Tallahassee, correct?
correct.
They have kosher food in Miami,
Yes,
lots of it.
yes,
They don't have that in Tallahassee.
no,
And the $1 million offer
Okay.
was not to bribe him in what sounds like an illegal sense. It was an incentive for him to relocate himself to Miami, correct?
yes. That was my understanding, yes,
You lived there with him before,
yes,
and he liked living there.
yes, he
In
liked
fact-
it very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay, I was just saying he liked it very much.
In fact, he tried to get a professorship at the University of Miami School of Law.
He did.
And if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
We would have, yes,
But he didn't get it, and so he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
yes,
And so you moved up here and finished law school, and you all remained in this area.
yes,
So the $1 million would offset, as the state has mentioned, travel expenses if he moved there, correct?
right,
He only taught 2 days a week, right?
yes,
And so that would have given him the opportunity to live in Miami, but for the 2 days a week he needed to be in Tallahassee, he could take plane trips, right?
yes,
And be here.
yes,
And if you all had done that, he still could have enjoyed 50% parenting time with his children, right?
that would have been the same, yes,
It wasn't to take him away from the kids.
no,
Lori Vallow Daybell was also on the Wheel of Fortune.
Talk about
Wow.
relocation more than once, but I just want to make sure I understand how that all came about, okay? So it was, you left the marital home in August or September of 2012?
I think it was September,
Okay, so you separated officially in 2012.
yes,
By the time he was murdered, almost 2 years had passed.
yes,
Okay. Do I understand it correctly that somewhere around October or November of 2012, that you interviewed for a job at a law firm in Miami?
I did.
And that was the Grossman firm?
I think it's Grossman and Roth,
Okay. And somewhere around December of 2012, they made you an offer.
they did,
And I don't need to know numbers, but was it substantially more than you were making in Tallahassee?
it was, and it was just more secure.
More secure? Okay. Not more money?
No, it was more money, but it just, more than anything,
So you have a relocation hearing on June the 18th. Does that sound right?
2013,
Yes, ma'am?
yes,
Okay.
It's just jumped ahead. It does this like every day at the same time on this channel for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. So I don't know how far we're we behind, but just a little bit, I think.
Adelson.
I did, I
Okay.
did,
And so there was an exhibit that was shown to you where your mother had registered him for an after-school flag football, right?
right,
And so because the school's knowing his name, that he's being referred to as Adelson, that's why she did that, correct?
correct.
And the youngest one, where was he gonna go? Or where did he go?
He was at a preschool, a private preschool, because he was too young to go to the preschool at the public elementary school.
Okay, and whether it was your mother or your father who wrote the email about signing up and grandpa's coming with him to, I'm sorry, I'm not Jewish, I didn't understand what that was.
It's okay, Tot Shabbat would have been, like a Sabbath
Okay.
activity where the grandparents would come and sing songs and
Okay,
something like that.
and so the younger one's also being known as last name Adelson.
Yes,
Okay. Because socially, that's what you wanted them to go forward with.
I thought it would make them safer.
Okay.
Changing their names would make them safer. I've got the Wheel of Fortune pulled up. We're gonna watch it when something happens. because something's going to happen and then they're going to take a break. I've been told.
There was some questions of you on Direct about potentially purchasing a home after the divorce was final in 2013. You recall those questions?
I do.
And it was suggested that Charlie convinced you not to do that, right?
That was what was suggested.
But in fact, the reason I think you stated was because you hadn't gotten your settlement yet from Mr. Markel.
Right, I didn't have the money to purchase a home.
And so even though you had been interested in it, you had to notify your realtor that...
It wasn't possible at that time.
Okay. And in the emails that the state introduced and discussed with you, where your mother is making lots of suggestions, mostly after relocation was denied, of things that you could do, like tell Danny you're going to raise them as Catholics, you're going to have them baptized as Catholics, all of those suggestions she was making, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't actually suggesting you do it. She was wanting you to use that as a means of negotiating with Danny, right?
That's my understanding.
That if he thought maybe you were going to do these things, he would reconsider the issue of relocation, correct?
Correct.
Testified that your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed. Do you remember saying that?
I believe I said that.
But the week before he died, your mother was babysitting for Danny, wasn't she?
Yes.
And nothing but pleasantries between the two of them.
That's right.
And in fact, she actually made him banana bread specifically the way he liked it, right?
It was his favorite.
Without nuts, but with chocolate chips.
Did she put arsenic in it?
But you think she hated him?
I think she was mad at him.
Mad at him. There's a difference between being mad at someone and hating them, isn't there?
There is.
So she's backtracking on her prior testimony. Her prior testimony was that she hated him, and now she's saying she didn't hate him. That's interesting for those of you who've watched the other trials.
I think you testified that, and there may have been an email that suggested it, that you would have never left Danny if not for your mom and maybe brother's suggestions. Did you say that?
I don't think that was exactly right. I think it was, I probably wouldn't have left. Kind of suggesting that maybe I would have wanted to, but wouldn't have had the strength or wherewithal to leave on my own.
Okay, isn't it true that each year, maybe not every year, but many years, yourself and Danny would, when you finished the school session here at FSU College of Law, you would go down to Coral Springs or Miami, whichever they were at, and you would spend almost 2 weeks with your parents, right?
Yes.
And that would be yourself and Danny when it was just you, right?
Yes.
And then after you had the children, all of you went down there, correct?
Yes.
Well, in fact, what really happened was in the summer of 2012, when you decided that you were going to leave Danny, Danny was down there with you, correct?
Yes.
And the children were there too?
Yes.
And they were young. How old were they?
In 2012, they would have been 2 and 3.
Okay. And Danny was there, and you actually asked your mom if she'd go out to coffee with you. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
And you told her then that you were going to leave Danny and get a divorce, didn't you?
That sounds right, but I don't remember that.
Okay. And in fact, she suggested counseling to you, and you told her you guys had already been in counseling and it didn't work. Isn't that right?
We had been in counseling and it hadn't worked, but again, I don't This sounds like something that could have happened, but I just don't remember the coffee.
Al dente, the irony of Wendi being on the weakest link.
There was also questions of you, several questions about your interview with law enforcement the day that Danny was shot. You recall those questions from the state?
I do recall the questions.
And they were pointing out things that you had said about your family, your parents, Charlie. You remember those questions?
I do.
Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by law enforcement, what you said initially was that Danny's parents were going to think that you're the one who did it, right?
I did say that.
I wanted to talk about the relocation a little bit. So you have a relocation hearing on June the 18th. Does that sound right?
2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And leading up to that hearing, you notified your mother by email that because she was going to be testifying in court, she would need to wait outside that hearing, correct?
I don't remember that, but that if she was supposed to be a witness, then she couldn't be present for the hearing.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you, oh my goodness, I can't read that. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 49B. You can just read that for me, please, to yourself.
Jeannie says, Donna was on Wheel of Fortune. She described herself as a domestic coordinator responsible for all the activities, lessons,
No, ma'am,
and
I'm just looking
classes
for where you told your mother.
of her husband and 3 children. Oh, yes, she did. I love you too, Jeannie. Thanks for your super chat.
Get you to agree that you said to her, because you are testifying in court, Mom, you won't be able to sit in on the hearing with me. Is that what
Yes.
you said?
Yes,
Okay.
but I can have Dad there. Yeah.
Thank you, Julie, for gifting 5
Yeah.
memberships.
Okay.
Welcome, 5 lucky winners. She hid the arsenic in powdered sugar like the mother in Flowers in the Attic. Oh my God, I love that book so much, Flowers in the Attic. Thanks, Denise, for the memories. Flowers in the Attic, what a great book that was. Then it was a movie. It was a whole series of books. Sounded kind of like that. Did the defense just try and throw Wendi under the bus with his parents are going to think I did this, says Lady Lore. Maybe, because in openings, or in whatever happened on Friday, didn't the defense indicate that their position might be that it was Wendi and Charlie who did this and not Donna?
Sometime in April of 2013, so that would be not long before your divorce was final. You took a trip, I don't know if you were speaking there or someone else was, but you took a trip out of town with a gentleman named Miguel. You recall that?
I don't recall the trip, but I was seeing Miguel at the time.
You do recall the trip?
Well, I was seeing Miguel at the time, but I don't know what the trip was in April of 2013. I don't remember that. Can you tell me where we went?
Yes, ma'am, I'm going to get that.
Okay.
Was it Aruba? She goes on lots of trips. She can't possibly remember where she went with Miguel. Yep, defense wants to blame it on Wendi, says Mama MSN. I loved all the V.C. Andrews books. Me too. From your hometown in Virginia, says Kelly. Defense said Wendi wanted him killed. Am I crazy? She said it. Thank you, Lisa Davy.
Puerto Rico, does that sound familiar?
It was a clinical law professor conference. There's one every year, and that year it was in Puerto Rico.
Okay, and did you speak at that, or you were there to get credit hours or something of that
No,
nature?
I spoke.
She was speaking at a conference. She was a speaker. She also was the valedictorian, somebody's dad said. She's wicked smart. Brittany dozed off. But is the defense doing anything with Wendi as a witness? Oh, they're trying to show that she was the brains
Now
behind
show
the
you what's been
operation.
marked for identification purposes as Defendants Exhibit 1E. And it's dated
Even
April
Dan's
28th,
dad is sleeping.
2013, and addressed Dear Renee. You don't need to read it all, but would you familiarize yourself with your communication?
I mean, since Turtle Boy is here and all, Aiden is his God-given name, that's what I call him. What we need here is like a jump scare like Cosgrove did in the Lindsay Catani trial when he was like, surprise! He just like jumped. He was like, surprise! We need a jump scare. Too many pauses? Well, sorry, but that's what I do here. You talking about me? Are you saying me? I do too many pauses? Or this attorney does too many pauses? Because if you don't like the way I'm doing it, there's about 700 other people streaming this, and I'm not committing to do this every day. I'm doing it for Wendi. I'm here for Wendi today. So you have your choice. You have your choice of many, many, many. Everyone and their mother who is also streaming this. Cosgrove, yeah, we try and be entertaining. Oh, it's the attorney doing the pauses? Okay, I didn't think you were talking about me. I didn't think you were talking about me, Heather. People do complain that I stop too much. I talk over I try at least and pause before. I don't talk over so much, but you know, sometimes we gotta throw some jokes in. Otherwise, we're all gonna be sleeping. And I had a giant iced
I've read a
coffee
little
already
bit.
this
Do you want me
morning.
to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll point out any sections that I wanted
The
to
Brady
discuss with
Bunch
you.
briefcase jump
Would
scare.
you agree that you wrote this on April the 28th of 2013?
Yes, it looks like I dated it.
Okay, and that's to Renee.
Yes,
And you're coming back from your trip to Puerto Rico.
yes,
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
Puerto Rico.
yes.
Okay. And on the first page, down towards the bottom, you have some bullet points about what you would like to do to resolve your divorce, correct?
Well, I think it was not just about my divorce. It was kind of about how I wanted to be living my life overall.
Yeah, I was trying not to get into the personal information, but that's right. This entire email is really about changes you want to make in your life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the last bullet point down at the bottom, it says, I've been coming to a place in the last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me the maximum amount of flexibility to spend with my kids while allowing the freedom for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community. I don't care that Jibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him and that I am mentally ill. Nasty things are said in divorce, and people know that, right?
Yes.
Tallahassee isn't ever where I wanted to live, but it's where the job is. And it's where my boy's father is, which means they don't have to constantly be flying on planes or driving in cars to accomplish our custody situation, right?
Yes.
Cosgrove would make this more
You
entertaining.
have the
I agree.
pending petition and motion for relocation, but as of April the 28th, you're starting to think maybe staying in Tallahassee is the right thing to do, correct?
Yes.
And then this goes on, third page is, now you're writing on May the 2nd of 2013, correct?
Yes.
A little different subject, but if you go to the next to the last page of that exhibit.
I mean, missed
See where it
opportunity,
starts,
huge
wait,
missed
it's me.
opportunity by both attorneys, okay? Wendi is supposed to be like the star witness of this trial. Huge missed opportunity on both of their parts, okay? Neither one is better than the other. They are both equally boring. Any narcoleptics in the chat? Wake up. Chop, chop. Somebody mentioned the Brady Bunch jump scare with the briefcase. Hilarious. Remember? Somebody got sued. I don't remember who was in the car accident on the Brady Bunch. Just Irish. But I do remember Mike Brady throwing, and the guy claimed he had whiplash, right? And he came into court with his big old neck collar on. And Mike Brady had a great idea, and he threw that briefcase on the floor. And the guy with the whiplash turned around real fast. And it was like, aha! He does not have whiplash. He's lying. That was great. That was funny. All right, back to it. Motion to speed it up. Okay. At least we can get back to real time. Let's put it on 1.5. Maybe it'll sound funny. Maybe Wendi will sound like a chipmunk.
Again?
Yes.
Okay. The paragraph after that, I wanted to ask you about this. It says, on Sunday morning, we're supposed to sit on the same stage. You're referring to Mr. Markel, correct?
Yes.
In full regalia and clap for the graduating law students. I love graduation, and the Jibs has never attended because it's normally on a Saturday morning and he is at synagogue. Correct?
Yes.
And then you say it's on Sunday this year and I have the boys and the dean wants all faculty to attend. So I need to. It's only 2 hours and my mom can watch the boys during that time. Correct?
Yes.
So it was fairly routine then for you to get your mother or both parents' assistance when you had somewhere that you needed to be and someone needed to take care of the children, correct?
Yes.
People are saying I'm wrong for saying that Georgia was boring. She's very effective and excellent. She got all these convictions. All right, this is my personal opinion. Wouldn't be the way I tried this case, but every lawyer is different. I think I see Jimmy in incognito. Did Jimmy dress up? Is Jimmy in a costume? I've been looking in the gallery, but I haven't seen him. Narcoleptics, mesophoniacs. Misophonia is a thing. That's why I always mute my microphone when I take a sip, because a lot of people were upset when I was sipping into the mic. They said my sipping was very annoying and they couldn't watch me anymore. I didn't know misophonia was a thing, and I have 5 kids. Nobody has it. It's a thing. It's a real thing. I try and be sensitive to everyone. I try. Carol Brady had a fender bender, and Bobby Brady was paralyzed from the waist down in the Brady spinoff. Thank you, kindergarten cop.
Back and then show you what's been marked as defense exhibit 1G for identification purposes. Could you review that to yourself, please?
She lied on direct. She said Charlie never suggested not purchasing the home. Thank you, Al Dente. Why, Georgia, why? That's why I had to put it on the playlist. We have a playlist already for this trial. It is pinned in the chat for you. Kai Y Mai says that the Cosgrove jump scares are worse than Clerk Jim's forehead. Well done, girl. Well done. She does. Oh my God. Some golf girl said it looks like Vicki Lawrence in Mama. Oh my God. That is a great comment. I saw it on my phone, but I can't find it again. Who gets credit for that? Some golf girl. Looks like Vicki Lawrence in Mama.
I'm not sure if this was to Renee or not. Yeah, you mentioned Renee. So this is on June the 4th of 2013, correct?
Yes.
And we're approaching the hearing date on the relocation motion, which is set for June the 18th, right?
Yes.
And in here, you're expressing some concerns over what you've been through in the divorce. But you said, and I think the state referred to this, that Mr. Markel had sent you a long message about how you could be doing all of the divorce stuff so differently in the spirit of love and joy, where we get together and talk about our vision for the boys and for our future. And I won't say what you said after that, but at this point, you're kind of agreeing with him. You want to do it peacefully, right?
Yes.
And you talk about the one alternative is you could call Gary. Now, Gary is the gentleman who was kind of offering you a position in Miami, right?
Gary was a partner at the law firm where a position was offered to me.
Okay. And your plan was to have him come and testify at the relocation hearing about the job that he would be giving you if you relocated there, correct?
Yes.
And you had other people who were going to testify there as well on your behalf, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you say one alternative is you call Gary and say, I've changed my mind. I don't think it's the best for my kids to move them to South Florida. I appreciate you saving the job for me, but I'm not going to come to South Florida, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, you call your brother and say, I love you, Charlie, but I'm going to stay in Tallahassee. I know you don't agree with my decision, but that's what's best for me and the kids right now. I hope one day you'll understand. That was something else you're considering, correct?
Right.
And then call your parents and say basically the same thing. And if they wanted to come up anytime and visit you and the boys in Tallahassee.
Oh my God.
feel
On
free to do so,
1.5
right?
speed, her
Yes.
blink rate is off the charts. It's like, good thing she's not wearing like those long spidery false eyelashes, because they would like be coming off and they would be in her eyes, and it would be really more entertaining than this if she had like giant spiders in her eyes.
Like they've always been doing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you think if you take relocation off the table, that it will give you an opportunity to discuss things with Mr. Markel and hopefully work them out, right?
Yes.
On the next page, you talk about what the alternative vision is, and that's what you currently have planned, which is to have Gary fly up to testify at the hearing, right?
Yes.
Your mom would testify, right?
Yes.
They would fly up and spend days with you, correct?
Yes.
You expected at that time the hearing would last 1 to 2 days, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned that you would go through all of that, spending more money, being more stressed. And then you say, for the chance to save face with my family and to be given an opportunity I don't actually want, to live with them in South Florida. That's what you said, right?
Well, I say an opportunity I don't actually want with
Wait.
all of my heart.
I want to go back and freeze on the gallery. Is Jimmy is Jimmy in there with a wig on somewhere? I don't know. Somebody said he got into the actual courtroom. I was wondering if he got into overflow. This guy looks familiar right here. See, can you see my cursor? That's not a fly on your screen. The one who's behind Mrs. Markel. Is he like a TV guy? Is he like from TV? Also, I was going to say that Guy YMI says Jimmy is in the courtroom filled with a field trip from the Villages. I just want to point out, this is a fun fact in case you did not know, that the Villages has, I think, the highest percentage of STDs in the country. That is true. It's a true fact, or it's a joke. I'm not quite sure. Dennis Murphy of Dateline. Thank you. So I don't know. STD capital of the world, the Villages. See, I was right about that, Douglas, right? And it's if you don't know what the Villages is, it's like for seniors. They are DTF's Canton Expat. It's true though. It is really true. All right, that's reminded me. All right, so I don't know. I don't know where Jimmy is, but I miss him.
To live with them in South Florida. That's what you said, right?
Well, I say an opportunity I don't actually want with all of my heart, but maybe part of it,
Okay.
to live with them in South Florida.
All right. And then you say, so I am willing to put myself through all of this just to keep up appearances with my parents and brother that I want to be living down in South Florida or down south with them, even though I don't want to. That's what you said, right?
I say even though I don't want to give up my current flexible job where I get to spend maximum time with my kids so I can be with them.
Okay. And that was June the 4th of 2013, right?
Jimmy's super tall. He's like 6'4" or 6'5". So if he was there, we would know. You'd be head and shoulders above the rest. So I don't think he's in the pink glitter top.
And what you end up choosing was the second alternative, correct?
I went through with the hearing.
Okay. And I think, let me find it. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as Exhibit 60. Let's see if I can figure out their fluttering system. That would be Y. I'll take this and let you take this book. Okay. And if you would review that pleading, or just this order that the court entered, please.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
So you went into this hearing and Gary ended up coming, correct?
He did.
And he testified, right?
Yes.
And you gave some testimony, correct?
Yes.
And what happened was the judge kind of called a timeout, right?
I don't remember a timeout.
At some point she wanted to speak to counsel, is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that part of her speaking to counsel.
Do you remember the judge making some comments about the children hadn't been harmed and since he hadn't pulled out their toenails?
I do remember the toenail comment, yes.
So she wasn't leaning towards relocation, correct?
No.
Okay, so even though you had other witnesses, you didn't proceed with the hearing, right?
Well, I think we had the hearing and the judge decided.
You didn't call all your witnesses, did you?
I don't remember.
If you look at the order, it says order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children. And then it says what the court orders and adjudges. The court does not find that the wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. You see that?
Yes, number one.
Yes, and your mother actually stayed outside for the testimony of that hearing with your dad, correct?
I forgot the
don't
judge was
remember, but I
even in
remember
the
asking
room.
her to
Diana's
stay
like, I
outside.
hope Judge Everett is awake. This is so different from having Judge Cannoni interrupting every 30 seconds. We have not heard anything from the judge in hours. I don't think the judge has spoken since after lunch during the course of this trial. They don't show him on camera. It's like he could have just left and nobody would even know. He's not inserting himself into the trial.
She was going to testify.
Okay. And you came outside at some point and told your parents that relocation was denied, correct?
Correct.
He's a
And it's
Costco
after
replenishing
this
his
hearing,
stuff.
when relocation is denied, that those truly ugly emails that your mother wrote were written by her, correct?
Yes.
May I approach? Actually, if you keep that for a second.
Okay.
once the final judgment was entered, the issue of relocation was over, right?
Yes,
Relocation from July 31st of 2013 until the time that Mr. Markel was murdered was never an issue again, was it?
it was never an issue from the day it was decided on July 31st, 2013. That's when it ended.
Certainly after the final judgment, correct?
Yes,
And that's the end of the discussion about relocation, right?
yes,
No more plans about how to get relocation. The issue's decided, correct?
it was decided.
Ms. Adelson, if you look at that order that's entered by the court, besides saying it's denied, it says something pretty important, and I think the state pointed this out in its opening. It says that this denial is with prejudice
Yes, ma'am.
of the wife's petition for request to relocate with the minor children. And you're a lawyer, so you know that with prejudice means this is done. This topic in this divorce is over.
Yes, with
Yeah.
prejudice means it's a final decision of the court.
Yeah,
it
it
says-
means you can't relitigate the issue. So if her petition to relocate was denied with prejudice, that means too bad, so sad. What's left to do except kill the guy? Coffee Addiction says Georgia was much tougher with Wendi during Charles's trial. It was fire. Okay, good. People were telling me this is the way she's always been. I'm going to take your opinion that she was much tougher during Charlie's trial. So thank you for telling me that, Coffee Addiction, and thank you also for your 5. Andrea says she couldn't keep her eyes open when she asked if she, Katie, and her mom discussed at the vacation. This is called eye shielding. She's lying. She knew. Yeah, and pulling up those pictures of them in their bathing suits reminded me of Katie McLaughlin being confronted with the pictures of her and Caitlin Albert, the girl she went to high school with, in bathing suits and hugging in a hot tub or something such as like that, holding their Bud Lights. Oops.
Right before that is, as such, the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So what happened is after the judge says, if their toenails haven't been pulled out, I'm not thinking relocation, you actually stipulated to denial with prejudice, right?
Yes.
You did not tell your parents that you stipulated to denial with prejudice, did you?
Oh.
I don't remember any conversation there, really.
So not knowing that it was denied with prejudice, your mother thought you still had an opportunity to get it up through your final hearing, right?
I believe so.
And so she kept writing these ugly things and giving you all of these ugly suggestions, right?
She did write those emails.
If you had told her you stipulated with prejudice, that's probably not what you wanted, Mom, but that would have been the end of it, right?
I don't know. I would just be guessing.
May I approach?
Kelly, you always get your way. I just wanted to get her cadence for the beginning part of it, but now we sped it up. Thanks for your 5.
Well, if you'd just be guessing, after she thought it was finally over on July the 31st, there were no more emails suggesting you do things like she suggested between the hearing date on June the 20th and the final hearing on July the 31st, did she?
Can you help me? What is the question?
So sure. So your mother doesn't know when you get out of the hearing on June the 20th that you've stipulated that this is a forever decision. So she writes these ugly emails, right?
She may not have understood that it was a final decision of the court.
It was a decision of the court because you stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to
And
it.
she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing. So
Oh, she's getting a little more fiery now. Hold on, let's put it on real time. She's like, she didn't know about it because you didn't tell her. You lied to your mother. You lied to your mother. You didn't tell her that you stipulated, aka agreed, that this was going to be a final decision, that you couldn't go back and relitigate this issue. And that's why she was mad, isn't it? She's getting a little more fiery. Hold on.
on June the 20th that you stipulated that this is a forever decision. So she writes these ugly emails, right?
She may not have understood that it was a final decision of the court.
You're a lawyer. Why
It
didn't
was
you
a
tell her?
decision of the court because you stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to
And
it.
she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing. So she's marching along, trying to come up with more suggestions of how you can pressure Danny and get him to agree for you to relocate, even though you know it's dead, right?
I knew that it was a final decision.
And after July the 31st, when she thought it was a final decision, she wrote no more emails suggesting you do these crazy things to still try and get relocation, did she?
I don't remember the dates of the email, but
And you
I'm guessing
testified
no.
when you got up, when the state was asking you questions.
Wait a second. Wait.
After you said your
Hold
mother
on,
hated you.
stop. Somebody's like, I don't know. I think that sparkle lady is Jimmy. Because that would be hilarious. Okay, look to the right of the attorney who's speaking. Pink sparkle shirt, a wig, glasses, lipstick, earrings, purple cardigan. Do you guys think that's Jimmy? I mean, could it be? I don't know, but it would be like so like Jimmy for him to like put on a costume and walk in there because he did the Auntie Bev thing, you know, walking the crab walk at the fundraiser. He had his shtick before he started getting into serious commentary, if you call it serious, and summer school and getting so obsessed with Donna Adelson, was dressing up in costume and imitating all of the players in Karen Reed trial #1, season 1, and doing these skits on TikTok and being Jessica Hyde on the stand. I mean, it totally could be him. Look at the neck. Yeah, the neck looks like it could be too big. I don't know. I'm just saying because if it is, I don't know. He's not telling everybody. Could he have gone as Thickums? I don't know. But that would be amazing. Jimmy has a better jawline than most. Well, maybe this is a bad angle. Let's wait until she turns her head.
Danny at the time that he was killed.
There, right there. Could it be with the glasses and everything? I don't know. It is Mrs. Doubtfire. And listen, if it's not Jimmy, like, ma'am, I mean no disrespect for you. We're just trying to find our friend in the courtroom. And would he tell? No, Jimmy would not tell anyone. He would sit there incognito, and he would be. And tomorrow, if he goes again, how long is he going to be there for? He will dress in a totally different outfit and wig and be a totally different person. Maybe he'll wear Judge Cannoni's wig one day. And that I don't know. It could be. If it's not, this has been a hilarious side quest. But yeah, him doing Madam Court Reporter with the CPAP machine would be hilarious. Tootsie. It's Tootsie. It's Tootsie. I don't know. Where's Waldo? This is great. This is more fun than this. Well, the cross-examination is getting a little better, but
You've clarified now that she was
Jimmy
mad
is
at him.
prettier than that.
Not that she hated him. You testified you hated him at the time he was killed, right?
I don't remember testifying
Lipstick
to
is
that.
on point.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge.
It's the role of a lifetime.
May we approach?
Questions for the witness?
I do. May we approach?
Role of a lifetime. Look, there he is. If that's him, I don't know. It says too short, maybe, because he is 6'5". Maybe he's slouching to try and throw us off. But
Please approach.
the mouth, though, he would do the lipstick like perfectly. And they're approaching now. Why are they approaching? What are they talking
I
about?
do. May we approach?
Please
You hated him at the time he was killed. Wait.
May we approach?
To that.
Wait.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge. Mad at him. Not that she hated Danny at the time that he was killed, which you've clarified now that she was mad at him. Not that she hated him. You testified you hated him at the time he was killed, right?
I don't remember testifying to that.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge. May we approach?
Questions for the witness?
I do. May we approach?
Please approach.
I don't remember testifying to that. Okay. I don't know. I'm thinking, yeah, that is Donna's lawyer. And Mia says, laugh my ass off. He did say he wanted to be inconspicuous and quiet. And it would be like, he is no stranger to the costumes. Remember when he dressed up like Jessica Hyde? It was some comedy gold. And if he's got earbuds in and he's listening to me, we see you. Somebody said, look at him. Look for the lady in the blue blockers glasses. And Jimmy, if that is you, you're killing us, but we spy you and we are loving every second of this. They're at sidebar right now, so we have time to FF. I will tell you, at the fundraiser, he had on sparkly booty shorts underneath his judge's robe when he was doing his Auntie Bev impression, and he crab walked out of there with his sparkly booty shorts on. The church lady, but flashy. That's what it looks like. All right, I think the jury's leaving the room. Wait.
The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Yeah, jurors are leaving. We're gonna do it. Maybe they're gonna do a little offer proof now. A little proffer. Jimmy is Auntie Deb. Yes, Jimmy is Auntie Deb. Started off on TikTok doing impersonations of the Karen Reed trial of all the players, put himself on the stand and everything on TikTok. I found him during Karen Reed season 1. He came on my show one day. Oh, there's Wendy's lawyer. So he's looking very dapper. He's a silver fox. He came on my show during trial 1, and now he's totally into YouTube, and he's on YouTube. He's got a channel, and we love him. He's my best gay friend. Totally looks like Tootsie. Mitchell's like, yep. Wendy's marching off. She's doing the Fonnie Willis
The
march.
defense is talking to their client, but then we'll go into recess in just a moment.
Okay. Flashy, classy church lady. Potluck later. Oh, they're having a little huddle over at Donna's table. Come on, let's go back to the gallery. Cameraman, let's go. Find Auntie Deb for us. Did he get up to use the ladies? I really hope that, Tim. And I hope that tomorrow, if he's staying there, is he staying there for the week? Does anybody know? That he wears a different disguise. There's the judge, Judge Mount Everett. We've been, and that's not a fat joke or anything. He looks like a very powerful man. And we love him because he's very unobtrusive. He has not inserted himself into this trial like at all. He's there for a couple days. Oh, that'd be great. I'm sure he brought all his wigs.
References too, but yeah. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, as to this issue, are you seeking for the court reporter to review something, or do you wish for me to instruct the jurors to rely on their memories?
I think we have an alternative resolution, if we may just have 1 more minute, please.
Go ahead.
Now, the judge did say that at any point, if she wanted to plead the fifth to something, that her lawyer would get involved and they would do that. So maybe this is what we're doing. They may have to do a proffer at some point during her testimony. Jimmy is Auntie Deb. Yes, for those of you who don't know. The judge is alive. He's alive. But we thought that Jimmy would be sitting on Donna's side because he wanted to sit behind her and whisper in her ear. Wait, the judge is now looking bored. Look at him tapping his pen on his thumb. Sometimes I feel like a sportscaster telling you the play-by-play because many of you are driving and you can't watch. So it's audio only for so many of you. I don't see anybody that looks like him, though, sitting in the on the Donna side. I mean, if we could hear a laugh, we would totally know that it was his laugh. I don't see anybody on that side that looks like him. Oh, Nebbercracker. There's Nebbercracker. Fight me on it. Look at Nebbercracker and look at Harvey and tell me that's not a dead ringer. Do you see anybody behind Harvey that could be him? No. We have a little room to scooch. Scooching.
Break. We're going to take a 10-minute break at 3:40. We will resume after the jurors have used the restroom and everyone is ready. Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, this is your opportunity as well.
Is she shackled? All right, let's fast forward here a little bit. It is right now it's 3:42, so they said they're going to take a 10-minute break. And so we have about 8 minutes. I think we should also take a little teeny weeny ladies break. Somebody said he was in the overflow section. I don't know. I texted him earlier. I think if he was in the overflow section, he'd be able to use his phone. And so he'd probably text me back, but I don't know. Let's take a look while we have this break. Let's look at the Donna Adelson on the Wheel of Fortune. Here we go. Donna Adelson versus Lori Vallow.
All about you, Donna. Let's go.
Well, I'm a domestic coordinator.
A domestic coordinator.
Yes. I'm responsible for the activities, classes, and lessons of my son Robert, who is 16, Charlie, who is 12, Wendi, who is 10, my husband Harvey, who's in the audience.
My husband Harvey, who's in the audience. We haven't heard her voice, so this is fascinating to me. Let me start from the beginning. This is Donna Adelson on Wheel of Fortune.
My dog Sam.
Wendi was 10, So this is a long time ago. Let's see if I can start it over from the beginning. I don't know how they work.
I woke up.
Oops.
And we now meet
These shorts, hold on. All right, do this.
Donna Adelson from Coral Springs, Florida. I want to hear all about you, Donna. Let's go.
Well, I'm a domestic coordinator.
A domestic coordinator.
Yes. I'm responsible for the activities, classes, and lessons of my son Robert, who is 16, Charlie, who is 12, Wendi, who is 10, my husband Harvey, who's in the audience, and my dog Sam.
Donna.
F.
Yes.
Mischief maker.
Yeah, that's it.
Donna got mischief maker. I mean, talk about like predicting the future. Where'd the volume go?
And we now meet Donna Adelson from Coral
Let's watch it
Springs,
again.
Florida. I want to hear all about you, Donna. Let's go.
Well, I'm a domestic coordinator.
A domestic coordinator.
Yes. I'm responsible for the activities, classes, and lessons of my son Robert, who is 16, Charlie, who is 12, Wendi, who is 10, my husband Harvey, who's in the audience, and my dog Sam.
Donna.
F.
Yes.
Mischief maker.
Yeah, that's it, Donna.
I'm a domestic coordinator. She got 29
And we now
homes.
meet Donna Adelson from Coral
I mean, that's hilarious because, you know, you just can't make it up. Foreshadowing. She won. Was Wheel of Fortune the one where they used to go around and get to like pick from the prizes and they used to spend their money on the prizes? Because they stopped doing that. Lola the Good Dog says they didn't need to hire anyone. Wendi could have easily bored him to rest in peace. Thanks, Lola. And Brigitte says that there's a lot of swingers at the Villages. I don't know. Coffee addiction. We went over this before. Thanks for your 5. Dog Bite community member says add Florida by Taylor Swift to the list. Well done. I love Taylor. Laura became a member. Welcome. Hilarious if that is Jimmy in the Sparkles, says Brigitte. Christy, a painter's daughter, says Wendi has a tin cup necklace on. Oh. Somebody's
Seated.
Okay, here comes the judge. Oops.
Come back to the witness stand. Are the jurors ready at this point?
That was not a full 10-minute break, Judge. I did not get to go to the ladies. It's only 3:46. I thought we had until 3:50.
Yes. You can be seated.
Well, they're going to sidebar now. While they're doing that, I'm going to take a quick ladies' room break. I suggest you do the same. BRB. I'm a domestic coordinator. Mardo says, tell me, Melanie, do you think she gets a... Do you think she's... That's my voice. My voice coming through my own phone. Do you think she gets away with more because she's pretty and has blue eyes? I don't know if the blue eyes have anything to do with it, but I think pretty girls do get away with a lot more. Just my opinion. What do you think? Used guys. What do used guys think? Lola says, does your mother know Mamma
They're
Mia?
still over there, but
I have a couple Mamma Mia songs already on. Thank you. Oh, Shador Sanders got thrown out of the game, and then he got waived. Shador was tiny. I saw him hit that guy, but also the guy had him by the face mask for quite some time. So I think that was I'm a little conflicted about that play. If anybody else is in the chat that can opine on the Shador Sanders. Sorry, it was Shiloh Sanders got thrown out of the game the other day, and then he got waived, so he's out. But I think they wanted him off the team anyway. It wasn't Shador, it was Shiloh.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm open to opinions on that. The kid was only drafted because of daddy, says
Adelson,
kindergarten cop. They've
isn't
all
it
got very big
true
egos too.
That before getting married to Mr. Markel in, was it 2006?
2006 we got married.
Isn't it true that you've stated that you knew on your fancy wedding day, when you were all dolled up and feeling like you were an actor in someone else's show, you knew it on your honeymoon when you were enjoying the vacation but not thrilled to be there with him. You said, I'm not sure I liked him, let alone loved him, but I was eager to start a life with someone and he wanted to do it with me. You recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Did she say that, or did she write that in her book? Because she did write a book too, right? Coffee Talk. It's like Coffee Talk with Linda Richmond. Oh my God, he should totally dress up like Linda Richmond. It's Coffee Talk. It's Coffee Talk. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Detective Snarkasm says, played college football, you throw a punch, you're going to be the one who gets caught and ejected. I know. They say whoever was the one that threw the last punch, but really, Shiloh is tiny compared to the guy that he was in the fight with. And it wasn't really a punch. It was kind of like he reached up to try and like smack him out of the way, but I don't even think he touched him because he's too small. So I don't really know. She wrote a book, Coffee Talk. All right, here we go. We're going back. Sorry.
No. I have placed in front of you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes. It's towards the bottom of page 3.
I didn't have a treatment. I just slept on my hair. I didn't really do anything to my hair because I got up and I was trying to get ready. I was trying to do something with my hair. And then all of a sudden court was on. I'm like, hello? I thought they started at 9. It was like 8:40.
I see that I said that in
Thank you.
2013.
Ms. Adelson, you would agree that when Danny Markel was murdered on June the 18th of 2014, your little boys lost their father for the rest of their life.
On the day that he was murdered was July 18th, and yes, my boys lost their father.
They're growing up as 11 years have passed without his influence in their life in any way. Isn't that correct?
I wouldn't say without his influence in any way, but yes, they've grown up without their father.
He's not here to give them advice.
He is not.
He can't come to any of their functions, sports, anything else.
Correct.
They're not eating kosher like they would have with their father.
They are not.
They don't have him at all.
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th
Is it eating
of 2000
kosher or is it keeping kosher? Is it eating kosher or keeping kosher?
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Oh, that includes you?
Redirect examination.
And she just says anyone who's, hold on. Is she admitting? Because she's already said 14 times she had nothing to do with it.
Direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Oh. It's keeping kosher. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
When you said you were an actor in someone else's show, whose show was it?
I think I felt like I just wasn't fully present in my own life, that I had always been a real people pleaser. And so there was an aspect of not always being true to myself and wanting to make other people happy.
And one of those people is your mom, right?
Yes.
And that's part of why you kept going with relocation, even when you kind of had some doubts about it, right?
I would say it's part of the reason.
You were asked on cross-examination about the final order on relocation issued June 20th, 2013, and didn't you stipulate to making it with prejudice, I guess? Do you remember doing that?
I don't actually remember stipulating. I mean, I see it in the order, but I don't remember actively saying anything or participating in a stipulation.
In fact, when you testified about this previously, didn't you indicate you didn't know what with prejudice meant?
I think it's not something that comes up in my daily practice, and so at the time I had forgotten that it meant that it was a final order.
All right, and it was suggested or said on cross that you didn't tell your mom it was final and she was misled and she thought there was still room for it, right?
That is what was said to me on cross.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 64JJ.
I don't know. Did Robert testify in any previous trials? I'd love to know. He's the estranged son, the ENT. Gotta be the Sparkle lady. That's our Jimmy. I'm willing to bet on it.
Take a moment to review this exhibit and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
The woman behind Ruth. That's what we were saying, right? Is that the Sparkle woman?
Okay.
Do you recognize that email?
I mean, I recognize the email address. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Who's the email from?
The email is from my mom and dad's email address to a friend of theirs.
Who's the friend?
The Kliegermans. I think it's Vicky, the woman in the relationship.
Okay, and it's signed Love Donna, right?
Yes, sorry. So it's from my mom.
And
Shiloh
in this
has a history. Yeah, he's a hothead. He's a hothead. And you said it was a punch before. You were like, LOL, it's a punch. I don't know. I watched that clip from like 4 different angles, and to me it looked like an open hand, kind of like he's trying to smack him. I don't know.
email, does she indicate to the Klingermans that there is no chance at the appellate level for appeal of your relocation?
Yes, that's what the email says.
All right, and is that email dated 6/25/13?
Yes.
So 5 days after the order was issued, your mom did know that that order was final, based on this?
Based on that email, yes.
Okay, it was, you were asked questions about, your mom never suggested any harm to Dan Markel to you, but she did want to bribe him, yes?
Yes.
Take control from him, weren't those her words?
Yes.
Aggravate him,
Yes.
scare him.
I don't remember scare him, but I believe that was part of it.
Give him some grief.
Yes.
Take something from him.
Yes.
Show that fucker what would make him absolutely
Ooh.
miserable.
This is
Yes.
a family show,
Definitely
ma'am.
not kill him, right?
I don't know what the question is.
Donna was caring and devoted to your boys. You were asked about that. That's true, right?
Yes.
In fact, she maybe cared a little too much about your life and you and what was going on with you sometimes, right?
I don't know that you can care too much.
Even the Nazi uniform craziness came from her version of some kind of place of love. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because although her lawyers tried to downplay this, she was suggesting a baptism for these kids, right?
Yes.
She said she looked into it and could get it done in 2 weeks, right?
I believe that's what it said.
And didn't she justify the means or claim that this would be harmless to your children because it was just like playing dress up to them, right?
Yes.
Just like Jake the Pirates.
Yes.
The irony of her saying playing dress up while Jimmy may be sitting behind her in a wig and glasses and a sparkly top and a cardigan is hilarious to me.
She thought the ends, relocation, would justify the means, didn't she?
Yes.
And she thought a move to South Florida was what was best for you
Yes.
and what was best for your children,
Yes.
who she cared about more than anyone in the world.
I mean, I don't know who she cared about most in the world, but she loves
Is there,
me.
is there anyone that she cares about more than those two boys?
My dad.
My
Okay.
dad. She's mustering up
She
some
thought
tears.
relocation was best for those boys. They were
Yes.
going to have better opportunities, right?
Yes.
Better family support,
Yes.
a happier mother
Yes.
with a more lucrative profession.
Yes.
And your lives all depended on it. Isn't that what she said?
Yes.
And Dan Markel could have agreed, couldn't he?
He was amenable, but then he didn't want to ultimately.
Well, he could have moved to South Florida, right? Isn't that what you were asked on Cross?
Yes, he could have.
Could have moved to South Florida and enjoyed all that delicious kosher food down there, right?
Yes.
And if he had relented, you and he could have had separate lives in Miami and happily co-parented the boys, right?
In
That
theory,
could have happened.
Yes, it could have.
Except he wouldn't relent, would he?
I mean, he said no, and so we had a hearing, and the judge said no.
Right.
Weren't going to accept that, were
He
you?
wouldn't relent. He wouldn't give your mom what she wanted, would he?
I mean, we only had one conversation about it, so it wasn't like a ongoing thing.
It wasn't an ongoing thing? What wasn't?
I mean, between Danny and I, we talked about relocation. He said he would think about it, and then he said he didn't want to. And then we had the hearing, and then that was the end of it for me.
Yes, but you were asked on Cross, wouldn't things have been potentially great for Danny down there too?
Yes, I think they would have.
Couldn't we all have lived happily ever after if he would have agreed to move down there too? Possibly, right?
Possibly.
But he wouldn't agree.
He didn't agree, no.
Nothing further.
Adjourned. Before we continue this afternoon, we will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you back to the jury room.
Another break. Rob has never testified before. We have never seen Robert. Detective Snarkasm. Well, the jurors are getting a break. We're not all getting a break because they just took a break. Oh, Jimmy totally would have shaved for this. Totally would have. Lisa says, wait, doesn't Jimmy have a beard and a mustache? This can't be him unless he shaved it or is wearing a mask.
Yes,
Also,
go
the
ahead.
neck is too thick.
Very well. With there being no need for a proffer from this witness, you may step down. Ms. Kappelman, will you be recalling her at any point under your subpoena?
I don't intend to, Judge, but I would ask that she remain under the law this time.
Very
She's free to
well.
go about her business.
We are not to discuss your testimony with any other person who will be testifying in this trial.
She's done?
Mr. Lauro, will you need to be heard any further, sir? Have a good day.
Oh, look at Wendi looking, look at Donna looking at her daughter with...
Will be home this afternoon. All right, you can bring the jurors back in.
And she's hugging and kissing her father on the way out.
Did you want to instruct him?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so could I go ahead and call him in?
One moment, don't bring the jurors in just yet. You can bring in Mr. Adelson. Everyone can be seated.
Kippy Hippie says Auntie Deb has a blue blazer on, blonde wig, blue glasses, and gold earrings. All right, well, then that's not the person we were looking at. Then we got some explaining to do.
Mr. Adelson, before you testify this afternoon, I just wanted to make sure the court's prior ruling on this matter you understood and you were clear on. When you're testifying, you are not to testify about any opinions that you have concerning whether your family members or your mother may have committed a crime. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Is this Rob?
Does the defense or state wish for there to be any further instruction from the court that does not otherwise cover the substance of the ruling?
Yes, sir.
Please bring the jurors. Yep.
Is this Rob Adelson? This is Robert Adelson. Wow. Oh my God.
That's fine.
This is
For everyone
exciting
in the
because he's never been
gallery,
seen
again,
before.
As you are watching the evidence and testimony, please remain quiet. If you need to speak with each other, please do so silently or step out in the hallway. There should not be any murmuring happening whatsoever as the witnesses are testifying. Please bring them in.
He's estranged, right? Boy, I hope Jimmy's in there for this. If you're just joining, welcome. Tell your friends, Rob Adelson is here. This is the first time ever. Brother Robert in the house. I don't see her smiling at Rob. She's not smiling at him. He's estranged. I don't think he keeps in touch with his family at all for I don't even know how long.
Jury entering courtroom.
The irony is that he's an ENT and she's got hearing problems. Here he is. Rob Adelson in the flesh. Here comes the jury. Will he tell them everything? Will Rob tell them everything and how controlling she is and what a horror show she was as a mother? She looks worried.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as need be. Ms. Dugan, you may examine.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. Robert Todd Adelson, Adelson.
Thank you. And what state do you currently live in?
New York.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
Okay, so since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right.
Hold on,
what do you do
even
for a
the
living in New
feed
York?
is freaking out. Did you just see that? There's a ghost in the house. It's Rob Adelson. Tell your friends, spill the tea. He's telling us everything. What is going on with his hair? And he moved to New York to get the duck away from his family. It looks like Elsie the barber from Norfolk County Pokey may have done his hair. He got his hair cut with a hammer. What is happening here? Okay, tell your friends. I'm gonna start it from the top. And here we go.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
Okay, so since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so you're a nose and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson's your dad?
Yes.
Wendi and Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you grow up?
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that a bit north of Miami?
Yep.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the five of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes.
And who's the oldest child?
I am.
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years between you and Charlie?
3 years between Charlie and I.
Okay,
And
he's
then
the
who's-
oldest. This is going to be so interesting. The domestic coordinator that we just watched on Wheel of Fortune has raised a doctor, a dentist, and a lawyer. She did some pretty good domestic coordinating. However, she may have been too controlling, and maybe, just maybe, that's why Rob Adelson has been estranged from his family, lives in New York. I wonder if Donna even knew where he lived. He's been there since 2012, and he's going to talk about how controlling his mother is. I don't know what time the end time is, Mitchell. This judge likes to go until 5:30. He looks very nervous to be there. He looks like Adrian Brody. Very nervous and not happy to be there. And he's a doctor. I feel bad for Rob too, but I wonder if he's going to want his mother to be convicted. I mean, he probably doesn't know anything about what happened, but he's going to talk about probably his childhood. Elizabeth Bailey says his first marriage was to a Jewish gal because Donna made him, lasted a hot minute, and he went back to dating his current Indian wife. They moved away to upstate New York to escape his momster. Okay. The one that got away. Oldest son, golden child, and boy, did he got out of there.
The youngest then is Wendi?
Yes.
And how many years between Charlie and Wendi?
3 years.
Okay. When you were 18, did you move out of the Coral Springs house?
Yes, when I went to college.
Okay. And did you go to college at University of Florida?
I went to Tulane.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you live in Gainesville at some point?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to college at Tulane and then went on to med school, went on to residency, throughout those years, did you continue to talk to your parents and your siblings on a regular basis?
Yes.
And would you see them a couple of times a year?
Yes.
When you were in school, would you go home for the summer?
Yes.
Based on your personal observations throughout your life of your parents and of your siblings, who is the leader in the family? Who tends to run the show?
I think my mom.
Okay, so Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Would you describe Donna Adelson's personality as being more controlling or more laid back?
I think more on the controlling side.
Bam.
What about, is she kind of a more assertive person or a more passive person?
A more assertive.
Bam.
What about your dad, Harvey Adelson? What's his personality like?
I think he's more passive, more go with the flow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She wears the pants.
So they're kind of opposites in that way a bit?
Yeah.
When you and your siblings were growing up, was Donna Adelson a very involved parent?
Yes.
And when I say involved, as far as with your life and with your friends and with school and with that type of thing?
Absolutely.
Did she have certain fixed ideas throughout your life of certain things she wanted to happen in you and your siblings' life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it acceptable if you decided to not do those certain things that she was fixated she wanted you to do? Was that acceptable to her or no?
No, I think she had certain sort of rigid, fixed ideas or impressions for what she wanted for us. And if you went along with that, things were fine. If you didn't, things were not fine.
Did she have strong opinions about who you all married and what you all did for a living and those types of things?
Yes.
And you're obviously a doctor. Was that an acceptable profession to her?
Yeah, that was okay.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons you became a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. How involved was Donna in yours, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson's life after you grew up, became adults, and had kids of your own?
I think still involved.
Was she more involved with your life, Charlie's life, or Wendy's life, would you say?
Probably more involved with Wendi and probably to a lesser degree with Charlie.
Okay. And then would you be she's the least involved with your life out of the three?
I mean, if that is not Auntie Deb with the wig and the glasses and the coffee talk and the lipstick and the earrings and the sparkly top and the purple cardigan, then I don't know who is. So apparently Charlie got the least bit of attention. Maybe that's why he wanted to orchestrate the plot. Maybe that's why he wanted to orchestrate the hit, because then he would get more attention. The attention he's been so desperately been trying to get since he was a child. Gavelin Gloss says, Rob wants nothing to do with his family and this mess. Thank you so much for your super chat, and I agree with you.
Yeah, probably because I was older, but sure, I agree.
Okay, so you're the oldest child. You're out of the house before the other two?
Yep.
Okay, and then you also lived other places after you went to college throughout the rest of your life?
Yes.
Now, was this like a healthy level of involvement that she had with the three of your lives, or was it more of like a micromanaging as you saw it?
I think it was certainly between over-involved and controlling. It probably lended itself more toward controlling, but there's in various realms, more or less. But I think certainly that was the tension.
Okay, so a little more on the controlling side.
Yes.
And does that include your personal lives as far as your relationships and in your professions, your jobs?
Yes.
Was it Charlie who always needed more attention than the other two children?
I think so, yes.
When did Wendy's life start becoming one that she needed to pay or give more attention to?
I think when she had some troubles in her marriage, I wasn't aware there were any troubles in her marriage until Wendi left. But I think around that time when she had two young children, I think that was when she became more involved. And I was, at that point living, pretty good distance away.
Okay. Were you living in Philadelphia at the time?
Yeah, but first in Philly and then in New York where we live now.
Okay. And so Charlie always got a lot of attention, and then Donna also started giving her attention also to Wendy's life once Wendi starts going through the separation or divorce.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. From your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible? Yes, sir.
I don't know what happened, but they're being called up to sidebar. Oh, poor Rob. He does not want to be there. Mother very controlling. Charlie always needed attention. Middle child syndrome. People say the face is too full. We don't think that's Jimmy. I don't know. Rob's voice sounds exactly like Charlie's. What about the license plate? Somebody said, did you know about Jimmy is a creator on YouTube called Auntie Deb with 3 B's. Jimmy got his start doing impressions. He's also a comedian. Impressions, and he would dress up like the characters in Karen Reed Trial Season 1 and do skits. It's hilarious. And he's there. He's in the courtroom somewhere. And it would be just like him to be dressing up. He does a great Jen McCabe. He does a great Jessica Hyde. I think Jessica Hyde and Judge Cannoni are my favorite impressions that Jimmy does. Though that woman was there on Friday. She's not Jimmy. Oh, man. Really? We had so much fun hoping. And Mark says that he would be wearing a pearl necklace. Cheryl says this has to be painful for Rob. He probably has a lifetime of physiological issues with that Donna. And he looks like his dad, somebody said. Gavel and Gloss said Wendi loved her mama, and Donna loved the control. Thank you, Laura A. What about the Pat next to Harvey, Jimmy? Oh, he would set himself next to Harvey. We're going to have to go back and see who's sitting next to Harvey. Mel, if you have questions, I have all the answers for you. Thank you, Gavel and Gloss. I don't know anything about the license plate. Thank you, Lieutenant Pez Dispenser Tully, for your very nice compliment. Tazo says, my like button isn't working. I'll keep trying. That's weird. If anybody else is still here, please hit the like button if you haven't. Oh. Rob Adelson, according to podcasts and news reports about the Adelson family saga, Charlie Adelson. Oh, Charlie had a vanity license plate that read Maestro on his Ferrari. Thank you, Sidebar Sister, for telling me.
Objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Were Charlie and Donna Adelson dependent on each other or pretty independent from each other?
I would say Charlie was probably somewhat dependent on my mom to help him out with organizing stuff, his dental practice. I think he probably relied on her a lot.
Okay. You mentioned the dental practice. When you were growing up, who owned the dental practice?
My dad.
Okay. And throughout your life, was Donna Adelson in charge of the money at Adelson Institute?
I always, I wouldn't know the inside workings of it, but I always remember my mom like signing the checks and writing the checkbook at the table, like when I was back in middle school or high school. So.
Okay. So even back then, she would do some bookkeeping or payroll type things at home.
That's my memory of it.
Okay. And then did the dental practice, you said it obviously started out at Harvey's. Do you remember a time when Charlie Adelson took over?
I remember my dad making a joke about him having a very understanding boss because Charlie was now his boss. So.
Do not testify to what others have stated out of court. You may testify as to your knowledge, but not what someone else specifically said.
Yeah, keep up the hearsay.
Objection is sustained. You may continue.
I understand you were telling us how you remember that, but can you just tell us around what year do you remember that happening?
Around 2012, Charlie purchased the practice.
Okay, and then was there a time that you remember Charlie somehow selling it back to Harvey? Harvey Adelson as then becoming the head of the practice again.
I will permit you to answer the question if you have knowledge of this matter.
My memory of that was sometime in like fall to winter of 2015 to 16, somewhere right around there. That's my memory.
Okay, so fall to winter of 2015.
Turning into 2016. That's my memory.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Donna Adelson doing payroll at Adelson Institute throughout your life. If someone were to ask Donna Adelson, or if someone asked Donna Adelson to do something, is she the type of person that just snaps to it, or does she have some questions first?
This is not going to motion. You may answer the question.
No, I don't think she would just snap to and do what someone told her to.
Okay. Is she the type of person who's going to have some questions if you ask her to do something?
I think she would definitely have some questions.
Okay. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel when he and Wendi first got together and were headed towards marriage?
He was very positive about him.
Okay, so he was somebody she approved of.
Yes.
All right, and how did that change as Wendi and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendi moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay, so just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
And when you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson, I'm
yes.
sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
I mean, she hated him.
She hated him.
And would this come from, your knowledge of that, come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Did you observe that Wendi played a...
Oh, he just threw his mama under the bus. Just threw his mama under the bus. 2014, she hated him. She hated him. I wonder if he estranged himself from the family after the murder because he knew deep in his heart what happened. She hated him. Take it back because this is important. He's never testified before. She's the maestro. She is the maestro. Funny that Charlie was the one with the maestro license plate.
I mean, she hated him.
Would this come from, your knowledge of that, come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Did you observe that Wendi played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in the divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
It was way
Did Donna
before.
okay. Did Donna
if he was estranged way before, then how did she know? How did he know that Donna hated him in 2014? if he wasn't talking to the family, I have questions. She's the domestic coordinator. Oh, they still talked then, but he kind of moved away? Okay. He is very truthful and compassionate, and I feel very sorry for him right now. My heart goes out to him. It's not easy to be estranged from your family, I would imagine. But sometimes you got to cut the toxic people out of your life, they say. So maybe that's what he did. Oh, he's going to talk about Wendi. She's asking about Wendi playing a
played a
damsel
bit
in
of a-
distress. So let's take it back a second.
About Dan Markel. Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
I mean, she hated him.
Would this come from your knowledge of that? Come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Did you observe that Wendi played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in the divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
Damsel in
Did
distress.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce?
I apologize. Did Donna Adelson, I apologize. Can I hear the question
Sorry,
again?
did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi and Dan Markel's divorce?
Some. I mean, the phrase that sticks in my head is that Danny was depoing Wendi to death. I wasn't involved with, all the various motions. I remember that phrase. I remember there being a lot of, court motions back and forth. But I remember that phrase. I remember, some complaints about like very long either mediation or depositions that Wendi had to endure.
Okay, so this is Donna saying Wendy's having to go through these things?
Yes.
Okay, and you're telling you about it?
Yes.
How did Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendi was planning to leave Dan Markel and give him the news that she was leaving the marriage?
I think you're going to need to rephrase this in such a way the witness can answer, Ms. Dugan.
How did Donna Adelson describe to you how Wendi Adelson left the marriage?
Object to hearsay.
Ms. Dugan, please approach.
Okay.
There's a hearsay objection. How did Donna describe to you how Wendi left the marriage? Somebody said we need to start a movie list. Throw Mama from the train. Oh, man. Poor Rob. My heart goes out to Rob. We have room to scooch here a little bit. And look at us back on real time. Gavel and Gloss says, I've been obsessed with this story since day one. I'm here for you. Rob moved away and has nothing to do with any of them, but I've heard an interview with him. Ooh. And then she's coming in again and says, Mama, I'm coming home. R.I.P. Ozzy. Yes, we put that on there. Thanks, darling. Rob wants nothing to do with his family and this mess, she says. New Hampshire woman says, glitter top woman was at opening statements. It's not, Jimmy. She had a glittery top on then, too. Glitter top woman was at opening statements. Glitter is a thing in Florida. It's a thing.
You may continue with your
Bummer.
examination.
I had a lot of fun thinking that that was him. Thank you, Gavel and Gloss. We'll
What
send me
did
the
Donna
interview
Adelson tell you about the plan?
with Rob. I know the story inside out. You have questions, I have answers. Before Karen Reed, I was obsessed with the Adelson saga. Thank you for being here with me today, Gavel and Gloss, and all of us. We appreciate you so much. All right, they're back from their sidebar, and she may continue her questioning.
What did Donna Adelson tell you about the plan for Wendi Adelson to leave the marriage?
Sure. When she told me that that she had been in Tallahassee for several months.
This is Donna Adelson, had
Yes.
been?
That she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendi, arranging for movers, moving money around and getting things set up. I only knew this after Wendi had moved out. But she was relating to me what had occurred over the summer. And so I heard this all at once, but, probably 5-6 days after Wendi had moved out. And then told me that somewhat gleefully or, pleased that they timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions.
Somewhat gleefully, they timed the phone call right before he was supposed to give the speech. Who does that? A true narcissist. Who ruins every holiday? A true narcissist. Who ruins every special occasion for you? A true narcissist. Picking up what I'm laying down? They timed the phone call to Danny right before he was going to give a big speech. No love lost here between Rob and his mom.
They timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions about that. You said Donna said that she had been up here in Tallahassee moving money around and getting things ready for Wendi. Do you mean for when Wendi moved out and needed a place of her own?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Donna tell you that she did to try to, I guess, hide the fact that they were renting a place for Wendi?
I remember her saying she had used her maiden name so there wouldn't be an Adelson up here renting, or hiring movers or such.
Just so like word of mouth wouldn't get around that Wendi Adelson was renting an apartment, something like that.
Sure.
Okay. So they used Donna's maiden name.
Yes.
Donna did. And then you said that their plan was for Wendi to call Dan Markel as he was getting on stage, or right before he got on stage, to give a speech at a conference?
That's what I was told.
Okay. And what was Donna's demeanor when she was describing this plan to you about how she was able to set up this place for Wendi to live in, everything was ready for her, and then this is how she gave Dan the news?
I think she sounded...
Donna's the one that gave the news? If not, then maybe...
I believe the question was, what was her demeanor? You may
Yes, sir.
answer the question.
She sounded pleased to me.
Did you ever see Donna Adelson doing anything to help Wendi Adelson with the divorce?
I think she was, answering a lot of emails and looking over, emails that went back and forth, looking over motions and such.
Did you personally see that when she was visiting you? Did you see Donna Adelson doing those things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an occasion when you all were in the hospital and Donna came to visit and was doing those things in the hospital?
I think it was at our home at the time, right before he went to the hospital. But yes, that's where we, saw the email.
Okay. And while she was at your house during that time, was that when you were living in Philadelphia?
That was in Albany.
Albany, okay. Did she want the Wi-Fi at that time so that she could get on the internet and work on these filings?
Yeah, she said she had things to do to help out with the divorce.
What date would that have been? Do you remember?
October of 12.
Did Donna Adelson tell you that Wendi Adelson was trying to get permission to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
And did Donna Adelson tell you about the $1 million bribe she wanted to offer Dan Markel?
Yes.
Bribe. She's calling it a bribe.
During the year or two after Wendi Adelson left Dan Markel, how much time was Donna Adelson spending in Tallahassee?
From
He had personal knowledge of her being here.
You may answer as to your personal knowledge on the subject matter.
I can rephrase, Judge. Did Donna Adelson tell you information about how much time she was having to spend in Tallahassee?
She said that Wendi needed a lot of help because now she has 2 boys on her own, and so she was up there a lot. And I think yes.
Okay. Who cared more about Wendi Adelson's divorce from your conversations? Was it Donna or Charlie?
Donna.
What types of things does Charlie care about? What are kinds of things is he really into?
Oh, he just raised his eyebrow when she said, what kind of things does Charlie care about? And he did one of these with his eyebrows like, and I like on one eyebrow, like, really? Listen, Wendi needed a lot of help. It's all about Wendi, the princess.
From your conversations, was it Donna or Charlie?
Donna.
What types of things does Charlie care about? What are kinds of things is he really into?
I mean, like go-karts, jet skis.
Go-karts.
going out, boats, not Wendy's divorce.
Okay. And is Donna Adelson very into her kids and grandkids and
Yes.
their success?
Yes.
Wow.
Do you think Wendy's divorce or
He's making his mother look more guilty than Charlie right now, right? Hookers and blow. Yeah, go-karts, jet skis, boats, not Wendy's divorce. Let's play that back. That's a good sound clip. I mean, what's he into? Not Wendy's divorce. Did Donna manipulate Charlie into doing this? Kind of makes it sound that way, right?
really into?
I mean, like go-karts, jet skis, going out, boats, not Wendy's divorce.
Okay. And is Donna Adelson very into her kids and grandkids and
Yes.
their success?
Yes.
Do you think Wendy's divorce or her moving, I guess, do you think Wendi and her boys moving to Miami was particularly important to Charlie Adelson from your observations?
I don't think so.
During the divorce, from your conversations with Donna, was she fixated on Wendi taking this job with a guy named Gary Cohen in Miami?
Yes, that was a common discussion point.
Okay. Did she seem like it was just something that she kind of thought would be a good idea, or something that she seemed to have a real obsession with?
It came up a lot in my discussions with her about this job with Gary, where she'd be making $1 million a year and she'd be a partner, and it was something that was brought up a lot, that she'd be able to take care of her kids in a way that she couldn't up in Tallahassee, and then it was probably the one thing that she mentioned to me, the only time I heard any anger after the murder had occurred, was that I asked, is Wendi going to go work for Gary now? And she told me that.
Did the job end up not working out?
As far as I know, it didn't.
Okay, and that you heard some anger from Donna when that happened?
She said that his partners wouldn't let them hire her until they.
Okay.
Sorry.
But there was some anger there because the job didn't end up working out.
Yes.
They couldn't hire Wendi, or didn't want to hire Wendi after all.
That's what I was told.
Okay, thank you. Now, during the summer of 2014, did Wendi Adelson, I'm going to move on to 2014 now, did Wendi Adelson send you a text where she referenced having a boyfriend?
Yes.
And was this before Dan Markel's murder?
Yes.
Why was that memorable to you?
It was just unusual. Wendi, never was someone who would, share her, romantic life or boyfriends, or, tell me or, text me about anyone she was dating. So it just stood out as, unique or different.
Okay. What did she, was there something in particular that she said that struck you as also unusual? Okay. I guess, was it your impression that your parents knew about this boyfriend at the time, or no?
No, the text said, don't tell the parents.
Well,
Members of the jury, you are to disregard the last response of the
Oops.
witness.
may I approach, Judge?
The text
You may.
said, don't tell the parents. Let's take that back.
Okay. I guess, was it your impression that your parents knew about this boyfriend at the time, or no?
No, the text said, don't tell the parents.
Well,
Members of the
Oops.
jury, you are to disregard the last response of the witness.
may I approach,
It's
Judge?
hearsay.
You may.
Olivia says, wow, very interesting. They didn't call Rob at Charlie's trial. I think we know why now. Mm-hmm. Oh, he looks so uncomfortable. He's the poster boy for uncomfortable witness.
You may continue your examination, Ms. Dugan.
Okay, so I was asking you about this text that you received from Wendi Adelson. Can you tell me about this text?
Sure. She texted me that she was going to Gainesville for the weekend, and this was 2014. So I last lived in Gainesville about 3 years prior to that. I mentioned that she wanted that. I mentioned the name of Jeff, I asked, who was Jeff? The response was, my boyfriend. I responded, I didn't know. And she said, you wouldn't, I didn't hear it from the parents. She says, they don't know. And so it just struck me as, and then she sent me some pictures of Jeff with her and the boys. It struck me as unique because she'd never shared the name or photograph of a boyfriend before.
Okay, so.
Before you continue, members of the jury, as to the last question and response, you are not to consider the hearsay statement for the truth of the matter asserted. You may continue.
This
Okay.
is more than the judge has
So it was
spoken for the whole entire day during this witness, and he is the witness of the day.
Unusual for her to talk to you about boyfriends at all.
Yes.
But you also felt it was unusual that she's telling you about this boyfriend when even your parents don't know about him yet.
Right.
And she was closer to her parents at the time than you.
Correct.
Okay. What date was that text message sent?
The very end of June, like 26 or 28 of 14, that last weekend.
Okay, so it was prior to 4th of July weekend.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where in those photographs Wendi is with her sons and Jeff?
Like Wakulla Springs, something like that.
Okay.
They were in front of a board that said that.
He's telling them everything.
And did you let her know you wouldn't mention him to her parents or to your parents?
Yes.
Did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markel was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, I did. The FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once, and either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI, and that they didn't ask any questions about that.
FBI?
And then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend and not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience.
Hold on, this is way too much information. Why was the FBI involved? These are state charges. Why was the FBI involved? The FBI ice cream truck. Why were the FBI involved? Olivia says, see, you can mention the FBI in every other trial. Why were they involved? He meant the ice cream truck. FBI did the bump. Oh, okay. Thank you. The FBI did the bump for the money laundering. Got it. The money laundering. She washed it in the fucking washing machine. Hold on. He's telling us everything. This is too much. I have to go all the way back. I guess I felt compelled to tell the police, the FBI, etc. The bump. Okay, thank you. That's right. The FBI did the bump, the sting, the trying to get them to talk undercover and all that. All right, here we go.
Was compelled to tell police, like, did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markel was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, I did. The FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once, and either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI, and that they didn't ask any questions about that. And then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend and not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience. So I reached out to the FBI and I said, I don't know if this matters, but I figured I would, tell you about this. And they came back for a second interview and looked at the pictures.
Okay. When is your father, Harvey Adelson's birthday?
July 5.
Okay, so on July 5th of 2014, how old would he have turned that year?
70.
Okay, and this is about 2 to 3 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Did your family do anything to celebrate his birthday that year?
Yes, we had a party at their condo.
Okay, was there a gift from the family or from any of you to him?
No, I remember an email, and my dad is not someone who wants gifts or a big deal made about him, and so the email is something like, your dad doesn't want gifts, he just wants all of his kids to be with him on his birthday.
And was that from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
So she's basically letting you know you and your kids coming is going to be his gift.
Correct.
And everybody, all the kids and grandkids being
Correct.
there. Did the family ever discuss going on a cruise?
No, not with me.
When a birthday gift is given for somebody in the family, does Donna Adelson typically say, we're going to get him this, everybody owes this much, everybody's going to pay a third, or whatever it is?
Yeah, if there was like a big gift we're getting, or they said, we're getting this for someone, and you can be part of it, that was not uncommon.
Okay, so tell us at the party, or about the party, you said it was at the Continuum?
Yes, at their apartment.
Okay, so is that like a condo building in Miami?
Yeah, on Miami Beach.
Okay, on Miami Beach, like South Beach?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it a secure building?
And it's very secure. It was, we were staying at a hotel down the street, and there was like, armed guards, and, it was apparently there's a lot of celebrities that live there. It was a very high, very secure building.
Okay. And these celebrities that lived there, were they people that you knew of? I mean, you knew who they were?
Sure, yeah, A-Rod.
A-Rod lived in the building?
Did these people have kind of guards of their own too in the building?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the guards that you saw were the guards in the front?
Yes.
All right.
Wait,
had
was
your
that when A-Rod
parents,
was with
how
J-Lo?
recently?
Hold on. A-Rod was with J-Lo, right, for a while? J-Lo's been with everybody, but A-Rod lived in the building? Huh. Okay. All right, nice place.
In the front?
Yes.
All right. Had your parents, how recently had they moved to the Continuum?
I got the idea, it was certainly less than a year, like, I don't remember exactly, but seemed like they said they were going to try living down in South Beach to see if they liked it for their retirement, and so it had to be sometime, before, because they were pretty well moved in there, but I don't remember the exact time, but if I'm guessing like maybe 6 months before or something like that.
Okay, so by the weekend of the party, July 5th, are they like fully moved into their
Yeah.
condo there?
Yes.
Okay, and are they living there full time, from what you know?
It seemed like that, but I couldn't, I know they still own the house in Coral Springs, so I don't know if they're just there on the weekends, but I couldn't say definitively, but it looked like they were living there fully.
Okay. Was his party on his actual birthday or another day of the week?
No, on his actual birthday.
All right, was your brother Charlie there that weekend?
Yes.
Wendi and her sons, were they there?
Yes.
Was the party catered?
Yeah, there was, yes.
What type of food did you have?
There were like
Of course it was
like past hors
catered. Of
d'oeuvres,
course it was
and then
catered.
there
Who's
was a,
cooking? Nobody's
like a
cooking.
paella
Nobody's
chef on the
cooking.
balcony.
We're catering. We're catering. We're not cooking. We're catering. A-Rod was not on my bingo card. Of course it was catered. Come on. He has the hair of I want to be a dentist elf on Rudolph. Well done, some golf girl. I'm still spun by A-Rod living in the building. All right, here we go.
Like past hors d'oeuvres, and then there was a like a paella chef on the balcony.
Paella chef,
Okay.
of course.
Was the party a surprise for Harvey?
No.
So you were never told, don't tell him about it, it's a surprise?
No.
Anything like that? Don't tell him. Were you not supposed to tell him anything about the party that was a surprise?
No, there was nothing about a surprise birthday.
Was there ever a time in the weeks leading up to the party that you heard that the party may be canceled for any reason?
No. Never.
All right, so how did you first hear about Dan Markel's murder?
I heard the day after the shooting occurred, so that would be Saturday, July 19. I was at a meeting in Chicago, and I think I got a phone call first, and then I was in a meeting, and so I just said can I call you later? And then I got a text message shortly thereafter, like right before 10 in the morning. It said like, tragedy here, please call.
And are these from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to call her that morning from the conference in Chicago?
Yeah, so I walked out and went to the hotel lobby and just hit call.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation with her.
So it's one of those moments that you'll just remember forever. So I remember being in the lobby of the Westin, and I assumed something terrible had happened, and but I wasn't ready for it. She said, so we just want to let you know that Danny's been shot, and they took him to the hospital, but he didn't make it. And it didn't make any sense. And I probably asked like a few medical questions, and they said they're driving up to go help Wendi, and we'll talk to you later. We can't talk now.
Okay. Was she crying in that conversation?
Not in
Donna
that
Adelson?
conversation.
She wasn't crying. Dan's been shot. He's not going to make it. It is weird to watch a trial go past 3. What about the paella? Deborah said, J-Lo has been with everybody. Easy there, Melanie. I don't mean everybody. I just mean everybody famous. Been with everybody famous. She was with Diddy. She was with A-Rod. She was with Ben Affleck twice. Name all the others. A lot of famous people. A-Rod will be surprised that he was mentioned during this trial. I got to take this back a little tiny bit about this phone call because it was wild.
Call.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation with her.
So it's one of those
Mark
moments
Anthony.
that you'll just remember forever. So I remember being in the lobby of the Westin, and I assumed something terrible had happened, and but I wasn't ready for it. She said, so we just want to let you know that Danny's been shot, and they took him to the hospital, but he didn't make it. And it didn't make any sense. And I probably asked like a few medical questions, and they said they're driving up to go help Wendi, and we'll talk to you later. We can't talk now.
Okay. Was she crying in that conversation?
Not in
Donna
that
Adelson?
conversation.
Sir?
No, she was not.
Okay.
It was very matter of fact.
Did she ever give you any further detail that weekend about how he'd been shot, or other than just Danny was shot and he didn't make it?
I think it was the next day. So the only really other time that I spoke with him that weekend, I was in the airport going home, like Sunday afternoon. So it was definitely the next day, and it was the first time I could actually have any kind of conversation. And one of the things that she told me is it bothered me, but I didn't have any other details about. But she said that someone went to the front door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and then shot him. And then
Wait, I thought it was in the
said, "Well,
garage.
How could you know that? Who's telling you that?" And she said, "Well, that's just what they're telling us." And it
Okay.
just,
So she said someone told her that someone knocked on Danny's door, said, "Are you Dan Markel?" He said yes, and the shooter shot him.
that's the story I heard. And later we found out that wasn't what happened, but that story bothered me a lot because there's only one way you could hear that story.
How?
Was she crying when she told you that information?
No.
You mentioned earlier that law enforcement contacted you after Dan Markel's murder. Did they contact you to try to see if you knew any information?
Yeah, they came to our house. I was already at work, and so they talked to my wife. It had to be a Wednesday or Thursday, so I was already at work.
And is this your house in New York?
Chris
Yes.
Judd.
Okay.
He's dying to tell his story. He's telling them everything. Boom times 2. Did he go in the house? Wow. J-Lo and Mark Anthony lived here on Long Island when they had their twins. I think that was when she was with Mark Anthony, right? Scott, kindergarten cop, didn't they live like in Brookville? Right, Olivia. How the heck could anyone have known that early on? The shooter asked, "Are you Dan Markel?" if they didn't know the shooter. Wow, this has to be cathartic for him. He's been waiting to tell the story for a long time. I get that feeling too, Allison. This is one of Donna's children. This is his estranged son, Rob Adelson. He's an ENT in New York. He estranged from his family because he married a woman his mother didn't approve of. Linda Mitchell says Donna lived a life of high society and appearance, control, every aspect. She caused family annihilation. She has destroyed many lives. Yeah. It was in the garage, right? He was still in the car. That's what I thought. This is the story, though, that he was told. Thanks for your super chat, Linda. I'm taking this back a question because he's talking so fast. This is on regular speed. We might have to put it on slower speed. He has not testified in any of the previous trials, and I have not watched any of the other trials either until this one.
You to try to see if enforcement. You mentioned earlier that law enforcement contacted you after Dan Markel's murder. Did they contact you to try to see if you knew any information?
Yeah, they came to our house. I was already at work, and so they talked to my wife. It had to be a Wednesday or Thursday, so I was already at work.
And is this your house in New York?
Yes.
Okay. Did you end up talking to law enforcement and letting them, answering their questions, letting them know what you knew?
Yeah, they came to my office the next day, and we with two agents, and we had we had an interview.
Okay. After that conversation with, you said it was the FBI earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. After that conversation with the FBI, did Donna Adelson ever say anything to you about having talked to law enforcement or the FBI?
It was either that afternoon or the next day, but you know, and she called me and said, you know, I just want to let you know, if the police come around, you know, don't talk to them.
Okay, so she told you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
Did you let her know that you already had talked to law enforcement?
Yeah, I said I already did.
What did she say to that?
She said, oh, well, you don't know anything anyway.
You don't know anything anyway?
Correct.
Was that an unusual statement coming from your mother?
You don't know anything anyway? Like she did know something? That's huge. That's huge. Hold on a second. You don't know anything anyway. Welcome to Rob Adelson throwing his mother under the bus. Oh, he's coming in hot. He's coming in hot. Hold on.
Adelson ever say anything to you about you said it was the FBI earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. After that conversation with the FBI, did Donna Adelson ever say anything to you about having talked to law enforcement or the FBI?
It was either...
Did Donna Adelson, na 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 na, na 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 na, hey hey hey, goodbye. Say goodbye to Donna.
that afternoon or the next day, but you know, and she called me and said, you know, I just want to let you know, if the police come around, you know, don't talk to them.
Okay, so she told you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
Did you let her know that you already had talked to law enforcement?
Yeah, I said I already did.
What did she say to that?
She said, oh, well, you don't know anything anyway.
You don't know anything anyway?
Correct.
Was that an unusual statement?
Okay, if the police come around, don't talk to them. He says, I already did. She says, that's okay. You don't know anything anyway. Mic drop. Why would she say that? That's the next question.
You don't know anything anyway?
Correct.
Was that an unusual statement coming from your mother?
Yeah, it just, I mean, everything that week was unusual, but I mean, I clearly didn't know anything, but I wasn't going to not talk to the FBI if they show up at my house.
How did you respond? Let me ask you this. After the murder of Dan Markel, did Donna Adelson seem curious about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
No.
Did she
seem curious about who killed Dan Markel? No. Because she knew. I think Rob Adelson just sunk Donna's battleship. You sunk her battleship. Am I wrong? Donna Gotti. I want to see Donna's face right now. Why can't we see Donna's face right now? Got to hear that again. Cameraman, please do a close-up on Donna. I mean, everything that week was unusual.
Let me ask you this. After the murder of Dan Markel, did Donna Adelson seem curious about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Was there a complete lack of curiosity?
Yeah, nobody seemed curious.
Did you actually ever ask her?
Nobody
after
did.
The murder, hey,
Hold on,
what do you
because
think
now he's
happened?
throwing Wendi under the bus too. Nobody seemed curious. Not even Wendi. Please follow up with not even Wendi. If Auntie Deb is in the courtroom now, he's plotzing, he's kvetching, he's verklempt. Nobody seemed curious, including Wendi. Wait, please follow up. Donna Gotti.
Yeah, nobody seemed curious.
Did you actually ever ask her, like after the murder, like, hey, like, what do you think happened? What do you?
Yeah, and the conversations were kind of rerouted, or that was certainly discouraged, and it was probably like maybe sometime like mid-August, when I finally had a chance to ask and say, what is going on? This was not a small event. This was getting a lot of notoriety, and I said, what do you guys think happened? And she had said, I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me.
Is that out of character for her to not be curious and not be asking some questions?
Yeah, I mean, it was an unsolved murder of.
Yeah, because she knew everybody's business about everything all the time. He's telling them everything. The FBI was not like an ice cream truck for him. He's like, the FBI are coming. I'm talking to them. She says, don't talk to the police if they come. He's like, I already did. She's like, that's okay. You didn't know anything anyway. Did anybody seem curious about who killed Dan? No, nobody did. Nobody did. Was that unusual for her? Yeah, because she usually cared about everything. She knew everybody's business all the time. I didn't watch any of the first trials, but this is blowing my mind. Boy, did he just throw her under the 18-wheeler. Not even a bus. It's like an 18-wheeler at this point. This is better than Wendi. This is nothing. This is nothing. Oh my God. This is Nurse Kim is in the chat. First of all, we thought we saw Jimmy, but it's a woman who's not Jimmy. Is he in costume? I need to know. Oh my God. This is Rob, the estranged son, and he's telling them everything. And if you didn't have your earbuds in at work, you've been missing it. He's taking them all down. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, bye, bye. Wendi was nothing. Wendi was chopped liver compared to Rob Adelson. Holy crap. Take a little rewind, but just for now, suffice to say, Donna Adelson said, if the police come around, don't talk to them. And the FBI came to him and he's like, oh, too late. I already did. And she's like, well, that's okay. You don't know anything anyway. And then he's asked, was your mother curious about who killed Dan? And he said, no, not at all. Nobody was curious. Nobody was curious. None of them were curious. And she said, was that unusual for Donna? And here's the answer to that question.
Small event. This was probably like.
What do you think happened? Would you actually ever ask her?
I'm curious.
A complete lack of curiosity.
Yeah, nobody seemed curious.
Did you actually ever ask her, like after the murder, like, hey, like, what do you think happened? What do you?
Yeah, and the conversations were kind of rerouted, or that was certainly discouraged, and it was probably like maybe sometime like mid-August, when I finally had a chance to ask and say, what is going on? This was not a small event. This was getting a lot of notoriety, and I said, what do you guys think happened? And she had said, I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me.
Was that out of character for her to not be curious and not be asking some questions?
That doesn't concern me.
Yeah, I mean, it was an unsolved murder of, my former brother-in-law, like someone that we all know very well. I mean, if it was like some neighborhood gossip, people would be interested. This was like national interest.
Right.
And
People who didn't know anything, didn't know Dan Markel personally. People all over the country wanted to know who killed Dan Markel. And she had zero interest in caring, zero interest in finding it out. Rob Adelson just smoked his mom, brother, and sister. All of them, nobody was even curious. Who's our hero? Rob Adelson. Wow. Burning down the house. Done. Done. And steamroller. Burning down the house and steamroller and sledgehammer for the playlist. I don't care. Pass the lobster, please. Oh my God. Why can't we see Donna's face? Why is the cameraman ignoring Donna right now? And the dad. Apparently the dad wasn't curious either. The irony that they're estranged because Donna did not approve of his wife. The irony. Wow.
And she had said, you know, I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me.
Was that out of character for her to not be curious and not be asking some questions?
Yeah, I mean, it was an unsolved murder of, you know, my former brother-in-law, like someone that we all know very well. I mean, if it was like some neighborhood gossip, people would be interested. This was like national interest, and nobody had any curiosity about, you know, who did this to Danny.
Is a person, you mentioned that, you know, not only is it your brother-in-law, but it was like national news at that point as well.
Yes.
And regardless of it being national news or not, I mean, is a person dying from gun violence an extremely unusual thing to happen in your family?
Yeah, I mean, to this day, Danny's the only person that I know who's died from gun violence or been a victim of gun violence, so it's unique in that manner.
What would your mom, Donna Adelson, do if you did try to like ask her any more about Danny's murder after that?
It wasn't a subject for discussion, you know, it would be rerouted, or, you know, it was just not a subject to discuss.
When you say rerouted, do you mean like a changing the subject?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, fast forward to 2016. Do you remember in May of 2016 when Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera were arrested?
Yeah, I do. You know, I actually like saw it in the OR lounge. Someone, you know, told me about it. So it had to be like a Wednesday, and
you were in the like the operating room
yeah,
lounge,
it was
and
the
someone
lounge.
told you about
yes,
it.
If someone else, because
Rob is the lucky in this case, or the Officer Barrows. Thank you, T12. Great reference. I can't believe they're not showing Donna. This is no wonder Donna looked so nervous when he walked in, because she knew he might tell them everything. Why was he never called in any other trial? Was he not cooperative? Because it sounds like he's wanted to talk for a long time. Has he been working behind the scenes to frame everybody else? I mean, to not frame everybody, but to tell the truth. And perhaps after this, Wendy's going to be handcuffed because he told them a whole lot that she didn't have to testify to. So whatever she said can't be used against her, but she didn't say anything that could be used against her. So it doesn't really matter. Her testimony was kind of a big nothing. Who knows what he's told the FBI about his sister? Oi, oi, oi.
you know, stories like this people see on Twitter or such, and I remember someone telling me, like, hey, did you hear about, you know, that case? Because it's you know, more than one person had followed it, and you know, I saw it, and then you know, that was on the 26th, and I remember the dates because our anniversary is on the 28th of May. You know, my wife and I were like, should we call them? Like they arrested some guy who killed Danny. And
when you say them, you mean like should we
my
call
parents.
my parents? And
yes.
Yeah, okay. So it was big news that even people you work with were seeing that there were finally some arrests made.
Right.
Okay. And that was 2 days before your anniversary.
Oh, yes. Now they show Donna.
Okay, so,
come to the screen if you haven't been to the screen. Now they show Donna. Grim-faced. Her mouth is like a straight line. Lips closed. No emotion. Although, no, she's given him a look with her eyes. You could see it. You could see the mother's hate emanating from her eyes. And that's probably the way she looked at him his entire life growing up. And he became a doctor. He went to Tulane. Contempt, disgust. If looks could kill, they probably will. Games Without Frontiers. That was on the Karen Reed playlist. Wow. I'm going to take it back to where they cut to Donna. So come to the screen if you haven't seen it.
And that was 2 days.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it was big news that even people you work with were seeing that there were finally some arrests made.
Right.
Okay. And that was 2 days before your anniversary, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So did you and your wife eventually talk to your parents?
We did. Like we thought, like, should we call them? And we figured, you know, if they wanted to call us, they would call us, and then they didn't. And so we figured, well, they'll call us on our anniversary, and so, you know, we can just sit tight. And I'm sure it's, you know, pretty stressful. And you know, this guy was arrested in Miami, and so they called us on our anniversary, which was the 28th.
Did they
so
mention
that
it
was
then?
2 days after the arrest, I think.
2 days after I found out, yes.
Okay, 2 days after you found out, thank you. So on the 28th, did you talk to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right. And when she called you, was she telling you the good news that Danny's killers were arrested?
No, just called us for anniversary, you know, and you know, wished us well. And
She buried the lead. She buried the lead. He finds out 2 days before someone's been arrested in his former brother-in-law's murder. Nobody calls him. And he and his wife were like, well, that's kind of weird. Nobody called us. Should we call them? And they're like, yeah, no, we won't call them. 2 days later, it's their anniversary. They called to say happy anniversary. They buried the lead. They didn't even call to say someone's been arrested for Dan's murder. Consciousness of guilt much? Oh, they're all going down after this. Rob is the linchpin. Taking it back a scooch. Listen to this. Could it be they needed Rob and Donna's trial to hook Wendi finally to domino everyone involved? Yeah. And interesting how he's called to testify right after Wendi. The timing is perfect on this. I wonder if they passed in the hallway. Oh my God, Jimmy's there. He needs to tell us everything. He's been sitting in the hallway probably most of the day waiting to testify, right? He must have seen Wendi. Oh boy. Is she getting on a plane to Vietnam right now? They called us on our anniversary just to say happy anniversary. They buried the lead. Hold on.
I was arrested in Miami, just sit tight, and then they did, and so
Okay.
Did you and your wife
Look at Donna's face.
eventually talk to your parents?
we did, like, we thought, like, should we call them? And we figured, you know, that if they wanted to call us, they would call us, and then they did, and so we figured, well, they'll call us on our anniversary, and so, you know, we can just sit tight, and I'm sure it's, you know, pretty stressful, and, you know, this guy was arrested in Miami, and so they called us on our anniversary, which was the 28th.
Okay, so that was 2 days after the arrest, I think.
2 days after I found out, yes.
Okay, 2 days after you found out, thank you. So on the 28th, did you talk to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right. And when she called you, was she telling you the good news that Danny's killers were arrested?
No, just called us for anniversary, you know, and you know, wished us well, and had some small talk for a bit. You know, I kind of let it go for a little bit. And I mean, this was not small news, and so I finally broached the topic and said, you know, they found the guy, they arrested someone who killed Danny. You know, there's no response, and
He's the one who brought it up.
You know, at least
he's the one who brought it up to his mother and said, "Oh, they finally arrested the guy who killed Danny." He brought it up. Oh my God, ship of fools! Holy, wow! He's waiting for them to bring it up. They don't bring it up. Holy crap! This is fabulous. So much better than I thought it was going to be. I thought Wendi was going to be entertaining. This is a million times better. A million.
Danny. So I finally broached the topic and said, you know, they found the guy, they arrested someone who killed Danny. You know, there's no response, and you know, I said it, you know, at least 2 or 3 times that, you know, they made an arrest. They got the guy who killed Danny. Yeah, and then her response was, you know, I've got to go.
I gotta go, Stace. I gotta go. I gotta think. I gotta
did
go.
she hang up the phone after that?
Yes.
Name
Did
that
you ever
movie.
talk to her about it again?
I gotta go. I gotta go, Stace. I gotta go. Who can get it? Give this guy a book deal. Give this guy a book deal. Oh my God. Rob is my spirit animal. Nope, not Goodfellas. It's after a girl loses her virginity. And the ticket guy says, I gotta go, Stace. I gotta go. Now I can't think of the name of the movie. Phoebe Cates was in it. It's one of the Gen X movies of our teen years. Damone, his name was Damone. Jeff Spicoli ordered a pizza to class. Why can't I think of it? Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Thank you. And that was it, remember? I gotta go, Stace. I gotta go. After he took her virginity in the dugout or something. All right, hang on.
And then did she hang up the phone after that?
Yes.
I gotta go.
And did you ever talk to her about it again ever after that?
No.
That was it. Squeeta. After that, squeeta.
Just a second.
Never talked about it again. Never speak of it again. Oh, look at her face now. Here's Donna now. Oh, ugh. Boy, that's a look. That's a look from a mother. Woo. Wow. Bye, Donna. I think they could rest after this, really. Do you think they could rest? I don't know. If only there was a Rob equivalent in the Karen Reed trials as Olivia Nile, the McAlberts could never. This was definitely the day to watch. This was definitely the day to watch. This day will go down in infamy. And look, we have a nice intimate crowd here, 5,578 of you that should all hit the like button because we didn't think it was going to be this good. And we're 8.5 hours into this, and this is the best thing ever. Okay, I got to catch my breath. Here we go. Look at the faccia di brute. Look at the faccia di brute on that Mama Gotti, Donna Gotti. Oh, he's tearing up? Oh, I'm sorry, Rob, but you had to do it.
Other than, her reaching out for happy birthdays, happy anniversaries, that kind of thing, was that the last conversation you had with her?
That was the last time I spoke to her.
That's all. Thank you.
That was the last time he ever spoke to her mother. That was the last time he ever spoke to his mother. Was when she said, we're never going to speak about, I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that. I got to hear that again. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. She hung up the phone after that. She said, I got to go. Last time they ever spoke, ever. Last time he ever saw his mother until today. Phoebe Cates is gorgeous. You're right.
Yeah, and then her response was, I've got to go.
And then did she hang up the phone after that?
Yes.
I want to cry too. I'm not crying, you're crying.
And did you ever talk to her about it again ever after that?
No.
Never spoke to her again, ever.
Just a second.
And then they have these two have a little chit chat. Donna and whoever that woman is next to her. And then we have a pregnant pause here.
Other than, her reaching out for happy birthdays, happy anniversaries, that kind of thing, was that the last conversation you had with her?
That was the last time I spoke to her.
Oh,
That's all. Thank you.
I gotta go. Here comes Cross. My heart breaks for this man. My heart breaks for this man. Rob, call me. Call me if you want to come tell your story because we want to hear more of your story. And my heart breaks for you, and we love you. We love you, Rob. You're the man.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I don't even think you need to ask him any questions. Oh, well, they do, because it's Cross, so they got to ask him questions. But there's nothing that you can do. You can't shake him. He can't say anything to help you. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you don't, maybe you just let it go. I don't know that there's a reason to ask any questions, but this will be interesting. Oh, Rob, he's crying. Oh my God. The narcissist mother did not give one shit about him. Not one. Not one shit at all. I'm sorry. This is heavy. This is a lot of stuff. This is a lot. And did his father ever call him after this? Because if he didn't, that is very telling to me. Because that means his father abandoned him too.
Yet again, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
No, it's not so good for you.
In 2012 and 2014, how many times did you come to visit your family in South Florida?
2012 and 2014. My daughter was born in October of 2012, and so I think my dad's birthday. I don't know. There was a Thanksgiving, I think, in 2013. So I mean, pretty much Thanksgivings were the times when we would travel, having a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. So.
Sure. Okay, so Thanksgiving of 2013, and then your dad's birthday in 2014.
Yeah, there could have been one other one, but I remember those two for certain that I could swear to.
Okay, and when you came for his birthday was on the 5th. You came in on the 4th, the party was on the 5th, and you left on the 6th, correct?
That's my memory of it.
And Thanksgiving, kind of the same thing? I mean, you got a job you got to get back to, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. And how frequent were the phone calls that you were having with your family?
Probably less than once a week, maybe every other week, something like that.
And that's too many
When I say
phone
family,
calls
I think I'm
for the way
referring to Donna.
Sure.
for the way that his mother treated him by making him marry a Jewish woman and then abandoning him or not approving of his next wife that he really loved and married for love. Oh, your little fake smile is not endearing us to you, counselor.
Something like that.
And when I say family, I think I'm referring to Donna.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you were here on the 5th for your dad's birthday. You said you went home on the 6th.
Yep.
And Danny Markel was brutally murdered on July the 18th of 2014. That was in the summer.
Correct.
Recall that?
Yes.
And when did you arrive in Florida to be with your family?
I didn't.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned in your direct testimony that your mom called and said you shouldn't talk to the police. You recall that?
Yeah, I do, yes.
What actually happened was a family friend, Michael Weinstein, you know him, correct?
I do, yeah.
Your mom indicated that he had called and advised that as a family friend and an attorney that you all should not talk to the police. That's what she told you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
That's it?
Redirect examination.
Oh, the one thing she got out of him was your mother didn't tell you not to talk to the police. The family friend said don't talk to the police, and that's what she was saying. Cuff Wendi now, says Sharon. Look at this attorney. He's like, he's not happy. Her other defense attorney, the man, I don't know their names, sorry. Don't come to me for the details. He doesn't look so happy. Freeze game on point again. He's like, oh, our goose is cooked. Our goose is cooked.
You may step down.
That's it. Oh, Rob. That was hard for him. That was hard for him. My heart breaks for him.
Does the state have a witness that will go about a half hour exactly?
One very brief witness to be done for the day.
Please call your witness.
One very brief witness. Because it's 5:22. This judge is no joke, man. He works. He told them everything, didn't he? They didn't ask him to come be with the family. They didn't go to the funeral. The funeral was in Toronto. I learned that. Rob is the hero. And Donna Adelson is a monster. Look at her face. What a witch.
Officer, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give?
We got a police officer on the
I
stand.
do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Thank you. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
I'm Officer Brannon, number 510 with the Tallahassee Police Department, Brannon.
And where do you said you work at TPD. And how long have you been with TPD?
26 years, and I was with FSU PD for a couple of years prior to that.
Okay. Now, did you respond to a crime scene on Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
Yes,
And what time did you arrive?
approximately 11:15.
When you arrived, was EMS and some other TPD officers already there?
Yes,
Okay. Was your role maintaining a crime scene perimeter that day on Trescott Drive?
that was one of the roles, yes.
Tell me about that. What does maintaining a crime scene perimeter mean?
Just keeping people out, redirecting traffic.
Oh, kind of like
Okay,
the way they
so
should have done it for John O'Keefe's murder. Maybe they should have, protected the scene.
You putting up crime scene tape then?
Yeah, like
Yes.
that.
Okay. And
Crime scene
making sure
tape.
nobody comes in or out, no cars come through?
Correct.
So where was the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive that you were located next to?
I was a little ways north of the incident location on Trescott.
Okay. I want to, and when you were next to the crime scene tape, were you seated in your marked vehicle?
Yes,
And at that time, looking south down towards the incident location, was there EMS and marked police cars there in front of the Markel residence at the time?
EMS had already left the scene by the time I was in that position, but there was investigators, other officers, and crime scene units.
Okay. And when I say marked, as in your car's marked and their cars are marked, like TPD insignia, what we would typically see as a police car?
Yes,
Okay. Did I show you before court today a map that is marked as States Exhibit 87?
yes,
And was that map a true and accurate depiction of where you were stationed that day and of Trescott Drive and of the Markel residence on that road?
I believe so.
Judge, at this time, I'd move into evidence States Exhibit 87.
No objection.
States 87 is admitted.
Motion published. I have this for you. Point up there if you want to see that. Okay, so looking here at this map, I'll move that off. Is this Thomasville Road right here,
Yes,
where I'm pointing? Okay. And is this orange arrow ABC Liquors?
I believe so.
Okay, this is Benton Road,
Yep,
all right? And then is this road over here Centerville Road?
yes,
And the hospital would be somewhere in this area,
correct.
okay? So this yellow line, is this yellow line Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, is she
And
going to
does the
show?
blue arrow show where the Markel?
Is she going to show? Is she trying to show that Wendi went out of her way to go by Trescott? It wouldn't be on her way to the liquor store for the stock your bar party. And she's going to use other witnesses now to implicate Wendi. See what she's doing here? She's methodical. There was no reason for Wendi to go by Trescott. Okay, I see what she's doing here. I'm picking up what they're laying down. See, I'm all new. I'm all new. I should have been a detective. I think sometimes I think I should have been a detective. Like I said, they will arrest Wendi soon. That's what Venus Blue is saying. Wendy's 3-point turn. It's a 3-point turn, just like the 3-point turn in the Karen Reed case. You can't make this up. Okay, I'm picking up what she's laying down. Let's watch. Oops.
Residence 2116 Trescott Drive was.
Yes,
Can you show me where you were located next to the crime scene tape, making sure no cars came by the crime scene?
approximately where the little yellow marking was right there.
Okay, right where it says roadblock
Yep,
with the arrow? Okay. Now, from where you were stationed here at the crime scene tape, could you clearly see all of the marked police cars in front of the Trescott residence?
yes,
Okay, and your marked police car was right there where we see the arrow as well?
correct.
All right, if I'm turning onto Trescott Drive from Centerville Road, would I be able to see any of the activity over here or from this area on Trescott Drive?
No, not back over there.
And is that because the road curves around or winds around?
Yes.
While you were stationed there, did any vehicles approach your location on Truscott, encounter the roadblock, and have to turn around?
Yes, several vehicles.
Okay, did you notice a particular vehicle that pulled up that you notated in your report that day because it stood out to you?
Wait,
Mid 2000.
tell me, did Officer Brannon testify in any of the previous trials? Tell me. Because he's going to say he saw Wendy's car, and maybe he saw Wendi driving her car, and maybe he's going to describe some suspicious behavior. Has he testified at all? No. Claire says no. I got one no. Lee says yes. And then John says yes at Charlie's. Okay. All right. He did. Okay. All right. So I don't know what he's going to say. No spoilers. No spoilers.
Thousands maroon or dark red Honda Odyssey van.
And are you familiar with that make and model and the year of van?
Yes, my family we actually still use it. My son uses it. 2006 Honda Odyssey.
Okay, so at the time, your family owned the same van,
Correct.
okay? And you said it was maroon in color, the one you saw that day?
Yes.
At the time, did you know that the ex-wife of the person who was killed drove that type of van?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 18. Was this vehicle consistent with the one you saw that day that turned at the roadblock?
Yes.
Were you able to see the driver of the van?
Wendy's car.
No.
About what time did the vehicle approach the roadblock?
Approximately 1 o'clock, somewhere in that range.
Okay, I think, did you say between 12 and 1 in your
Somewhere in
report?
there.
Okay. But don't know exactly the minute that it approached, okay. Was there anything unusual about the way the vehicle, or I guess the driver of the vehicle, behaved when the vehicle encountered the roadblock that stood out to you?
It wasn't fast or anything, but it was just a little more deliberate and pulling up, turning around, and leaving. The other vehicles, which is consistent with other times I've had to block roads, when vehicles pull up, they kind of stop and they're processing like, well, I can't go this way, and trying to think, well, where do I got to go now, etc. So this one didn't squeal tires or anything like that, but I mean, it was boom, 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 and out.
So just less hesitation.
Correct.
Did the driver of the vehicle ask you any questions?
No.
Did the driver of the vehicle question anybody else, any other officers there at the roadblock?
Not where I was.
They just
No.
turned around and went back towards Centerville?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Judge.
No questions.
Officer, you may step down. Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
Sir,
Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
he is released. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks, sir.
I don't see anybody that
Members
looks
of
like
the
Jimmy.
jury, we are going to come to a rest for this evening. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any information or news reports about this case at all as well. Please report tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. and we intend to get started at 9 o'clock once everyone is here. Have a restful evening. We will see you in the morning.
Wow. We came for Wendi, but we're here for Rob. Thank you, Double Bend Leather Company. Did somebody say that Rob hugged the Markels? Is that true? I missed that. Rob didn't just spill the tea. He says, how dare you, from Canada. He just dumped the whole damn pot. Wow. They gotta wait for the jury to leave before they can leave, but maybe he wants, I love this judge too. He doesn't insert himself.
All right, brief discussion of tomorrow. The witnesses that were supposed to be the PM, are they now going to be our AM witnesses state for tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. parties need to be heard before we go into recess?
Nothing from the state judge. No judge.
There was one thing,
Go ahead.
can we approach about it though?
Yes.
I can't wait to hear all your favorite parts. Tell me all your favorite parts of the day. We still have no Jimmy sighting. He's not responding to my texts. He's not responding to Nurse Kim's texts. Talk about ending the day on a bang. Not a whimper, but a bang. It is 5:33 here on the East Coast. And oh my goodness, you missed Rob. You got to go back and watch Rob. That was the best part of the day, Linda Lane. Holy, he told us everything. He told us everything. Tell me all your favorite parts. Wendi was a total diversion. Jimmy is incognito. I believe that too. Thank you, Adel and Sons Consciousness of Guilt, for gifting 5 memberships. And Wendy's picking her teeth right now. Deanne says, I look back to this morning. Jimmy was behind Donna. I don't think it's Jimmy too short. He should really stick out, especially sitting next to a lady. Yeah, I would think he's in costume, but we'll see if we can find out anything. Maybe he'll go live after he leaves court. Maybe he's in the overflow room. I have so many questions. Is anyone else's head imploding? Martian, you said that, I think, during Donna's testimony, didn't you? That was at 4:44. I'm not sure. I mean, not Donna. Wendi? Was that during Wendi or Rob? I'm so spun out right now. All right, look in the gallery. Do we see anybody who could be dressed up as a woman looking like Auntie Deb? I don't know. Linda said, Donna lived a life of high society and appearance, control every aspect. She caused family annihilation. She's destroyed so many lives. Yep. No love of the traveling trooper says, Karma has your name, and it's Rob. Thank you for your super chat. What a great, honest man. Kudos to him, says Bridget. And then Bridget also says, finally, after 8 hours, we get the truth. Charles is here from South Africa and says, Wendi, remember to buy a return ticket. Oh my God, I just deleted a super chat from Lola. Hold on, I got to get on my phone and see if I did that by accident. Hold on. I'm really sorry, Lola. I don't know where it went because I can't get it now. Gavel and Gloss, listen to my Over My Dead Bodies season 1. It will connect the dots for you. I don't want to connect the dots. I want to learn everything fresh, but I appreciate all of your advice. Lisa in Massachusetts says, I'm new to Adelson trial, so don't hurt me. I just don't see they have tied Donna in yet with evidence. Do you see any besides she looks really bad? Well, I think Rob kind of blew the whole case wide open. Like it's over. It's over now. Oh, is that Joel from STS sitting on the end there in the blue blazer? Hold on. Let me take down my Venmo sign. Him and Turtle Boy are beefing. I don't know if that was him or not. Was it? Rob's hair doesn't look funny now. Yeah, I think Rob saying that, he never spoke to his family again after that conversation. His family didn't even call him to tell him that, oh, there's Harvey. Nevercracker, not looking so happy right now. He's like, yeah, Donna's going down. Donna is going down. He's like, do you think he was happy that maybe she would come home if she was acquitted? But Lisa, I think that Rob's testimony blew the case wide open. And I think the jury can probably see right through Wendi too. But that's my opinion. Chat, you can chime in. Oh, I'm sorry, Lola, who said, I said, now is the time to cry, Donna. Hashtag King Rob. Thank you, Lola, the good dog. I'm sorry that I deleted you by accident. Susan Marie says, Rob's wife was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? November 15th, 2013. She won $55,600. Not sure if that was mentioned earlier. She's a doctor as well. Wow, there's a lot of game shows going on in this family, and all of these people in true crime. Remember the dating game. Holy crap. All right, court's done until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thanks, Linda, for becoming a new member. How dare you, said Rob just didn't spill the tea. He dumped the whole damn pot. Cass Meow says, Melanie, we all love you so much. Thanks for all you do. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Akundo, for becoming a new member. And Lola, the good dog, for your super chat. Hold on, we have some more questions, comments, and concerns that came in through other avenues, like Lynn. who says, don't read, don't read it, Jonas. Adelson's, OMG, I went to school with princesses, and oh boy, is she a princess. Thank you, Jonas, for your Venmo. Stephanie, thank you so much. Says, playlist suggestion, Hall & Oates, Rich Girl. I put that on earlier when I saw you sent that to me, so thank you so very much for your generous contribution. And Chief Sherry is here, and she says, I'm still here recuperating from knee replacement surgery. The Adelson case is a snooze fest. Oh, Sherry, this was earlier today when you sent this. This was 6 hours ago, girl. You missed Rob Adelson's testimony, and boy, was that fun. Boy, did that blow the whole case open. I thought it was a snooze fest last week too, but hopefully you're going to come back and, and watch it. Wow. Rob, the prodigal son, or the black sheep, actually. Donna told him about the $1 million bribe, that they called it a bribe too, the $1 million that they were going to give Dan Markel to allow Wendi to relocate with the boys, our boys, as she called them. He's been an ENT since 2012. He moved to New York. He went to Tulane. He moved out of the house when he was 18. He describes his mother as controlling and assertive, and, you know, the one who wears the pants in the family, and Harvey, his dad, as being very passive. In 2012, Charlie bought the practice from his father, and then in 2015, he sold it back to his father. We got those dates out of Rob, too. Donna told him about the $1 million bribe. When asked about what Charlie's into, he said, he kind of like gave an eye roll, and he said, Charlie's into things like go-karts, jet skis, boats, and going out. He's not into things like Wendi's divorce, which, you know, begs the question, was the mom the one that made Charlie get involved in the plot, the murder for hire plot? We learned that A-Rod lived in the continuum, the same condo complex where the parents lived. A-Rod also lived there. They had a big party for Harvey's 70th with paella, and of course it was catered. And then we heard him say, his mother say, after the murder happened, if the police call you, don't speak to them. And he said, I already did. And she said, that's okay. You don't know anything anyway. Nobody seemed curious. Nobody seemed curious about who killed Dan Markel. He said, nobody, none of them, not one, not a one of them. Wow, just wow. I stopped taking notes because I was so in the moment that if I left anything out, feel free to put it in. Lisa says the state seems to like to take them down one at a time. I hope Wendi doesn't get away with it. It seems like she may be the most cunning of all. She plays dumb, but are they buying it? Mr. Pompous Charlie's case was fire. Thank you, Gavel and Gloss. Maybe someday in the future when I have time, I will go back and watch it. And Gavel and Gloss said, yeah, Mel, that's exactly what Wendi did. I don't know where that is. And then, or when that was sent, Julie said, Rob Adelson is this smoking gun. Wendi, remember to buy a return ticket. Charles can see that all the way from South Africa. The audacity of Wendi, says Marcello. Can you imagine if they put this man first and then Wendi? They had to put him second. Or the ordering of the witnesses is very important too. They had to get Wendi's testimony out before they put Rob on the stand, and it worked. It worked. Wow. Just wow. Rob refused to carry their sins on his back, says love my flip-flops. Good for him. I wish we could see Rob leaving the courtroom. I wish we knew where Auntie Deb was. Hold on a second. Let me just check the tubes of view and see if we can see anything. Is he in the parking lot? I don't know why when I type it in, it doesn't come up right away. Rob's going to need a blonde wig. Do you think he's going to do something soon? Is he going to go live? I don't have any. There's nothing scheduled here. Is he anywhere? Who's coming back? So they had a bunch of witnesses lined up for this afternoon that apparently are going to come back tomorrow. Do you guys want to come back and do this again tomorrow? Let me know. Or were we just here for Wendi and Rob, and now this has been the climax and everything else is going to be a letdown? Let me know what you think if you want to do it again tomorrow. Oh, where is Jimmy? We need proof of life. We need proof of life. Yes, please. Yes, for Charlie. Is Charlie coming in tomorrow? Wait, Ashley, Lauren, is Charlie coming in tomorrow? All right, we got to keep going with this. We got to keep going. I have 2 auditions that I got to tape. All right, I'll have to do tonight. I'll have to stay up really wicked late. Wicked late. All right. We're going to go again. We ride at 9. We ride at 9. Tell your friends. This has been an intimate one today. We had, I don't know, maybe 6,000 people in here the whole day, which is a far cry from the, I don't know, 30 to 50,000 we had every day during Karen Reed's trial. But I feel like we cannot miss Jeff. We're here for Jeff. We're here for, I mean, we're in it now, right? We're in it. This was a wild day. Please remember to like the video and subscribe to receive notifications. It's free. Thank you, Little Cupcake. Thank the moderators because, you know, we do have amazing moderators here and they keep it classy and they keep it fun. Let's do the time warp again. The Donna Adelson playlist is in the chat. It is pinned there. We have so far a lot of songs on the playlist, which I can't get to right now. So stay cool, stay kind, stay classy until tomorrow. Let me see where I can teleport you guys to, because we love to do cupcake invasions on people. So tell me if there's somebody live right now that where you want to go, that you want to watch, that we like, somebody that we like. I just checked Emily Baker. She has 22,000 people watching, but she's very far behind. Did she start late today? Because she was still on like witnesses that we did hours ago. So maybe she started late today. So if you want to keep watching, you can go over there, but I can't redirect you there because she doesn't allow it. Although I would love to like see her at a Dave Matthews concert at some point in my life, but I've never run into her there. And I'm sure that I would obviously recognize her. Obviously, she's a legend. The girl's a legend. Oh, she was traveling? Okay. She's always running late. She started at 12:30. Okay. And yeah, but she started at 12:30 and we started at 8:45. And that's why I didn't get to put any blush on. That's why I look pale. People are going to be like, "You look green. You look green." But I cannot transport. Oh, lawyer, on in 2 minutes. All right. Go on over there. Tell Peter he should have me back. I haven't been on. Oh, wait. Can I redirect to him? Not everybody allows it. It's like a special setting. Yeah, it's upcoming. All right, you're heading over to Peter Tragos. Tell him I said hi, Cupcake Invasion. He should have me back on his show. I was on there once to do a little Karen Reed action with him, and he's awesome. I love Peter. All right, my guy. And he's also in Florida. Thank you. Best lawyer on YouTube is Emily Baker. You're in the wrong chat, okay? You're in the wrong chat. Thank you so much, but that's not cool. Who says that? Who does that? Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. See you in the morning. Make sure you have your notifications set. And you could say you like everyone equally. That's just rude. Justice for Dan Markel. Wow, what a day. All right, everyone. Peace out. I'll see you real soon. If I don't see you soon, how am I going to die? Just make sure that I did not miss any super chats, which I do not think that I did. And so you are heading over to a Cupcake Invasion on Tragos in 3, 2, 1. Safe travels, everyone. Buckle up, buttercups. Peace.